All right, and I'm gonna awkwardly dance to the start, and I'll awkwardly dance to the beginning of this. Awkwardly dance to the beginning of this, and that looks like I'm up and running now. So hello, good morning, everybody. First of all, let me put my laptop, in a much better position for you all here. Actually, this looks like the stream started before I was expecting it to, so I might have done something with time. I don't know. Maybe Einstein can figure it out. But before we officially get started, let me show you my highly advanced system that I'm going to use to put my camera in a better position, which is to stick it right here on top of a bucket. So hopefully I look extra nice for you all here in the garage of tomorrow. No, this really can't be the garage of tomorrow, because that's tomorrow, and this isn't tomorrow. This is today with me, Jared. So yes, hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Jared Head. You probably know me, though, from the YouTube web show tomorrow, all about spaceflight. Are we a web show? I don't know if we really are a web show. Boy, we sure do cover a lot on tomorrow. It's really a lot of fun, and it's really great to have you all here. You might also know me just from my own YouTube show. Yeah, like I've got one of those. My own channel here, where every once in a while I decide to actually make a video and upload it, or just hang out with you all. Before I officially get started, I would just like to give a huge shout out to Colton, our I guess, what do we call him, IT of tomorrow or something like that, for coming in and saving my butt, because I am technologically inept. I might be able to work with rockets, but I can work very well with rockets. Not so much anything else. So much like my dad, when he would come and tell me, hey, you got to come fix the computer. And I'd be like, I don't know how to do it. And he's like, well, why don't you know how to do it? And he's like, well, it's not a racket. I don't know how to fix it. So Colton, thank you so much for that there. And cheers to all of you for you who are joining me, because apparently 9 in the morning, not only is it a target that I can't hit in terms of just doing that, but also my technical ineptitude also would prevent that as well. So I think we're going to go to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 1800 Coordinated Universal, UTC, Zulu, GMT, whatever you feel like calling it this morning. But yeah, cheers to all of you. Glad to have you. Glad to have you all here today. So yes, cheers to you, Rory. Let's make sure that this pushes to YouTube. Just want to see everybody with that here today. So cheers to all of you with that. So super, super fun. So yes, that's right. Our chat is working today. So that means that when you talk to me, I can pull what you've said up onto the screen. So this is going to be lots of fun today, especially if my special guest who may show up actually does end up showing up today. That would be really, really cool. And I think that you will like my special guest if they show up today. A very good friend of mine, someone that you have probably more heard than seen. And that's all I'm going to say at that point with that. So, those are hummingbirds. I'm just sorry about that. I get very easily distracted here in the garage because I have it open, because it's an absolutely gorgeous, it's a classic Los Angeles morning where we have forgotten what winter is, and I will make sure that the dog poops do not get in view there. There we go. Beautiful. As you can see, there you go. There's the real shit of it all, I guess. That is a flower shop, former flower shop. This is also why you haven't really seen the garage of tomorrow on Tomorrow News of late, which is that a flower shop is at present occupying it. My mom officially retired on October 1st of this year. Congrats to her after 50 years in the floral business. We had to bring everything home. So with that there, yes, garage, everybody. I'm very much a garage person. So if I'm not out here tinkering and doing things, I'm also in my own studio, if you will, inside of my house at the moment. With that, and yes, that is a really good point, which is that a flower shop has descended upon the household of Head. That's very correct. And inadvisable science, yes, garage. That's right. So with that there, yeah, Joshua, woo, we got it running. Yeah, I'm pretty happy to get it running again. Once again, thank you, Colton, for making that happen. Yuval saying happy 420. Yes, happy 420 at 9:40. Mystic Wolf saying the station of tomorrow and the garage of today. I like that. The garage of today. I'll take it. I'll take it. The garage of today. And then Julie Song saying, hello, there you are. It's floofy hair morning fun. Yes. And thank you to Colton for getting us here. Yeah. Hair's a bit floofy now. Don't know if y'all could notice. I could do really cool things with it. Like I can look like I'm a Bavarian conductor from the 1800s with that there. So that's pretty cool. And actually, I really don't know how to style it anymore at this point. I can tell you that obviously here, this is not, I don't think the mohawk's coming back because a lot of my hair has said, you're going to shave your head? Okay, well, we're just not coming back. And it's a lot of the hair that's very critical to the volume of a mohawk. So, yeah. Also, I'm just looking out my garage, and I'm realizing the things I thought were dog poops are actually leaves, in case you're wondering where I am this morning. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Yes, inadvisable science saying that garages are multi-purpose. That's very, very true. Julie Song is asking, what are your tinkering projects? I could go grab them real quick. Let me go around here real quick. Whoops. Well, this is the one that was within the easiest reach, which is rockets. Although you can see that I don't have a nose cone on this rocket. And in fact, this rocket is in need of repairs. But yeah, that's what I do mostly in my garage. Some people, they do like woodworking. Some people build cars in their garage. They work on their hot rods, whatever. They work on their Honda or whatever. I build rockets. So, because that's what I do, because it's really fun with that. So, Julie, thank you so much for that. You love the mohawk, but you love no matter what the hair. Thank you so much. Actually, I've had a lot of people tell me that I should grow my hair out and then bleach it and then get it colored white. To basically fully embrace the mad scientist look. And I think I'm going to go ahead and do that because it really does sound fun. Also, I've never had long hair in my life. This is the longest my hair has ever been. Right around July is actually when it was reaching the longest it's ever been. And every single second I'm alive and my hair is growing, it's the longest it's ever been. So every single day it gets longer and longer, and I set the record. So this has been a really interesting process. I've had to figure out that's hair touching my ears, things like that. So, yeah, it's been really cool. So also it's nice to just kind of sit regular in my Jeep and not have to be forward a bit, which is really helpful with my back, which I could talk about a little bit later once we get to that. So somebody remind me, because I've been having some fun times with the human body, which is why I absolutely hate it, and just would like to be a robot already. Rory, you're asking how are Suki and Missy? They're doing great. Suki is as spryly as she has been, and Missy is, of course, as sly as she always is. Sly and charming as she always is. If I get my dogs, Suki and Missy are my dogs, I'll try to make sure to get them on air, so that way they can get their airtime and they can get their SAG cards finally. With that, I don't know. Yeah, with that there. Julie asking, good old Estes rockets? Oh no, these are high power, so you have to have an actual license for these if you're gonna fly them regularly. And I do have my rocket license, which is really cool because people can be like, "You like rockets?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got a license." So, which is pretty cool. And Charlie asking, what do you spend your time on these days? It's actually a really good question. Well, I'm working. And of course, I work at Griffith Observatory. That's one of my jobs. Good old Griffith Observatory, which I guess now is a great time to say that the views and opinions expressed on this show by myself and my potential guest later are ours alone and better than yours. So I work at Griffith Observatory. In fact, I was there last night. I have to remember things now. It's the chemicals. Which is really fun. I really enjoy it. I get to work with the public, explaining science to folks. So basically exactly what I do on tomorrow, except I do it for like 6 to 12 hours at a time, something like that. And then there is another place I work at called the Columbia Memorial Space Center, where I work on a space shuttle mock-up. It's really fun. It's the first space shuttle that was ever built. We're working to get it on public display. We got funding for a building and money to restore it. And the goal is to try to let the public inside of it so that way you can go to the flight deck and the mid deck of the shuttle. It's going to be really difficult to do that because I don't know if you've ever been inside of a space shuttle. I have. Flight deck and mid deck, very difficult to get in because they are not designed for sitting on the ground. They're definitely designed for being in space in microgravity floating around. But on the ground in 1G, no. No. So if you want to, you can Google Downey shuttle mock-up. That's what we have. It is a 1-to-1 scale mock-up. It was built by North American Rockwell in 1972. So we beat Space Shuttle Enterprise by 2 years. So internally, I only refer to it as OV001 because it is the first space shuttle that was ever built. So as far as I'm concerned, everyone can heck off because that's, yes, it's my child, which means I have a massive bias for it but also, as I fumble over my words, I'm correct. It is the first space shuttle ever built, and if you don't believe that, then there are words, very strong words that you can use. And actually, let me pull it. I pulled it up on my phone here just to kind of let you take a gander at it. But this is it in its configuration when they had it outdoors in the 70s, the early 70s. There, it had 2 wings and a full vertical stabilizer there that you can see. But it does not have that vertical stabilizer anymore, or at least all of it. And then the port side wing got removed. We don't know where it is. We still have the starboard wing. We actually still have the Canada arm that's there on it. There was a mock-up of the Canada arm. So thank you, Canada, for the arm. Appreciate it. And then there is actually a pallet sitting inside of it, because one of the things I did when I worked at the Space Center from 2011 to 2013 is I actually was sort of in charge of the shuttle and making sure that it was being displayed correctly, that it was not falling apart, and that basically the folks in charge of stuff at that time were doing what they were supposed to do, which one day I will write a tell-all book about that, and that period of time will be very interesting to talk about, because there were a lot of people in positions of power who definitely fulfilled my fascination of what happens when you give imbeciles power. So, yeah. This is what's inside of the payload bay right now, because one of the things that I did as a part of the team working on it, and eventually the head of the team working on it, was go inside of it about every other week and make an assessment of how everything was looking. It was inside of a tent structure, a temporary tent structure, and on display for the public to look at from about August 2012 until, I want to say, March of 2014. I left in August of 2013 because things were just like really not doing good, and yeah, overall it was a show. It was a heck show, and not a good kind. But now they have unbelievably great leadership down at the center, and I'm super jazzed that I actually got asked to come back. They're like, hey, all the people who didn't know what they were doing and were not particularly great aren't here anymore, and I'm trying to speed up as fast as I can because there's somebody on the floor looking at me right now. Would you like to come up here? Would you like to come up here? Huh? Would you like to make your decision? Okay, come here. Come here. All right, everybody. I would like you all to say hello this morning to my good personal friend, Missy. Hi! Look, Missy. Hey, how you doing this morning, huh? How you doing, sweetie? Huh? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, I'm scratching your butt on air. You like that? The tail, I don't know if I could show it, but the tail is wagging right now. So the tail is not moving at fast speeds, but it is definitely at speed, and you're very happy about it. Oh yeah, the legs are buckling. So with that there. So this is Missy. She's like a like King Charles Poodle Maltese Heinz 57 mix. You're the sweetest little thing, aren't you? She's also a magnificent bastard, because she could get away with anything, and she knows it, and she does. Oh, that must feel so good. Oh, done it? That must feel so good. Oh, you got it, huh? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, don't knock over my toast. I haven't even touched breakfast yet today. That's probably why you're hanging around, because I haven't touched breakfast. So, aren't you just the sweetest little thing? Aren't you just the cutest little thing? Aren't you? Isn't that good? Isn't that good? I love her so much. She's great. She sleeps on my bed with me, and then she'll like cut farts, and that's how she wakes me up. So it's like, thanks for that. Also, she doesn't really bark a lot either. She's a very quiet dog, which is really weird. So, but yeah. So did you see that, Missy? Some other folks are saying hello too, like Sam and Malayla, who I've seen before. Hi, little puppies. Are you saying hi to them this morning? You're like, I don't really care. All right. Get out. It's my show. I'm the only thing allowed to be here. Who's cute? All right. So don't compete with me. I'll take you out. Now go poop on the driveway or something. All right. Coming up on 10 o'clock. So if my super special, super secret guest actually can make it today, which if my guest cannot make it today, no worries. I'm just putting that out on the record, because I asked my guest, I said to my guest about 9 hours ago, hey, if you want to come on, you can come on. And I don't want to say who it is, because I don't want to like drop anything with that. And I guess I should kind of leave my phone open just in case they text me. So let me know they're on the way. But if they are, about an hour 15 from now is when they'll show up. But also, I just realized it's 10 o'clock, so I need to do something real quick. For those of you who know me very well, you know that I'm very open about the fact that I have bipolar disorder, and I'm bipolar type 1 with severe psychotic mania, because why half-ass mental illness? So I've got to go take my store-bought happiness. So if you can't make your own happiness, store-bought is just fine. So I'm just going to go off camera for like 30 seconds real quick just to take it, because you need to watch me swallow pills on camera. So plus, if it's the only way, I'm not going to finish that sentence, but it was going to be an OnlyFans joke. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, that's good. Yeah, pills o'clock. It's pills o'clock. Very good. Yeah, I agree. It is pills o'clock. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. I didn't mean to push that one, Rory, but I'm glad that you're going to take yours. And yes, it is pills o'clock. Yes, that's right. Store-bought happiness. Yeah, that's what I like to call my meds. Store-bought happiness. 'Cause I have to take a few meds in order. Earthquake. Oh, you know what? Maybe not a good joke to make here in LA. Yeah. Oh, Joshua, it's a bones day for Missy. Yes, it is. Actually, when I was going up to the DART launch, one of the people who was with me, who went up with me, told me about Bones No Bones Day with the pug. And we all know my reputation with pugs. So, which is that I find pugs funny as hell, and I will die laughing if I see a pug. Oh my gosh, I love it. Everybody was saying hi, Missy, and tail is go, and I love it with that. But yeah, so I don't know if you guys noticed, I'm running a super ultra low latency stream today, so I could pretty much see everything almost immediately. So this is really cool that I get to actually talk with you in real time. There's no like 40-second delay like usual. Yeah, always send Jared pug gifs. That's very, very true, or gifs or whatever, however you want to pronounce it. I don't care with that. So, yeah. So kind of jump back into things here. Yeah, Canada Arm, a shuttle mock-up. Want to see. Gorgeous with the shuttle that we have. Julie Song asking, when will it be available for us to visit the shuttle? We're thinking 2023, sometime around then. So it probably would have been available by now, but of course, as we know, the pestilence occurred. So yeah, that occurred, and then everybody who's kind of been running the show since then has not done a good job at running the show, in my humble opinion. So, and when I mean running the show, I mean the folks who are in charge. So, yeah, that's my thing with it here. But I, excuse me. Oh, that's pretty good. All right, so there was some space stuff because, as you know, I am a slight bit of a space person, just a little bit. From Joshua asking, Jared, how do you feel about legacy rocket manufacturers not embracing reusable technology? Also, Team Garage with that there. So that's actually a very interesting question, which is that companies such as United Launch Alliance and others have just basically said, to heck with reusability. We're just going to make really cheap launch capabilities. Which is interesting. As those of you who have watched TMRO know, we interviewed Tori Bruno back in 2017. I got to do that interview, and I point blank asked him why they weren't looking at reusability, and he talked about SMART, which was at the time their idea of just basically jettison the engines, have a inflatable supersonic decelerator, so basically like a heat shield that inflates to protect the engines as they re-enter the atmosphere at high speeds, and then catch them on a helicopter. There was really no effort, it turns out, put into attempting to do research and development and furthering smart reuse technology from United Launch Alliance. I think that's a real shame. I think you're either going to be reusable at this point, or you're toast. Like, that's it, you're done, or you are toast. So you're either going to get with the future, or the present, I guess now. I mean, think about it with the way SpaceX flies things. Either get with the present or go extinct. And yeah, actually, I would love to have Tori Bruno back on the show. And I would love to basically say to Tori, well, you know, we're 4 years now. Oh, well, I guess at this point, if we got Tori on the show, we'd be 5 years into SpaceX reusing stage ones. And there had been a long argument from y'all, United Launch Alliance, especially George Sowers, who is a very big part of the business case at United Launch Alliance, who basically said it will be uneconomical. There's no economical advantage to reusing your rockets. And kind of asking, now that we're 5 years into it and they have captured a vast majority of the launch market, how do you still say that? So, and of course, as those of you who have watched TMRO know, that we very much, I'm very thankful that Jamie allows us essentially absolute freedom to discuss whatever we want from whatever angle we want, as long as we are respectful about it and accurate. And I feel like that is a respectful question, because your business model doesn't work anymore, very clearly, because look at how much SpaceX has captured the market. So it's, I mean, reusability has put the pressure on everybody, right? I mean, Peter Beck on our show, and I think it was an interview we did with him in 2017, I want to say, said that they weren't going to do reusability at Rocket Lab, and now they are doing reusability at Rocket Lab. They're working on it. And in fact, if you've seen the images of that new reusable booster, oh my gosh, with the new thermal shielding on it, it is shiny and it is gorgeous. So yeah, how do I feel about it? I think you're pretty dumb at this point. If you're, with all due respect, I think you're dumb if you're not doing reusability. So it's super important. It's, I mean, just from a manufacturing standpoint, it's cheap. So it's hard to beat it, unless you can make a dirt cheap rocket, which really difficult to do that. Not impossible, but very difficult to do that. All right, Julie Song asking actually a really cool question, which is that for visitors to California, if you come to California, what are the space places to visit in the area that out-of-state folks should visit? And I feel like these are, I'm going to say some places that are also, like, if you live here in California, you should also check it out as well. Now, here's the problem. I've got a very Southern California bias, living in Los Angeles myself, and not having explored Northern California like I'd like to. I'm hoping to fix that this upcoming year, because hopefully as the pestilence is put under control, or at least handled a bit better, I can go ahead and start traveling like I was before the beginning of the pestilence. So some of the places, obviously, Griffith Observatory, right? Griffith Observatory. You got to come to Griffith Observatory. Where else are you going to be allowed to look through telescopes for free? Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights. Simply because that's the days that we're open currently. No timeline for when we're opening on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday again, unfortunately. So, yeah, I know. What else? California Science Center. They have Endeavor. Which is pretty cool, which is actually extremely cool, because it's a shuttle, and it flew 25 missions. So it's pretty wild. They'll be like, I saw that go over my house at 5 miles a second, and now here it is. And I got to help move it around LA as well. That was really cool. That's a story. That'll be another one for my tell-all book whenever that happens. It was a very interesting weekend, explaining to people what a 40 ounce is and other stuff like that. So, what else? Well, Columbia Memorial Space Center, if you want to come visit us. Although, maybe wait a couple years when we have our shuttle mock-up and you can come inside of it. So, and yes, Julie, it was great. Griffith is a great place. It was great to meet you at Griffith as well. With that, I still definitely want to come to the con whenever cons can be a thing again. And what else? If you go down to San Diego Air and Space is a very cool, I would call it this West Coast version of the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. It's definitely not as big or prestigious, stick your hand through your coat, wear your tricone hat kind of place. But it has a lot of very cool artifacts that span the entire history of flight, and also space flight as well. So it's really, really cool. So I highly recommend San Diego Air and Space if you are looking for a place to visit. Where else would I recommend going to? Y'all are really like pulling out of my head today, let me tell you. I can't think of anything right off the top of my head. If you like the desert, Joe Davies Air Park and Blackbird Air Park, which are two separate displays of airplanes, are right next to each other in Palmdale, right by Plant 42, out by NASA. So there you go. So yeah, that would be a really good place to go visit. They've got a couple Blackbirds out there. They've got the shuttle carrier aircraft, one of them on display out there. They've got a lot of cool stuff in these two little parks right next to each other. And when I say parks, they're in the middle of the desert, so it's dirt. But hey, it's got cool stuff in it. So excellent. I quite like it. With it there. I should make an adventure episode going out to it. Kind of talk about it a little bit there. Excuse me, man. I'm just so full of it this morning, right here. So yeah, boy, I'm really good at bumping into this table. Let me tell you, like my knees are just at like the right height, and this is at just the right width for my knees to keep bumping into it. So good stuff. So yeah, very, very cool stuff. Here's a really good one. Which Joshua asking is Vandenberg Space Force Base open to the public? No, no, it's not. Unfortunately, it's not. So yeah, it ain't. Even for obviously launches. For launches, it's definitely not open with it there. And yeah, I'm kind of working through the questions here, everybody. So just give me a second because I'm just kind of scattering around everywhere with it. So Hendon asking, what are you working on in Griffith? Well, I work with the public. I talk to the public. I tell them about cool science and interpret that. And the newest things that we know. I also work with the curatorial staff on helping them understand aerospace and aerospace things that are happening because my bosses and such, they have PhDs in astrophysics and they're very smart people, but aerospace, not necessarily astrophysics. Yeah. And as Colton is saying, Jared is doing a show himself. There are no mods to push messages doing it live. Yeah, I'm doing this all by myself today. Although thanks to Colton for helping get the technology and everything set up with that. Things like that. Yeah, it's a really cool gig. I quite like it. With that there. Inadvisable Science is asking, what do you think of the recent launch to blow up an asteroid? Which, yes, that was DART, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test mission, where hashtag Earth shot first is what I like to call it. You know, Han shot first, well, Earth shot first too. And actually, I was at that launch. I was at a place in Lompoc called Providence Landing Park, so I was about 9 miles away from it. And actually, if you jump on my YouTube channel, I already have the video of the launch up for you all to take a gander at. So if you'd like to, work with it, or if you'd like to watch it, wait until I'm done with the stream here, and then we can go there from that with it. I'm sorry, I'm buttering my toast at the moment because I've now reached the point where my meds are like, hey dude, you should probably eat something or else we're going to make you puke on air, and that's probably not. I don't want to be known for that, at least. Yeah, I love the Double Asteroid Redirection Test. I think it's a mission that has been a long time coming. We always joke, why the dinosaurs went extinct? Well, they didn't have a space program. I'm glad that we are finally doing this. I wish we had done it earlier. but I'm glad that we're finally doing a mission to see if this works. Especially if this doesn't work. If this test does not work and it does not deflect the asteroid like we're expecting it to, that is a very important result. That is, I would almost say that's even more important than a positive result of actually deflecting the asteroid. So for those of you who don't know what DART is going to do, there is a, asteroid with a moon out there. The asteroid is called Dimorphos, and the moon that goes around it is called Didymos. And DART is going to smack head on into Didymos, the moon. So what it's going to do is it is going to, when it smacks in head on, it will impart a little bit of energy, which will slow down Didymos by just a little bit. And if I remember right, Didymos is something like a couple 100 meters in size, something like that. Dimorphos is like, I think like 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers max. But also, we don't really know actually how big they are precisely, so we'll find out when DART takes imagery on approach. So it's going to smack into it, and then we're going to use ground-based observations here on Earth to see how much the orbit of Didymos has moved. So if DART works like we're hoping it does, it'll slow down Didymos a little bit, which means that it will cause it to orbit a little closer to Dimorphos, which means that it will go a little faster around Dimorphos. So, yeah. So that'd be really, really cool. If it doesn't work, and we see that Didymos is going around Dimorphos at the same rate it was before DART got there, then, yeah, that's also a result, too. That tells us that we might have to rethink how we do asteroid prevention and other stuff like that. So, yeah. So EM asking, battling a cold? Nope. This is just my sinuses in my throat this morning. So, 'cause it's been very dry here in LA of late. So, and I feel like my body by itself, just my body alone proves that intelligent design is not a thing. Because this was stupid. So, yeah. There you go. So, yes, I must. So, yeah. Rory, to kind of answer your question, because this is a valid question that tons of people have been talking about, and I feel like that so many people have been like, this is a dumb question. Why are you asking this? I don't think so, because NASA has not done a good job at talking about this, which is what happens if we deflect the asteroid and it bumps into another asteroid and then we change the trajectory to collide with Earth and we all die? Well, NASA has not done any sort of thing to try to answer this question outside of their really good animations and their absolutely terrible webcasts. And yes, that was a swing at the people who do the webcasts at NASA, because they are shit. There's your first curse for the show. Didymos and Dimorphos are far enough away from other asteroids that they should not impact. The chances of them impacting are like 1 in trillions. So luckily, it's just not happening. But NASA has not at all done sort of any job to try to basically say like, hey, you know. They've not really done any outreach that basically explains this asteroid is no threat to the Earth. And we chose this asteroid because it isn't a threat to the Earth. We don't want to accidentally nudge an asteroid that could potentially be a threat to the Earth down the line. So Dimorphos and Didymos was chosen specifically because it doesn't have the chance, even with a impact by DART, doing exactly what we want it to do. It has no chance of being a threat to here on Earth. That's why we chose it. Of course, NASA really hasn't done a good job of saying that. And like I said, NASA does it. And I know, hey, Ryan, saying 720p is my favorite resolution. It's not that with NASA that I don't like about their webcasts. It's that they're just not good. They're not like very well hosted. Their information is wildly. I went back and I watched some of the Dart webcasts, and they were talking about engine burns and other stuff, and plane changes and orbital dynamics entirely incorrectly. And no! What are you doing? Stop! You're supposed to be correct about this. What are you doing? What are you doing? Where are your parents? So I'm very, get it right. And don't be lame. So anyway, there's my rant about NASA's webcasts because I don't feel like they're good. And here's the thing. NASA's webcasts have not been good for a while now. And that sucks. So I'm just throwing that out there. So I'm not saying that NASA should hire me to do their webcasts. Because let's face it, how long did it take me to get the technical issues solved on this today? I'm no Jamie, I'll tell you that. That's for sure. So when people are like, this is a Cat 5 cable, I'm like, oh, is it? Does it also knock things off the shelf? And then, anyways, I'm just going to sit here and just butter my toast a little bit at the moment because I really do need to eat something. And we're all having breakfast together on air today. So cool stuff. All right, there were some other questions I think in here that I saw here. Yeah, it's just a bummer. Like one of the most technologically advanced agencies in the world can't get their freaking webcast correct. And also some of the people too. They very much like. How did my friend describe it? Like we put this person here to show that humans exist. Kind of. Yeah. There's. Yeah. I don't think I would improve the NASA webcasts. I think it would be an absolute disaster. I appreciate your vote of confidence there in advisable science, but all I'm going to say is that I have nothing to do with the technical aspects of tomorrow. That is certainly a advantage to tomorrow. So I'm just blown away at the fact that anything on tomorrow works, simply because I just don't know with it there. So yes, I just licked the knife. I live dangerously. Oh, that's good butter. Damn, that's good butter. Hey, 44 Edo, or 44 Edo. Hello, good to see you. Welcome aboard. So, with things like that, so very cool. Oh yeah, a quarter into the curse jar for you, Jared. Thank you, Julie. I will absolutely add that. Yeah, coffee time. I already had my coffee this morning. I must have already taken it. I had a Boss coffee this morning. BOSS from Japan. I get my coffee imported from Japan because that is how much I am. So I had Kenny and Vic asking, didn't you knock the mic loose a few tomorrow streams ago? Yeah, I think I did, actually. I've done a lot of funny things on tomorrow that have been screw ups, so thank you so much. Oh my goodness, it's an omelet.
Well, it's not really, it's just a scramble, but when I flipped over, I had to do it again because something happened.
Oh my God, I love it. Did you know that you're the best?
No.
So, I just want to let you know, I'm publicly saying that you're the best.
You're so sweet.
So, you are the best. So, would you like to say hi to the internet?
Hi, internet.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. So, and Missy is now here. She says, hey, how's it going?
Hi.
I heard that you have an egg. And I actually have several eggs.
Actually, we had to throw out the first bunch because they were super watery, and I don't know what happened.
Watery eggs?
Never have that happen.
Did you overwater your eggs?
I must have.
Okay.
I thought they'd come up and make more eggs, but...
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. Hi. Oh, look at your tail wag. You're so thrilled. You're so thrilled, aren't you? You're just like, hello, human.
Say human, pay
Hello, hairless friend.
Say, pay attention to me.
Oh yeah, that I am getting. She is directly under the table between my legs right now, staring intently at me while her nose does a thing. So.
Hand me the buttercup.
What's up? Oh, thank you so much. Buttercup, build me up, Buttercup. Oh no, the algorithm. So, everybody's saying hi to you, by the way. So,
Hi.
So yeah,
I'll be back later.
yeah. Colton, that is exactly what Missy is saying right now. Hey, why did Mom bring you those eggs? They're mine. So, very true.
I'll give you a couple eggs.
So, yeah. By the way, I'm just going to show this off to the internet and hopefully not drop this. Take a gander at what I just got delivered to me. Holy shnikes. That's good. It smells good too. It smells of pepper. I love pepper.
I know you do.
Wait a second, is there Italian sausage in this?
Yes?
Is there pepperoni in this?
No.
Okay. And that's provolone
Yes.
on it. Wow.
A little tiny bit of mozzarella.
And a little bit of mozzarella. Holy smokes. Wow. It's a me omelette. So, wow. That's amazing. So, in case you're wondering. So, do I share my food? No, I do not share my food with my dogs because human food is not for dogs. So, don't give me those eyes. Don't give me those eyes. Don't give me those eyes. You have already gotten breakfast this morning, and your breakfast is like if I ate 10 pounds. Oh my God, look at your tail. It's going so fast. Stop! All right, here you go. See, now you sat. Now you're on your butt. Thank you. Look that way. Thank you. Yeah, Boss Coffee's good. Everybody's saying hi to my mom. Yeah, egg. Can I get you an egg? Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? This is a plate of breakfast, absolutely. Do I have any more Project Rockets to show off? Unfortunately, they are not easily accessible at the moment because half a flower shop is here in the garage, so things had to get moved around, unfortunately. But hopefully in some streams later down the line, I will show you some really cool things with that. Oh, Blake, oh no! Which is missing the mohawk. I just had to cut mine off as it got off center from the side. Haircuts over the best ear. Oh, Blake, I hope you get your hair. I hope you get yours back. As I've been saying, mine is done. Yeah, it's over. Or I'm fairly confident it's over. It's because a lot of the hair I need for the volume to actually make it look like a mohawk is gone. Oh well. So, as was suggested to me by several people, grow it out long, bleach it, dye it white. I got the mad scientist look. Bam. So that's what I'm going to be doing right now. Okay, we were going to be talking about something. I feel like somebody was talking about space debris. Here we go. I don't like your name, though, because you are not. So the name is Cheap Piece of Crap, but I just want to let you know, whoever you are not. Question. I know that space junk in the Earth's atmosphere is really bad. Are there any ideas to solve this problem? The only one I could think up was building a giant wall to act as a junk sponge, like something just designed to get hit with all of the tiny bits moving at thousands of miles an hour. So there are some ideas. I'll just call you cheap. Because I really don't like... That's just not a very... You are not a cheap piece of crap. Cheap piece of crap. So cheap. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm sorry. Before I answer that, Julie says, I think you should get a head fin like the fella in Guardians of the Galaxy. That would be Yondu. And at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, where we have a simulator where we can do space flights in it. Whenever I'm on console for it, my call sign is Yondu. So, because I wear a blue flight suit, and I have, a mohawk. So they were just like, when we were figuring out call signs for everybody to get things started, people were just like, "You're Yondu," and I was like, "That is the highest praise anyone has ever given me." So yes, actually, I very much feel. I feel that. Thank you. And that was. I was trying very hard not to cry when. You can watch Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and you can figure out why I was trying not to cry. First of all, I really don't want to waste this. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That's good. We're having breakfast together. Isn't this great? So, cheap. Yeah, I can understand it. But in terms of debris, it's really difficult because a lot of debris is not particularly big. In fact, the vast majority of debris is actually going to be too small to detect with ground-based radars like we have right now. So it's super important that we understand where the debris is that we can just barely detect, because then that sort of gives us an idea as to where we'd expect a large clouds of very small debris to be at. Because debris just below what we can't detect is still absolutely a threat to anything at orbital velocities. And that's also a really hard part of it too, which is that when you're moving at orbital velocity, there's a tremendous amount of kinetic energy involved. As I was talking to someone last night, the energy of even something like a fleck of paint hitting the International Space Station at a head-on speed, so basically something like, oh my gosh, like 16 kilometers per second, that would be catastrophic, even like a fleck of paint. So it's really difficult to try to, I would say using a wall kind of system would be not a particularly good idea, just because you could end up developing more debris from it like that, unless you know of an area where there is a lot of very small debris. And what you can do, there's a material called aerogel. And I don't know if you've ever gotten to play with aerogel before, but it's basically a super lightweight, extremely porous material in the sense that it is, by volume, it's like 99.99999% air, something like that. And it was actually used on a space mission called Stardust. And Stardust went to a comet, and as it flew through the tail of the comet, it had the aerogel. It had this collector that had a whole bunch of aerogel blocks in it, and it had it deployed so as it went through the comet's tail, material from the tail would hit the aerogel, but the aerogel would slow down the material enough that it wouldn't burn up. It wouldn't vaporize as it hit aerogel, it hit the aerogel. It kept those particles intact. It is one of those things where, unfortunately, a system like that isn't really going to work at orbital velocities unless you have very tiny particles. It really is a matter of, you have to wait for it to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, either due to atmospheric pressure or a combination of solar photon pressure from the sunlight working with that, in addition to maybe the sun actually having a solar maximum that will cause the atmosphere, its density, to raise a little bit, which goes with it. So aerogel, just to double check what aerogel is made out of, because you just asked Julie, and actually I feel like I should know this. Silicas, essentially, with that there. So silica gels, other things. And Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can also make them from alumina, chromia, and tin dioxide. You can also develop carbon aerogels as well. I have held aerogel before. It is bizarre. If you can imagine that, so it felt very much like styrofoam. So I would say the texture felt exactly like styrofoam, very smooth styrofoam. But it was also one of those things where, like, when you were holding it, you had to be very, very careful, because if I were to move like this while holding the aerogel, it would fly out of my hand. So we had to be very careful when pass the aerogel on the left hand side. We had to be very careful. I couldn't bogart that aerogel with that there. So Mr. Huggy asking, what about Diodo with its Whipple shield, which is if you don't know what a Whipple shield is, or is it Whipple or Whipple? I think it's Whipple. But if it's wrong, but if I'm wrong, the internet will correct me. Someone on Reddit will destroy my career because I've said something incorrect. It's these shields that you have, like, one layer here, an empty space, one layer here, an empty space, one layer here, empty space. Actually, Stardust had those at the front of its solar panels to protect those as it went through the stream of that comet's tail. You could use those, but remember, we're trying to make sure that we don't make any additional debris. So if we're going to be catching orbital debris, we want to make sure that the amount of debris that we generate from capturing that piece is zero. Because if we generate one piece of debris while capturing another piece of debris, we have not solved the problem. If we generate 20 pieces of debris while trying to capture one piece of debris, then we've done bad. So the whole goal is that you have to figure out, how do you get the debris without generating more debris? That's the critical thing about it. So that's why it's really difficult to think about that wall idea really working all that well. That's why I think like aerogel and maybe very, very slow velocities. Maybe launch it in an orbit where the inclination is off by just a couple of degrees. That way you can approach it maybe, maybe 1.5 kilometers per second, something like that, maybe. But overall, the best way to mitigate debris is to put steps in place so that it doesn't happen to begin with. So things like making anti-satellite weapons illegal. So that would be a start. And by the way, I just want to say, Russia's anti-satellite test absolutely sucks. So did India's in 2019. So did the United States' in 2008. And so did China's in 2007. Anti-satellite weapon systems should not be a thing, simply because of the lead to Kessler syndrome that they could cause. I know a lot of people were bagging on Russia and Russia alone for it, but as far as I'm concerned, no. Russia, India, the United States, and China, 4 of us have done anti-satellite tests. Nobody gets off the hook in my book. All 4 of us are not great while we do that. Maddie, entertain me while I drive, please. But I'll not be participating while driving, I promise. That's good. I hope you're not driving right now. Maddie, I know where you are, Maddie. Actually, I don't. It'll do that really, really well. All right. Blake, can I just start calling you Yondu on tomorrow live stream chats? Love it. Yes, absolutely. Michael Roker, who plays Yondu, has an amazing career. I think he's extremely talented. He was in a movie. He's in a movie called Mississippi Burning with Gene Hackman, and he goes toe to toe with Gene Hackman in that movie in terms of acting talent, and that is. Man, that is some amazing skill to have if you can match Gene Hackman like that. So, yeah, Mr. Huggy, I think it's time to ban anti-satellite weapon systems. Yeah, I totally agree. And Maddie, if you're on the 405, you're nearby, and you should totally come visit the TMRO studio, because the TMRO studio is open for folks who want to come visit during shows. So, as long as you're vaxxed. Yeah, Blake, he's a great actor. I've noticed that. about the MCU. They actually pull good actors to do things. I mean, same with the DCU too, right? So I think it's pretty cool. You know, like 20 years ago, if you wanted to make a superhero movie, you really couldn't get like a top-rate person in order to do it because it was just. But then Spider-Man happened, right? So, and then actually, you know what? I'm just gonna throw this out there. I feel like Blade is when superhero movies really kind of came into their own with Wesley Snipes, right? So, where's all the love for Blade? Because I don't care what anybody says. I love Blade and Blade 2. They're very fun. And Spawn, you know, I haven't watched Spawn in a while. I had a couple Spawn comic books. I think I actually still have some Spawn, like, first runs somewhere in my closet somewhere. So, yeah. So, really cool stuff. Avian Laugh Mate. Hello, Jared. Good to see you again. Good to see you, too. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. This is going. Yeah, I love Blade. Yeah, I know, right? I would love for them to I'd love for another Blade movie to get made and Wesley Snipes to come back for it, and it would just be amazing. It'd be really cool. Damn it, I just want to see another Blade movie. So it'd be really. It was just fun, right? It wasn't like, gosh, you know, once you got to the end, what was it? Phase 3 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, whichever one, Infinity. Oh God, see, it's been. You know, the past couple of years have been one hell of a decade, right? Oh my God, I can't even think. After Infinity War, Endgame, or was it Infinity War? I don't know which one came last. It's been the pestilence has ruined my time frame. Whichever one wrapped up. Phase 3 was just exhausting at the end there. It was like I know how this is going to end, but man, they're taking so long to do this. What? Inadvisable Science, have you watched the Blade animated series? No, because I did not even know there was a Blade animated series. So, mind blown. All right, I'm going to have to go find that. Avina, I'm excited for The Matrix. Me too. Matrix is really what kind of got me into filmmaking, or wanting to get into filmmaking, because I thought it was really cool. I was like, wow, they're not using a computer for those effects. So, first one's cool. Second one, I like the car chase. Third one, it's a wrap up. So, I like that the car chase, they did a lot of practical effects for it. I don't know about you all. I'm a very big fan of practical effects. I think CGI sucks. So I feel like if you can do practical effects for stuff, please do it. Obviously, there are certain things that you can't, where CGI is just kind of how that's going to go. But there are a lot of ways to do practical effects that you could do CGI as well, but it's just going to look better practical effects. To me, like Christopher Nolan is the master of you could do the CGI, but let's actually do it practical with that there. So I really love his stuff. When he makes it. So that to me, the hallway fight in Inception, when they're rotating the entire set around, that is probably one of the most amazing shots I've ever seen, just because of the fact that the camera is physically moving while the set is also rotating at the same time. And also Joseph Gordon-Levitt and that stuntman had to train in order to do that. So wow, that just takes a hell of a lot of planning in order to do that. Also, I love the fact that in Dunkirk, they got actual aircraft in there, actual boats. They went to actual beaches to do that. It's good stuff. And Interstellar, they used a ton of model work in it as well, which, huge models of endurance, other things like that. And yeah, I'm a slut for practical effects. So just gonna say it. So can't help it. Inadvisable Science. Would love to see your movie when you make it. Unfortunately, I actually was in the movie business for a little bit, about a decade and a half ago, and I actually didn't really care for it. So that's why I left. And I was like, what would I do besides making movies? I was like, let's make some spaceships. So slight jump from filmmaking, acting to spaceships. But you know, now I'm an engineer who can talk to people mostly. So, all right. I'm going to pause this right now for just about 2 to 3 minutes. I'm going to be right back. So if anybody wants to take a breather real quick, I'm going to take a breather real quick and I'll be right back. Okay? Heidi. Okay. I'm back. So, all right. Okay, cool call. Oh my gosh. Everybody stop giving me compliments. So, stop it. So, I'm just being me. So, anyways. Hi, are you back out here? Missy is joining me again. Hi, what's up? Am I your best friend? Would you like... Okay, I'm gonna give her some meats. Would you like some meats? Would you like some meats? Have some meats. Stop sniffing it and eat it, you fool. Anyways, hi. I have returned. Back at it again at Krispy Kreme. Oh, nice. Julie Song, that's really cool. The spaceship from The Last Starfighter. That's cool. I'll have to check out that video. Also, there was somebody here. Cheap. Yes, check out Corridor Crew. They're a YouTube channel that breaks down how special effects, practical effects are made, and even stunts are performed. Yes, I highly recommend. Cheap is correct. It is a fantastic YouTube channel that talks all about that. my partner Ray just showed me recently a video of they made animations for what are they called? Bowling alleys. Yeah, they made animations, crappy animations for bowling alleys. And oh my God, some of them were very borderline. Like, this is, I don't know if I would attach my name to that kind of levels to it. So yeah, they're very, very funny. They're so great. Also, they will take movies and uprate them. They'll like make them R-rated. And I saw their one for the opening scene for Captain America: Civil War, and oh, that was a really funny movie. And what was best is that they actually, one of the stunt guys who was in that scene came in and thought it was hilarious watching himself. So thank you, Julie. Yeah, highly recommend them. What else? Science Jared will be my favorite mad scientist if he ever gets to it. That innocent giggle while dropping fire and brimstone. Yeah, I mean, hummingbird fight. Ooh, that's a pretty one. That's nice and pink and purple. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know if you know this. I have lit myself on fire before, and maybe for the next stream, I'll have a part where I actually do light myself on fire in front of you all. So. But yeah, it's actually one of the demos I know how to do mostly safely. So, anyone going to ask about Raptor, Hendon, as in SpaceX's Raptor engine? Or, where was it? Julie, I think you asked me at some point, like, non-serious question. What's my favorite dinosaur? Which it's a raptor. So, that's what that is. OT44 Edo. Jared, what do you expect from the DART mission? Would there be a hard hit, or there will be a lot of debris? Would there be a double mushroom from the impact and the other way around? Well, I don't know. I haven't actually looked up what Didymos is, like what all the data we've taken from telescopes has said that Didymos is. Because there's certain types of asteroids, and that can sometimes tell you how we would expect their structures to be made. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll find out, that's for sure. DART and the CubeSat that's with it, which I neglected to mention. I'm very sorry about that earlier. Which is I lost my train of thought. I think I was talking about DART. I forgot to tell you earlier that it has a CubeSat on board called LisaCube from Italy, which is going to be ejected before impact, so that way it can image Didymos and DART impacting Didymos, which is going to be really cool. So I'm really looking forward to the imagery we get from that. Also, DART will be sending back imagery in real time all the way up until impact as well. So that'll be great. That'll hopefully help us understand the composition and the structure of Didymos as it impacts. I think it will. I think it's going to be a rubble pile since it's a moon around an asteroid. I think it'll be a rubble pile, and I think it will deflect it. I think it'll have a successful deflection. So, but we'll see. So the Raptor, we're talking about the Starship engine. Have you heard from anyone about any replacement? I have not. I do not take tweets from Elon seriously. Because half of the time it ends up being not true, and then a quarter of the time it ends up being true, but it takes 2 to 3 years, and then the other quarter of the time it's just shit posting. So, yeah. So, I talked about it a little bit yesterday on Twitter with someone, which is that I really don't follow SpaceX. I don't follow SpaceX online. I'll usually wait for SpaceX themselves to typically say things, simply because there will be 4,000 different hypotheses being floated as the most truthful one, because I got a $200 super chat that says so. And then, like, one of them will be right and 3,999 of them will be wrong. But even if you have the one that is correct, you will be ostracized because you're wrong compared to everybody else. So I really actually don't pay much attention, honestly, to SpaceX, because there's so much signal to noise, and it's mostly noise, unfortunately, in terms of coverage of things like that. And one of the things I strive for, at least personally myself, when I'm doing my own stuff for tomorrow or my own channel, is accuracy. That's all I want. I want accuracy. Accuracy devoid of bias. Which, as you can imagine on YouTube, very difficult to do because there's a lot of fanboying that goes on, a lot of homering and other stuff that goes on. And I don't really do that, especially coming from an engineering background. I'm a bit realistic, which most people don't care for. So, which is fine with me. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to tell you what's going on. So yeah. That's kind of how it is. So honestly, I actually don't really pay attention to what SpaceX does. TC Griffith is getting me a little bit heading in. So, but yeah, I usually avoid what I would call the usual areas. Honestly, if you want to get really good, if you want to go somewhere that I get my info from about SpaceX that I feel is very, very good, NASA Spaceflight, their forums, pay for their L2 access. Their L2 subscription is absolutely amazing. Chris, I have one from Chris, who runs NASA Spaceflight. Thank you so much. NASA Spaceflight fucking rocks. So they are an amazing group, and they are fantastic at what they do with their reporting and their accuracy and their ability to cover so much all at once and be ridiculously accurate at the same time. I absolutely love everything that they do. And they don't get enough credit for everything that they do, too, I feel. So them and Next Space Flight and other groups like that, they're amazing. So, here's one. Here's one that I can answer, which is, does Jamie talk about SpaceX behind the scene on tomorrow, or is she lips closed behind the camera, too? Well, what you hear on air is what myself and others hear behind the scenes as well, which is nothing. So I don't. Jamie does not talk about Company X. Dutta does not talk about the company he works for. I don't know if Dutta has publicly acknowledged the company he works for, but and I will not say because that's Dutta's. And if you know, I would ask that you please note in that as well. I tend to not talk about Griffith and Columbia stuff that is not public. Or actually, I tend to not talk about both of them, and I don't talk about anything that's not public with them. So, yeah, and we'll see too in the future what happens with that. But yeah, we obviously, those of us who are in aerospace for quite a while understand the concepts of discretion, and I've signed enough NDAs that there's definitely tons of things considering how not deep I am in aerospace and how many NDAs I've had to sign, I can't even imagine how many NDAs Dutta has had to sign, which I can't even imagine the several orders of magnitude more NDAs I bet Jamie has had to sign throughout that. But that is pure speculation on my part. Once again, the views and opinions expressed by myself and my potential guest today are ours alone and better than yours. So there's not public stuff with Griffith. So there's definitely not public stuff with Griffith. So in case you wanted to know, since somebody is apparently blown away, and Hendon is like, what? What's not public with Griffith? A few things. So I will say they're planetarium related. So I'll say that at least. So also there's times where I'll have there's times where there's interactions with the public that are unbelievably entertaining, but if I say it on air, it's not cool. So So, yeah. Loopy, I'm calling you out. I forgot it's today. How dare you? How dare you? So I can't believe you would do this to me, Loopy. No, I'm not. You're good, Loopy. It's pretty cool to see. For those not in the know, who is Jamie? Jamie is the executive producer of TMRO, TMRO, youtube.com/TMRO. Probably where you know me the most from. So something like that. So yeah. Yeah, it's cool stuff like that. Oh yeah, Blake, just want to throw it out there. The 2 cameras on the CubeSat are called Luke and Leia. So the CubeSat for the DART mission, 2 cameras called Luke and Leia. I'm sure those are acronyms. And also Blake asking, what is your favorite part about your work? Well, at Columbia, it's definitely saving history. That mock-up should not. That mock-up was set to be abandoned and forgotten forever. And now we're going to have it out, and we're going to let you go through it and other things like that. So, pretty great. At Griffith, for me, it is opening up the universe to people who may not have ever had a chance to have access to it. That is the thing about Griffith. That was what our benefactor, Griffith J. Griffith, did back in the early 20th century, which is he wanted a observatory for the public. He went to Mount Wilson Observatory here in the LA area in at the turn of the 20th century, like in the 1900s. So right at the start of the 20th century. And they were trying to get him to, throw some money because really rich people at that time basically funded stuff like that. And then we understood this concept called public good that benefits us all, and we started helping additional funding with that. Anyways, that's a rant for another time. And also a rant I don't know if I want to do on the internet either. That's a much more nuanced rant from myself. But he looked through the telescope and he turned to they showed him Saturn through the telescope, the Andromeda Galaxy, some other things through their 60-inch telescope, which you can look through up at Mount Wilson. I've actually done a night of observation on it up there myself. And he asked the staff at Mount Wilson Observatory, he said, what do people think of? How do people react to this? Because it was profound for him, it was really deep for him. And the staff at Mount Wilson Observatory was like, we don't let the public in here. What are you talking about? We're a bunch of scientists. So Griffith J. Griffith basically said, if everyone could look through that telescope, it would change the world. So he gave a gift to the city of Los Angeles to build Griffith Observatory. A monetary gift, and they waited until 1935 the 1930s to execute on that. Started work in 1932, eventually opened on May 14th, 1935. And my favorite part of working at that job is when someone looks through a telescope at an object and has their mind blown. So, and right now we're in the wheelhouse for that because we still have Saturn in the time that we have our telescopes open. It is. Last night there were a few people I got to see have their minds blown looking at Saturn, and that always makes me feel like I'm not wasting my time doing that. And it's a joy to watch people look through a telescope for the first time, because there's always that moment of like, wow, no way, is that it? Oh my gosh, it is it. Oh, that's so cool. So that brings me just as much joy as a person taking a look through it. And I will never get tired of watching people get their minds blown as they look at stuff. So yeah, makes me feel good. It makes me feel great. And honestly, most of the people who are coming up to the observatory are very curious people. So yeah. Oh, this is a good one, Rory. I love this, which is that, is there a way to do a touch tour of space stuff since you're a mom, since your child is blind? Yes, I have actually been advocating at Columbia for us to do what's called a petting zoo, which I want to actually have materials out that are aerospace materials that you can touch on your own. The thing is, the pestilence is upon us, so that makes it a little difficult to allow an exhibit that allows you to touch things. But yeah, that is something I feel is really cool. Also at Columbia, we have some really cool stuff from NASA that they've sent us, where you'll actually have like tactile maps, where you'll have elevation maps that have the actual tactile feel to them and things like that. Honestly, science does a very bad job of doing things to be inclusive to folks who have challenges that they have to overcome, be it loss of eyesight, loss of hearing, a person like me with cognitive issues and stuff like that. It really is a massive fault of ours, and we really need to be doing everything we can to fix that. And unlike most people, when they say we need to do everything we need to fix that, I really am trying to put an effort into trying to figure out what we can do to fix that. And I feel like the petting zoo is a pretty cool idea. I feel like developing more tactile things with it, because I'm sure Braille is nice, but if you can have a person there talking with someone and saying, and here's Olympus Mons, and actually with their hand there, making them go over an elevation map so that they can feel Olympus Mons and know that it's there. I feel like that's much more meaningful with that than say Braille, like a Braille book about Mars or something like that. So sort of like when I go and do talks on my own, do science talks and things around, when I get invited to do that, I tend to not I tend to not put a whole bunch of text and charts and other things there. I tend to put pictures because people tend to understand that a lot better, and you can speak to them a lot better too. But again, it's really difficult for us to figure out how to. We're still working on the inclusivity of science, and that is a worthy thing to work on. And yeah, Rory, there might be resources, and that is something that I should look into with that there. With that, so. Yeah, actually, Blake has a really good one here that I quite like, which is for the visually impaired. The 3D audio of a rocket launch would be amazing. Smarter Every Day has the 3D sound of a Falcon Heavy launch. That's actually a very well done audio recording of what an actual rocket sounds like. Having been to now, this week, thanks to DART, I've been to 22 rocket launches in person at Vandenberg. So that was number 22. Cool stuff. Loopy, I got to touch some reinforced carbon once while a blowtorch was being fired at it. That was very fun. Yes, we have a shuttle tile at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, and I've heated it up to 2,000 degrees before and held it in front of people. So that was pretty cool. So really neat. I quite like it. I'm allergic to shuttle tiles, in case you wanted to know. You can be allergic to the silica in them, and I'm allergic, so I have to wear gloves when holding our shuttle tile. So that's pretty cool. That was an interesting day to learn that. Blake, I had my mind blown a few years ago looking at Saturn through a 14-inch telescope at a local brewery, where a local patron brought his telescope out for people to enjoy a beer in space. It was a great night. Blake, were you down at Wavelength Brewery in Vista, California? Because that is a brewery that I've actually been to and done talks at for their Friday night science program, where you can come and drink beer and learn science. And I love drinking beer and telling people about science. And they have their BFT, the Big Friendly Telescope, there. So that might have been it. If it was, they're amazing. They're an amazing group of people, and I absolutely love them with it. Hans, who runs Wavelength, is maybe one of my favorite human beings on this planet, because he's just such a delightful person and so focused and so dedicated. Not just to brewing excellent beer, which all their beers there are excellent. I don't even like IPAs, and I love their IPAs. Just his push for science in general is fantastic. So, Julie Song actually asking if you could name something in a program, what would it be, and what would you call them? So actually, someone earlier asked me how my novel was doing, which, in case you didn't know, I'm writing a novel, a hard science fiction novel, because I really like science fiction, and I really like accurate science fiction, but all the hard science fiction that I know of is really dry. so I'm writing the comedy one, if you can believe that. If you want to, the Twitter account is at their novel, ThereNovel, and we'll see how many people do that with that. And I think the first chapter is actually still there. I haven't been able to touch it in quite a while, simply because I've just been so busy with work. Loopy, oh my god. So first of all, 44 ETO saying sci-fi, yes, I love science fiction too, and I feel like there's not enough accessible hard science fiction. Also, Loopy saying hard science fiction needs more vibrant gay people in it. That's my take. I agree. Being a queer person myself, in case you didn't know, a queer pan poly person that I am. Yes, we definitely do need more folks involved in that as a whole, in science, period. Especially aerospace. I'll often be the only person who's not straight in the room, which is fine. I understand that, but we're gonna take a sledgehammer to those ivory towers and tear them down. So good stuff. We're already on our way. But yeah, actually, I have a space plane. There's a space plane in it, and it is named the SS Feynman, and it's named after Joan Feynman, not Richard Feynman, because Richard Feynman, womanizer. So Joan Feynman, much, did a lot of great astrophysics, and unfortunately passed away last year. But the one good thing that Richard Feynman did is that he did encourage her to work on things with it. So. But yeah, it's the space plane in it is named the SS Feynman after Joan Feynman, and I always liked that because I feel like that's a pretty good one. So my special guest has texted me and told me that they're grabbing food and then they'll be here, which I'm gonna make fun of them once they get here for that, because we talked about this actually last night. But my super secret special guest is on their way. I think they'll probably be here within 10 or 15 minutes, which means they're probably going to roll up at some point. But I will literally say actually I need to text them just to say, come up to my gate, it's unlocked. Okay, cool. So that's going to be really neat once they show up. Right there. Okay. Cool. All right. Got that coordinated. You're watching me coordinate live on the air. We're live at 5. So Ot44 Edo saying, would you compare Asimov and I assume A. Clarke is Arthur C. Clarke? I don't know. I don't know if I can compare them. So here's the thing. I've actually not been doing a lot of sci-fi lately because I want to make sure I don't pick up influence. The anxiety. I think in one of my writing classes a decade ago, they called it the anxiety of influence, which is the concept that if you read stuff, you might end up subconsciously sprinkling bits of it, maybe whole chunks of it into your work. So I've been trying to kind of back off from things with it, but I do what I have read of Clarke and Asimov. I definitely do like a lot with that there. So yeah, so cool stuff. Yeah, it's really good. Oh my gosh, yeah. Here we go. 44 Edo on that there. Jared, did your heart stop when you read about the James Webb incident? Yes. Anytime I see a headline of James Webb at this point, it's like so I'm pretty much nearly peeing my pants. Anytime I see the words James Webb. In fact, seeing James Webb in the chat room just now, I almost pooped my pants. So yeah, that's kind of how they go with it. Oh, here's a good one. Julie Song asking, weird question. When they fire up the Tesla coil at Griffith, or do they fire up the Tesla coil at Griffith? And if so, does it funk up other Griffith instruments? Yes, we do fire it about once an hour up there for demonstrations. And it does not screw up any instruments at Griffith because we have a Faraday cage around it. And because we have a Faraday cage there around it, if I'm giving a talk about the Tesla coil, I absolutely do talk about the fact that it's in a Faraday cage. Because if it wasn't, it would be wrecking all the electronics within about 50 feet of it. So in case you didn't know, we have a Tesla coil up at the observatory. We run it about once an hour, puts out up to about 1 million volts of electricity. Spark is about 5-6 feet long coming off of it. It's very impressive. And it's very cool because I get to push the button sometimes and actually run it. So, yeah, I just realized I do not have a chair out here for my special guest who's going to be showing up. So, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go ahead and take a little break. Oh my God, Loopy. Have you thought about letting the Tesla coil do your hair? That is a joke that when I have a mohawk, I would often make it. And in fact, there is my special guest arriving now. I just saw them roll through, but I need to grab them a chair. So, what do? I go grab a chair. Hello. Let yourself in. I am. Excellent. All right, everybody. Well, it's time. It is time.
Don't hype it up too much.
What's up?
Don't hype it up too much.
Don't. Well, it looks like we're both going to be eating right now.
Welcome to the mukbang.
So, how should I introduce you?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll just introduce you however I would like to then.
Do it.
So, respected viewers, folks,
Countrymen
ladies and gentlemen,
of the journey.
NBs and friendbies, foolish mortals.
Where am I on?
This is my guest.
Hello.
Actually, in a sense, it actually is you. With my special guest here today. Straight from the mythical lands of Texas, the remarkable, the charming, the incredibly talented, voice actor extraordinaire that you have heard in a multitude of things. The only one I can think of right off the top of my head is that you were in Gundam. And that's just because I watched Gundam. So please come forth, Mark Allen Jr. No, get your.
Aww.
You have to come over a bit more. Get on.
I don't know. You made it awkward with that whole.
We have made it.
intro
I have made it
thing.
very awkward. So
Hello.
very sorry about that. So this is my very good friend Mark. We were just talking last night about how we've been friends for how many years now?
22 years.
22 years. So 6th grade, day one, 6th
yeah,
grade. So, which is pretty wild to think about.
We have known each other through 3 recessions. That's how I measure time. Is periods of
Recessions.
strife. Yeah. Anyway, hi. I have Yoshinoya because
Yo, you can eat on here. I've been eating in front of everybody.
I live in Texas right now, and there's one Yoshinoya in all of Texas,
That makes no sense.
and it's in the airport. So, this is my good old home cooking.
I was going to say,
Yoshinoya.
it's a lot like Sonic's, where the closest Sonic's to me here in LA is in Victorville, which is
Meanwhile,
two
Sonic's-
hours into the desert.
Sonics are like Starbucks.
Yes,
where I live.
that's
They're
what-
everywhere.
Do you remember when I went to
Yeah.
visit you? Because so back in 2019, I went to the U.S. Grand Prix in Austin, the Formula One race, because y'all who watch, if you don't know, I'm a huge Formula One fan. So I'm pissing my pants right now. I'm pissing my pants a lot during this show, I gotta say.
Right now?
Right.
Should I make some space?
So,
Don't let it linger. That makes it worse.
so warm. Anyways. It was a cold morning. I had no options. This is great because you bring out the worst in me in the best ways.
Hello.
So, yeah, there's Missy.
Man, you used to be a puppy.
Yeah, she was itty bitty when you last saw her.
And
I
now
think,
she's
so.
old and crotchety.
She's not crotchety. She's delightful.
She was just growling at me. So
She was not growling at you.
She was just growling in general.
Yeah. Oh shit! She was growling.
I told you. Hi.
Missy, this is a friend. If you give her a piece of meat.
You want her to eat this?
I don't. Sure. She knows how to poop outside. Just a itty bitty piece.
I was trying to say it's kind of stringy. Missy. She got scared.
She's
She
not having
straight
it.
up was like, "Nah,
She's
fam."
not having it at all. All right, so. Oh my god.
Okay, she ate it. I
You
passed the
better
test.
thank your lucky stars that Mark gave you that piece of meat. So.
Oh, hi, Hendon. Yes, I was in Dr. Stone. I play Ukyo Sayonji in Dr. Stone.
Yeah, so here's something that's really cool, Mark. We can actually push comments to air
Well, that's cool.
here. So if you see something that you want to push,
I was
like
just
Julie right
saying
here
as I
saying,
see.
just look at those handsome guys, we could push that to air.
I'm not sure.
What's that
There's
there?
one handsome guy right there.
So, two. Those two of us.
We are wild and crazy guys, though.
Yes, we are. Just a bunch of wild and crazy
Wild
guys.
and crazy guys.
That's very true. So,
What's your link?
Um,
I'll tweet it out.
what's up?
What's your link? I will tweet it out.
I don't know what my link is.
You
Go
just stream randomly to nobody.
jump
in
on my
general?
Twitter. It's there.
Did you
It's
tweet about it
Yes,
earlier?
I did tweet about it.
I did not get the
How about you
notification.
actually like read my Twitter account as
It
much as
didn't.
I read yours?
It didn't push to my timeline.
Oh, it didn't push to your timeline. Sure, it didn't.
Do you see how many people
Sure
I am
it did.
following? Do you see that? Do
Yeah,
you see that
I'm
number?
not following that
You
many.
know you're one of those people? Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
about like a third.
I don't
want
want to be like, I'm too busy to talk to you, but like, Twitter decides when I get to see who says what, and it decided I didn't get to see you.
Rari is asking Mark if you ever fired a rocket.
I have. Very, very small bottle rockets, and I think
Bottle
No,
rockets.
legitimately, because when we were in middle school,
Uh-huh.
we had quite a few opportunities to launch bottle rockets with pressurized water.
Yes. Oh,
and we
right.
did one where it was like
God.
it was like baking soda and something else. I don't remember. But I did also launch a small fuse rocket.
Mr. Nolan. Right?
Yeah.
Mr. Nolan, our technology
One of
teacher.
the coolest teachers. And at the time we didn't think he was cool. We thought he was weird. But as we've gotten older, I realized he was just chill. Like he just was like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, well, I just realized. I was actually, if we think about him, he's basically Jamie Heineman.
Yeah. He had
From
a flight
Mythbusters.
simulator in his classroom.
Yeah, but it was like a full Cessna
It
cockpit.
was a full cockpit. We
Yeah.
would get... We almost got late to class several times because we were like, no, I have to land the plane. I can't just leave. Oh, now she's looking for more meat.
Yeah.
See what you've done? You've turned me into an enabler.
What have I done?
You've turned me into an enabler.
I'm not an enabler.
Hi.
I didn't even have to do that.
Got a tail wag.
So Hendon says that Jared doesn't even have super chat, and that's because in YouTube's views, I'm but a pleb.
But a
Because
humble player.
I don't have 1,000 subscribers, and I don't have 4,000 watched hours yet. I want to fix that, obviously.
You
But,
could.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something that might get you in trouble, so maybe I won't say it.
Why?
I
What?
was gonna say you could just bot the hours.
I could buy them, but I have morals.
No, not buy, bot.
I could bot them.
Not past tense of buy.
Oh,
but-
BOT.
Yeah.
Okay, I could
Yeah.
bot them, but I have scruples. So
Ooh,
most of the time.
good word.
I know, right? That was a pretty good one.
Scruples.
Julie Song is asking, have you met the Mythbusters guys? I have not met Jamie or Adam.
I ran into, was it Terry? Tori. I ran into Tori once a long time ago, and I didn't know it was him until about 3 hours later. And I mean literally ran into, like I bumped into him at some event. I don't remember what it was. It had to have been like 18 years ago.
Are there any other celebrities you've accidentally ran into?
Well, there's this guy, Jared Head. I see him pretty frequently.
Yeah, well, I'm talking like physically ran into. Like it sounded like you.
We have run into each other
we
physically.
have quite often, actually.
Several times.
So even as adults.
So, at least once on film, I'm sure.
Somewhere.
I am not awake
actually,
enough to find out how to share this dang link.
Like 5 years ago, I ran into Tony Hawk at Disneyland. Like we
Did you really?
Like we bumped into each other. So.
Did he like pop a 360 shove it and continued on his way
over the New Orleans Square Gap? Yeah. No, we just like ran into each other. And I turned around and I immediately recognized him because the curse of not recognizing Tony Hawk doesn't work on me.
Right, you're immune.
I'm immune to it
because you believe in science.
Yes. I knew he was Tony Hawk because, trust me, Tony Hawk was skating, and Tony Hawk was a very big part of my childhood. So I absolutely knew it was Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk was my introduction to ska.
Yeah, that's true, right? I gotta say, just a little sidestep here to talk about ska real quick. I once saw somebody say that ska is what they imagine the soundtrack in a 13-year-old's brain sounds like when they're told the next round of mozzarella sticks is free. And
It's a very specific but accurate statement.
Never heard as accurate a statement as that. Ever. That was just such an on the nose kind of thing. Have you done this yet?
Have I done what?
Have you shared it yet?
I had to figure it wouldn't let me copy the link from your retweet, so I had to go back to your original tweet to copy the link, and I couldn't find how to copy the link off of the YouTube mobile app.
It's so good to heart.
I'm really good with technology, guys. I'm really good with technology.
If it makes you feel any better, I was a half hour late because I was just inept this morning. I just woke up this morning.
Where's the on button?
So anyway, running into Tony Hawk, we just like turned at each other, and he was like, "You good?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. You good?" And he's like, "Yeah." So that was it.
You weren't just like, "Hey, Tony Hawk."
No, because
not like make a big deal out of it, but just be like,
"It's
"Hey,
Tony Hawk.
How you doing?"
It's Tony Hawk." So
yeah, but like he wants to know that he's recognized, right?
Does he? Does he though?
Yes.
Does he though?
Because he doesn't get recognized, so it's like a whole thing where he's like, "Man, I just want someone to notice me."
Well,
I think he told this story.
If I run into him at Disneyland again.
He told this story about how once he was walking down the road.
Why are there all these flies follow you? Like there were flies in the IHOP last night.
Oh, it's my fault now.
Well, I've had 2 samples now, and both of these samples.
We're living outdoors right now, where flies actually live, but it's my fault. Okay.
It is. It is.
That's fair.
So,
don't be a guest on this show. You see how he treats you? Awful.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on my show either. So Rory's asking, can we go to Disneyland? Yeah, come on down. Actually, I don't have a pass anymore.
Is it legal to have a pass anymore?
What? At Disneyland?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have passes, except you now have to make reservations, even if you have the highest pass. And that means that you might not get the day you actually want to go.
Do they have blackout days?
I think
like
that's
other places?
Yes. And I think that's BS. So I don't want it.
By the way, I love the picture.
Oh yeah, I think you're.
That's my head.
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
somewhere in there. The top of your hair.
The bottom left of the image is my head.
Hendon says that Tony Hawk is now the age that maybe he needs to be reminded that he's Tony Hawk.
Oof.
So.
Oof.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's not that. I mean, no. Yeah, I think he's like 50.
Yeah. He's in his 50s.
Wild.
Yeah, isn't that wild to think about? Like, oh my gosh.
Remember when he was on the PlayStation?
Maybe he's a Superman.
Back in my day, Tony Hawk was an unlockable character. Anyway, yes, I'm eating. Hello.
Yeah, we're both eating right now. Because again, this is like a breakfast show. Literally. It's not
Can
like...
I help you? She stopped to look at me with her leg upraised, and I was like, "What am I? Who is this for? It's not that kind of show."
How's it, how's it going? What? What? What's up?
I'm
Tasty?
just enjoying
Tasty
my
Yoshinoya? You don't put soy sauce on it?
No.
Why?
Because you gotta taste the way. This is like the only place that makes their beef this way. So.
What do you mean makes their beef this way?
Here's the thing about Yoshinoya.
I'm really confused.
So it's not necessarily the greatest teriyaki food in the world.
Not necessarily. That
No.
might be an understatement.
I'm trying to be nice. But when it is all you eat, like when you eat Yoshinoya at least 3 days a week for like 12 years, and then all of a sudden you just can't ever eat it, that is what home is. Like, home tastes like Yoshinoya. So you just gotta go and you just gotta get it back.
Mm.
There's an interesting question.
What's up?
Should I-
Yeah, go ahead. You
Is
can push it.
Is it the green
Green.
one?
Green, and
okay.
then so click on the green.
Oh, you don't have light
And then
touch
hit- yeah.
on. Okay. So, Oteto, I'm assuming, or OT44AETO, asks, as a non-U.S. citizen, I'm from Europe, why are Americans so fascinated with Disneyland? What makes it so special? There are two sides to this answer.
Go for it.
The first side is most people from Southern California either love or hate Disneyland.
I love it.
I don't. And most of that is because it is a huge tourist attraction. So more people at Disneyland on a given day, at a given time, are from other places. But there are also Californians who are like, this is the pride of California, because everything else is garbage. So Disneyland becomes like the place to go to. When we were growing up, it was pretty pricey to go to Disneyland.
Yeah.
So we didn't go that frequently. But when I went as a kid and experienced all the rides, I kind of got all I needed from it. What I enjoy from Disney has always been the storytelling and the way that. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I boring you? The storytelling and the way that they provide opportunities for stories to be told. And Disneyland is just a theme park with, at the time, very few roller coasters. It's got a few more now because of California Adventure.
Yeah.
And so once you've gone and you've kind of done everything, the experience is kind of done, for me anyway. So I don't have a whole lot of reason to go back. Listen, I can't leave. I'm sat down. There's a gravitational field pulling me down to this chair.
What
I
dog?
cannot leave.
What?
She wants more beef. This is your fault.
Sorry. Well,
I told you.
don't give it to her.
I'm not going to. You made me an enabler.
So I always have liked Disneyland, because my family had passes when I was a kid, up until about my teens. So Disneyland has always been like I've always had very good memories at Disneyland. And going back as an adult has like resurfaced those good feelings, which is great. It's like a shot of serotonin for me. So when I go to Disneyland, also because it's a relatively controlled environment, I can just turn my brain off and not think about anything there.
It's interesting that you think it's controlled because
It's not.
it's definitely not.
No, but it is. It's illusion of controlled. Control makes me feel that way when I go there. So I feel really good when I go there.
I don't have to explain this to you, but we went to a pretty crowded high school, and
Yeah.
so when you were moving between classes, you kind of felt like cattle being herded through the hallways. You were
Yeah.
shoulder to shoulder with everybody. You were walking on the heels of the person in front of you and getting walked on by the person behind you, and that's what Disneyland feels like all the time to me. And I don't like that feeling. I'm not afraid of people. I just don't like being enclosed with like no escape. And there's really no open space in Disneyland. It's kind of wall to wall people. That kind of thing really bothers me.
I will say that in the years leading up to them opening Galaxy's Edge, they did a lot of stuff to widen out areas and really smooth over those traffic, those traffic hiccups that they would have there. But yeah, I
And
definitely.
then in the middle of the day, they make it worse by shutting down all the roads and running a parade through the middle of it.
Well, hey, as Mitch Hedberg once said, if you don't like the parade, just walk in the opposite direction it's going. It'll fast forward it for you. So,
Good luck getting through the horses and floats.
true.
I like Mitch Hedberg.
But I like it just because it's an escape. It's a level of escape for me. And when I had a pass, the TMRO studio is actually not is just basically down the street.
Oh, yeah?
Several blocks from Disneyland.
So you could just get off of work and go
Yep.
to Disneyland.
So if I was working on Tomorrow News and I wanted to take lunch, I would just go ahead and be like, oh, I'm just going to go to Trader Sam's, and then just drive to the parking structure and walk in, have lunch, leave, and come back.
Here's what I will say. The thing that kind of made Disney more worth it to me was the addition of Downtown Disney and California Adventure. Downtown Disney has some stores that are staples and other stores that kind of there's high turnover, so every time you go you kind of see something new. And California Adventure, I don't know what it was about it, but it felt more interesting to me. I think because it wasn't piggybacking off of other IPs. And by that I mean, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride is only fun if you know who Mr. Toad is, and maybe the first time you go on it. But when you go to...
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
It's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride is like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but for kids.
Yeah. They always tout that they have 3 endings, but it's all the same ending, just in a different color. It's kind of like Mass Effect. But
Well, there goes your chance at getting on Mass Effect 4.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. The thing about California Adventure is that everything felt original. So you had, Soaring Over California,
Which they got rid of.
which is sad. But
It's now Soaring Over the World.
Oh.
So earlier I was actually talking with people about practical effects, and one of the cool things about Soaring Over California is that it was shot with an IMAX camera on a helicopter, so everything was real.
And then it was sped up to make it
So-
look like you're on a hang glider.
Yeah. So when you were in Yosemite Valley, those people on the side of the rocks there climbing and swinging back and forth, they were actually there.
Yeah.
The hang glider, that was CGI. But I mean, it'd be really tough to put a hang glider right next to a helicopter.
Are you sure? Let's
Probably
try it.
ill-advised.
Let's try it.
But that scene where they're going through, careful, sweetie, she just ran into the table. That scene where they're going through the Anza Borrego Desert, and then you come over that hill, and then the Thunderbirds fly by. Like, that's real. Like, there they go. Now it's Soaring Over the World. So some of them are helicopters with an IMAX camera, like hi, sweetie. When you are sort of hovering over the Great Wall of China somewhere with it, and then you swoop down to it. Like, that was actually shot with a helicopter.
Not a drone?
Not a drone, actually a real helicopter, and there's amazing footage of this helicopter hovering and then just diving down to 10, 15 feet above a pagoda in that area. It's nuts how they did it. But then you'll get stuff like a fjord in Alaska with a glacier there, and then an orca jumps out of the water as polar bears jump into the ocean, right? Because there are polar bears in that area,
Of Alaska.
In southern Alaska there,
And they regularly hang out with orcas.
Yes, they do. Or you're flying over towards the Taj Mahal, that's no. You're not allowed to do that.
Maybe with the drone for the Taj Mahal.
No.
Yeah, maybe.
No. Also, the city behind it, you could definitely tell that's been CGI'd. Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of just how it goes. As Inadvisable Space...
We're here to ruin the magic of Disney.
Inadvisable Space says, this is a bad idea. Let's do it. That's basically been post...
That's our entire friendship.
Yeah,
that's the catchphrase for our whole friendship.
I'll also say that's basically post Iger Disney as well. So not a big fan of the folks that are in charge at the moment. So with some of there's things that they've done.
Remember the Imagineers? Whatever happened to them? They run out of imagination.
We're back into the make it cheap era, which is not good.
Yeah.
'Cause it didn't end well last time.
Remember when Tomorrowland was cool?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still enjoy going to Tomorrowland, but.
Remember how many rides were deemed unsafe in Tomorrowland?
Not unsafe
after being opened,
but poorly done.
What was the Hot rod rockets?
Rocket rods.
Rocket rods, yeah.
Which is my favorite ride as an adolescent.
It's the greatest way to get hip bruises, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, good way to get hip bruises. They basically took the people mover track and said, why go 5 miles an hour when you could go 30?
Yeah.
And then we're like,
seatbelts? What are those?
then they're like, what should we do? Should we bank the turns so you don't have to slow down for them? Or should we leave the turns as they are? So that way you can put a tremendous amount of force both on your passengers in your vehicle, on the computers that control the ride system, and also put enough force on the structures that are holding them up to violate their integrity very quickly.
And just for fun, let's put a bunch of extra bearings on the wheels, so when they bank those turns, they could potentially just shoot off out into the side of the ride.
Luckily, that didn't happen. But boy, did
So
they...
badly designed.
That was bad design.
Good idea.
Neat idea. But boy, was it not a good design. You know, what was cool, I gotta say what was cool, is, because we're Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters are now,
That's the one where you went through with the
little
guns,
laser
right?
gun, yeah, and I just absolutely destroy anybody I'm playing with. The queue would go into what was, do you remember Circle Vision? Do you remember that?
No.
So basically it was this series of screens, 360 degrees, and it was shot on film, like 8 film cameras on a 360 degree rig, and they would be, like, the projectors were strategically placed so that way it would hit certain areas and it would give you like a full 360 degree view. And they had a really cool, like, show queue in that area.
Oh, wow.
And because the lines were so long for rocket rods, you'd like get to watch the whole show queue at least like 12 to 13 times while in there. But when you're like an adolescent, it's really cool because there's like Corvettes and like concept cars from GM in the 2000s, which look terrible nowadays.
The golden era of concept
They
cars.
literally look like, so if you all have ever played San Francisco Rush.
Oh my God,
talking
yes!
the first one, they look like the cars in there, and they're like the cars of the future. And it's like, oh my God.
And then the real good ones are when they give you like, they make up concept cars, but then they'll date them so you get like the concept car of the 2018 Chevy Camaro, and it's like a triangle with like fins on the back wings and like, oh my God.
I'd drive a triangle with fins.
Would you?
Yeah, that'd be cool. So
Boxcar Derby, let's go.
yeah. But yeah, I love Disney because another reason I really like Disney is because of the rides. Because a lot of the rides tell a story, and they have to tell a complete story in a few minutes. And they do so through a multitude of means as well. So it's not just, you're not just visually telling a story, you're also doing it via experience as well with that. So
I always felt that was the one thing that Universal Studios did well, was tell their stories through their rides. The Jurassic Park ride will always be... No, legitimately.
Yeah.
It will always be, in my opinion, the best story ride. Because there's not a whole lot by way of narration or scene setting. You're just kind of, let's go into Jurassic Park, and then the dinosaurs escape, and it becomes this whole thing. And they did all of that just through set design and the way that the ride twists and turns, and then your final drop, you kind of get enough of a warning to be like, everybody hold on, and then the doors open, and the T-Rex the head drops towards you, and everyone screams, and the camera takes your picture, and then you just plummet. But they did a great job of, you could have gone on that ride having never seen Jurassic Park.
Yes.
And still had a story that you would associate with Jurassic Park.
Yeah. I was going to say my favorite ride now is Rise of the Resistance at Disneyland. I
have not been to Disneyland since Star Wars Land opened.
Yeah, so we will fix that at some point. And we need to get you on that ride, and you need to know that is like a 25-minute experience from starting the ride to.
I will do it, but we also have to get a lightsaber.
Yes, so that's absolutely.
Even though I have
necessary.
I have 2 combat sabers now, and I know that the lightsabers that they make at Disneyland are not combat safe at all.
No,
but I want one. Because they're cool.
That's
and you get
true.
to build your own, and then you actually feel like a Jedi instead of just buying a lightsaber off the internet.
What color lightsaber would you have?
That's tough. I've thought a lot about that. I don't know.
I don't know either.
My choice changes a lot. First of all, no one else is allowed to have a purple lightsaber. I'm sorry. You're not allowed. Mace Windu is the only person allowed to have a purple lightsaber. Just period. That's it. But I've thought about sky blue. I've thought about yellow because I really like the Guardians. It's just super cliche, but there was a time when I was like, a silver lightsaber would be really cool. And then Ahsoka Tano came out and was like, hey, I have white lightsabers. Deal with it. And I went, oh, cool. So,
What is orange? I'm not that deep enough into Star Wars.
Orange, I believe, was only for the proto sabers.
I don't know what that is.
So there were pre-lightsabers that were called proto sabers, and basically the emitters were not advanced enough to contain everything within the housing of the lightsaber. Mm-hmm. So you had the saber attached to a coil that reached to a battery backpack. And so the backpack provided enough charge to actually activate the emitters.
So the kyber crystals weren't quite...
Kyber crystals are a whole thing.
Okay.
Sometimes they exist and sometimes they don't.
Okay,
I don't want to get into it because some people get really defensive about that.
By the way, I just want to say, one of the folks who has been involved in this a lot is Blake. What up, my dudes?
Hi, Blake.
Blake, I do want to say, we're going to be here for a while, so if you can make it...
couple hours.
If you can make it to my house...
The clock starts now.
Get your ass to the head residence. That's all I'm going to say. And then Blake said that lightsaber building, Blake would do green, so which is good. Loopy says I should do.
Sorry, I said Guardian earlier about the yellow lightsaber. I meant Sentinel.
Okay.
Sorry, Guardians have green.
Well, if anybody's gonna...
Consulars have green. Guardians have blue.
If anybody's gonna crack you, the internet will.
Yeah, exactly.
So Loopy is saying that we should do an adventure episode where we both get our lightsabers.
That'd be dope.
So I'm down for that. So, Rari would like a blue lightsaber. Jared, what's your color? See, I can't... I'm stuck between red and blue. I don't know which one I want.
You have to be careful with red because everyone will assume that you are Sith.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm usually who's going to pay me the most.
Well, here's the problem. So, canonically speaking, you can only get a red lightsaber by dying. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, all right.
But you can get it by dying?
No, you can only get a red lightsaber by bleeding a kyber crystal. Canonically speaking.
Yeah,
However,
I have to bleed all over it?
You make the kyber crystal bleed.
Gotcha.
You stress it and break it and you fill it with hatred so that it becomes red. But when they've kind of
Sorry.
It sounds
really
silly
funny.
when I succinctify it, but there's
You
a whole
dumb
a
rock!
lore.
Listen to me, you dumb crystal! You fool!
Your mother never loved you.
Yeah. Your cleavage is awful.
Whoa.
So that's a geology term.
Just talk about.
I mean, am I
You
using
can't just
it?
talk about a kyber crystal's cleavage like that.
Yes, I can. So,
but no, they've kind of moved away from kyber crystals though. So now the Sith just have red lightsabers, and no one really asks about it. But you'll never see a Jedi with a red lightsaber. So.
okay.
But then you also don't have to be a Jedi. Like
I can just do whatever I want.
you could just be head Solo.
With my Chewbacca.
The peanut gallery in the
I got my
background.
Chewbacca with me now. So, hi Chewbacca. Hello. What are you doing?
No, put me down. Put me down. I don't want to be up here. It's scary.
Here, would you like to go over here?
No, please don't.
Okay.
I love her, but she...
Get loose with it.
Get funky with it.
Dance.
Get down with your bad self. Shake what your mama gave you. She's just staring at us like, what are you doing?
Yeah, Rory's made a good point, which is that you could be a Force wielder without being a Jedi.
Yes, you can.
very
Ma
true.
from The Force Awakens is technically not a Jedi, but is a Force wielder.
Yeah.
Also, Finn is Force sensitive, but
Yes.
that's not why he can wield the lightsaber.
Yes, it's just he's really good.
Literally anyone can wield a lightsaber.
Yeah.
It's a stick with a button on it. You just push the button and you got the lightsaber. So anybody can have it.
Mark, what do you think of Jared getting himself a Yondu head fin?
Only if he also does the all blue skin tone paint.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
And
try it.
you simultaneously have to record your audition for the Blue Man Group.
It's gonna be a little difficult. You're asking me to do a lot of percussion. That's tough, but I could give it a shot.
And you just need 2 tubes. You can make it work with 2 tubes. That's all you need.
Loopy says that they would be red all the way. Or no, wait. Green. No. One of each. One for each hand, like navigation lights.
I have there's a tabletop RPG character that I made in the Star Wars universe.
You dork.
Listen. But there's a tabletop RPG character I made in the Star Wars universe who uses 2 lightsabers, and one of them is seafoam green and the other is sky blue.
That's cool.
Because I like both of those colors.
Mm-hmm. They're good.
No one has a seafoam green lightsaber. All the green lightsabers are like lime colored, and I'm like, that's a lot of green. I don't know about that.
Okay, here we go. Here's a tough one. Ot44 Edo is asking, nerdiest question, Star Trek or Star Wars?
Both?
Yeah, I say both too.
The age-old war stems from a very basic misunderstanding of the concepts. So Star Trek is science fiction. Star Wars is high fantasy set in space.
Space opera.
It's space wizards. It's fantasy.
Okay, sure.
It's literally, I mean, the Jedi are wizards in space.
Wizards.
In space! So I really like Star Trek because I like what it did to inspire generations of engineering and intensive theoretical physics thought and things like that. My captain will always be Janeway. She's the only captain who actually cares about science. And everyone tells me that makes me a dork, but that's okay.
You're a dork. So
Plus,
I'm a dork too.
She has the most powerful voice.
She does. Really does. Loopy has a really good one, which is the early 2000 answer would have been neither Firefly, but now I think it'd be The Expanse. So very cool.
Firefly
haven't
deserved
watched-
more than one season.
Yeah, I haven't watched enough Firefly, but I haven't watched all the way through the first season, but I can tell you it definitely deserved more than one.
It was very, very good, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of shows that came out in the early 2000s that the networks were like, it's not doing as well as we think it should, so we're canning
It
it.
was also on Fox.
Yeah.
That definitely didn't help. So,
Fox and UPN were both known to just yank shows off the air for no reason. Remember UPN?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, those are tough times. Desperate times. Yeah.
My rice is cold now.
Yeah, please enjoy your cold rice. I love Picardo as the doctor in Voyager. Mm-hmm. So I've met Robert Picardo quite a few times.
He's a nice guy.
Just an absolute pleasure to be around. So him and Tim Russ.
Oh my God.
Tim Russ is an amazing human being.
I met Tim Russ at a convention that we were both panelists on, but we were not on a panel together because he was not. I mean, he's miles above me. But I met him, and it is the only time I have met someone and completely shut down from being starstruck. Because, for those of you who don't know, Tim Russ played Tuvok in Star Trek Voyager. Mm-hmm. He was the first black Vulcan, and that was a big deal for me as a kid because I'm black, and I loved the Vulcans. And so, meeting him in real life, my brain just immediately shot back to childhood, being like, you're meeting Tuvok. And like, I'm an actor, so I know actors aren't their characters. Like, I preach that all the time. But there was something in my head that was just like, you're meeting Tuvok. And I was like, I love your work. I watched you as a kid. It was really important to me. And he's like, oh, good. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah. He signed it, and I moved on. But I literally just, I couldn't. I was like, oh, if I ever meet this man, we're going to have long, extended conversations about what his experience was like and what it means and all that. And oh, man.
Yeah, and as Rari's saying, Tim Russ at the Griffith Observatory in that one episode where they...
when they went back to the 90s?
Yeah, and Sarah...
Back to the 90s.
By the way, the guest actress in that
Sarah
is
Silverman.
Sarah Silverman.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird guests in Star Trek. The Rock was a guest in an episode of Voyager where he basically played The Rock. He did the eyebrow thing and everything.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Well, several astronauts have been
That is true.
on there as well.
So
So the Shat, unfortunately, was not the first astronaut.
Not Buzz. There's somebody else from the early missions who was on there. I can't remember.
Well, Mae Jemison was the first. I think she was on Deep Space Nine. You know, so. I know Mike Fink has also been.
Enterprise had a couple of real.
Yeah, well,
astronauts on
I
it,
know Mike Fink was on Enterprise.
which Enterprise was not a great show, but they tried.
They tried.
They
That's what
really
counts.
tried.
That's what counts. Actually, I want to say Tim Russ is a lot of people don't know this. He's actually a amateur astronomer.
Yeah. He claimed a couple stars, didn't he?
Not stars, but I think he has nabbed a comet. I want to say, which is like tough to do.
Yeah.
Especially with everybody looking, you know.
Right. Especially now when it's all automated.
Yeah. He has an unbelievable collection of telescopes, and at our public star parties at Griffith Observatory, guess who's there with his telescope to let people look?
Does
through
he
it?
show up?
He shows up.
That's awesome.
He sure does. And like basically, nobody really knows who he is when he's there, except for us who work there. You know, so he's fantastic. He takes his time. He talks to everybody. He discusses things with everybody. He's just like maybe one of my favorite people. And actually, one thing I can talk about that happened at the observatory was we had him and Robert Picardo shooting something for the Planetary Society at the observatory. And the setup was like Tim was looking.
This chair.
So
Sorry,
yeah, I'm sorry.
the
I don't have a comfy seat for my guests. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
It's like the let that one roll off my back. All right, so the premise of it was that Robert Picardo was trying to do something for the Planetary Society, and he just happened to notice that Tim was up on the telescope looking through it. And then he was going to talk to Tim, but Tim didn't recognize him because, you know, he's the doctor, so he really wasn't actually there. So that was the whole joke of the video.
That's pretty cute.
They both were absolutely hilarious to be around. Also, Bill Nye was in the same telescope dome.
Bill Nye or Bill Nighy?
N-Y-E.
Okay. Bill.
So that was a bit of a there was like a lot of power coursing through the telescope dome for that hour and a half.
Thankfully, it was all contained, so the universe didn't implode.
Yes, it was all a bunch of nerds. So it worked out pretty well with that.
Yeah, talking about sky watching, so to speak. We've had a couple of interesting, shall we call them, astral phenomena this year that I really wanted to try and take pictures of because I have a very nice, low light, high quality camera, and lenses. Finding lenses that can actually, you know, photograph the moon in a way that it doesn't just look like a blob is really difficult.
It is.
And they are super expensive. So I would love to know if you have an idea about a way that you could rig up a mirrorless camera, a full-frame mirrorless camera, onto a telescope, because telescopes are significantly cheaper.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, on to our next segment.
I'm sorry. There's these things called T-rings that typically will allow you to attach to a telescope.
Okay.
Kind of depends, too, on what size telescope you're going to have.
Sure.
Because there's different size eyepieces. So usually most telescopes are going to come with what we call 1 1/4 inch, where they're 1 1/4 inch in diameter.
No way. That doesn't make any sense.
You could do that. So it'll attach to the area that the lens does, and then it will have like a little hole that you basically drop into the eyepiece area where you would be at. Or you can do what I do, which is I have a bunch of 2-inch eyepieces. So that's a step up from 1 1/4 inch.
Sure.
That's like, okay, now we're serious about this. And I like 2-inch eyepieces because most 1.25 inch, the openings are like that big. On the 2 inches, the openings are like that big. So
Which is better for bringing in light.
yes, it's better for bringing in light, and also because I let people look through my telescopes, it is so much easier for folks to look into them too and actually see what they need to see. It's not like trying to look down a narrow straw. It's like it's there as you look in.
Okay.
So I would say get a 2-inch T-ring, or find a telescope that has a 2-inch attachment, and you can find a 2-inch T-ring to attach it that way.
And it just screws on kind of like any
yeah.
other
So
lens adapter.
you'll basically pull the diagonal, or the thing that holds the eyepiece, off of the back of the telescope, and then put your T-ring inside and tighten it.
And then you
stay right
shove your camera in, duct tape it.
Yeah. And then
glue.
DP460, grab some epoxy and just hold it there for a really long time.
And hope the sensor survives the operation.
Yes. So, yeah. I think we had some thing. Oh, can you just rent a lens? Yeah, you can do that.
You
too,
can,
so.
but the thing about rental lenses is you can't guarantee the quality. You have a very, I mean, there are some companies that will say, you know, like, the minute we get a scratch, we remove the lens. But also there's the problem that if something happens to the lens, say some idiot riding his bike rides past and hits your telescope or something, hits your lens or whatever, and even just the tiniest scratch on the outside of that lens, you're paying full price for the lens anyway. So if you want the lens, it honestly is a better idea to just buy the lens.
Yeah.
Because you're more likely to use it more often anyway.
I think it's important to remember, too, that when you get a telescope, you're not going to have optical stabilization with your telescope.
Right.
So
Well, my camera has it built in.
That's good. Hopefully you can overcome
Zooming
in as much as the
especially
telescope does.
Yeah, especially at that range.
You know, I filmed a SpaceX launch with my telescope a year ago, and I'm never doing that
I
again.
remember your video going like, "Where is it?
It was very
Where is it?"
Didn't help that my LCD screen I have for my camera is not exactly the best, but you know, is what it is. So
we owe each other a trip to Moab.
Yeah, we do.
Get out there and take some pictures and look at some stars.
Definitely. We actually both have the same Jeep.
Not the same Jeep.
So-
He has his and I have mine.
Yeah, it's the
but
same model, make and model.
Different year though.
With it, yeah. Yours is like mine's a 2015.
Mine's a
and
2018.
Yeah, so I rolled the dice with the first.
They look exactly the same. I mean, I think we have the same everything. Honestly,
I think
they
so.
have not changed the Renegade in like 6 years.
Although yours is what color?
Silver.
And mine is orange. So, which is cool.
I might get mine repainted.
What color?
White, just because. For those who don't know, I do storm spotting in Texas as well, and so as much as I would love to have a blue Jeep, the goal of what I do is to be visible so that people can see me and help people if they need it, provide reports to the National Weather Service, that kind of thing. So the silver is very nice, but it's not a very reflective silver, and so I'd want to probably go for the Alpine white, which is easier to see in the dark. So
Okay, that's interesting.
and then when I do that, I can actually I have vinyls that I have on my car that identify me as a member of Skywatch, and I have 3 tornado stamps for the 3 tornadoes that I've seen in the field. But I can get them painted on instead, which will be a lot nicer.
So storm watcher, is that kind of how you would describe it?
Spotter.
Spotter, so storm
is what it
spotter.
is. Storm watcher implies that you kind of just stand there and go, "Oh, that's a storm."
So what's the difference? So yeah, what's the difference between a storm spotter and a storm chaser?
The language. That's really it. They do the same thing. The only difference is that there's a lot of, I guess, inference from people when you say you're a storm chaser. The expectation is that you're one of the crazy guys who drive out into a tornado and go, "I'm gonna drive into the tornado," with like a camera and like, yeah, there are people who do that, but storm spotter as a term more often refers to everybody in the field. So that can be people managing mobile radar, people who do what I do, which is
like a Doppler on wheels kind of
Yeah,
thing. Wow,
yeah.
that's cool.
People who do what I kind of do, which is try and get to an area where visibility is good enough that you can see all the features of the storm without putting yourself in danger. I try to be outside of the rain, there's a whole lot of science involved in how supercells form and how tornadoes form. I try to be in an area that's outside of the rain but has a clear view of what's called a wall cloud, which is a lowering of clouds that come off of a supercell, and that's typically indicative that a tornado may be forming. It doesn't mean there is a tornado. The tornado doesn't form out of the wall cloud. It actually forms on the backside. But if you see a wall cloud, typically you can assume there's some rotation to the storm, so it's possible that there will be a tornado. So I try to get to an area where that's visible, and so that I can see if a tornado forms, I can confirm rotation on the ground, which is what determines the difference between a funnel cloud and a tornado. What the National Weather Service does is they monitor everything from radar. So the radar can only tell you so much. It can tell you when there's heavy rotation. It sometimes can tell you if there's debris in the air, but that it's called the correlation coefficient, and it's still somewhat experimental. Things like birds can throw it off, or occasionally, this isn't that common, but swarms of insects can throw it off. So it's not 100% reliable. So they still rely on storm spotters in the field to confirm ground rotation that there is a tornado on the ground. And then there's levels of warnings that the National Weather Service puts out. So there's a tornado warning, which is radar indicated, which is just there's enough rotation on the radar that indicates there may be a tornado. There's observed, which is a confirmed tornado on the ground, either by trained spotters or by local officials, or even sometimes, now they've started adding social media confirmed. So if you take a picture of a tornado and tweet it at your National Weather Service branch, they will often use that to confirm a tornado.
Gotcha.
And then there's, of course, a damaging tornado, which means that there's a very powerful tornado that is causing damage to structures. That usually comes with a heightened language that says this is a life or death situation. And then there are tornado emergencies, where there's a damaging tornado that is either large or very powerful in a very heavily populated area.
Gotcha.
And they don't like putting those ones out.
Yeah, I would imagine this is sort of a last resort kind of
Well,
thing.
it's actually kind of a problem, because a lot of people in the storm spotter community want them to be more liberal with those usages, because we've had there's actually been twice, I think, in this year's tornado season, there were tornadoes in the Chicago area, in the suburbs, that went through areas that had populations over 100,000, and they didn't put out a tornado emergency warning. There was a large confirmed tornado on the ground in the suburbs, and they didn't put out a tornado emergency. It was just an observed, a damaging tornado warning.
Gotcha.
And the reason why that matters is that when they declare a tornado emergency, it taps into the United States Emergency Text Services. And so anyone in the warned area gets a text message that says there's a tornado emergency.
Seek shelter.
Right.
ASAP, something like that.
And that's really important, especially at night when people are asleep. Because if you just put out a tornado warning, sometimes that will push to local phones, but not always. But if you put out a tornado emergency, it pushes to all phones in the area codes associated with the warned area. And that can wake people up, and that can give them enough time to get to shelter. So we're trying to get them to do that more often.
And I would imagine, because I know there are places with tornado sirens where they can
sort
of set that off and wake people up and do that. But in a place like Chicago, there aren't.
No, there are.
Oh, there are?
There are. But the thing about sirens, sirens
I was 2 years old.
Sirens are not automated. They require personnel to activate them. So there can be a tornado on the ground, and if you can't see it or don't know, you're not going to hear sirens.
Okay.
So especially at night, when there's a tornado warning, oftentimes we just tell people take shelter anyway, even if you don't hear sirens, because you can't see.
Better safe than dead.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Rory's got a really good question here, which is, do you have to have a degree to be a storm tracker?
No. You can get a degree in meteorology, you can get a degree in climatology, and you can get a degree in
Atmospheric
yeah,
sciences?
like
something
macro atmospheric
climatology, things like that.
No, but it's specifically dealing with the greater patterns of air circulation and currents and stuff globally. I forget what it is. But if you get those degrees, there's nothing wrong with getting them, but they are more geared towards the scientific side of things. So they're very helpful in terms of determining maybe a model by which we can determine that a tornado will form under certain conditions or something like that. People with those degrees oftentimes end up working for the National Weather Service, or at least NOAA. But you don't need a degree to be a storm spotter. There are training programs. So I am certified. There's lately it's been a webinar because of what's been going on in the world. But there are workshops that you can attend. There's about a 3-hour workshop that kind of goes over, these are the things that you need to make reports for. This is how you make a report. This is the number to your local office. If you're going to be outside of your local area, make sure you know the numbers to those offices, that kind of thing. They teach you what to identify, that you don't just call in when there are scary looking clouds, but that you have, you have specific information that will determine this is something I should call in.
Gotcha.
And once you go through that, you get a certification. There's also an advanced version where you can further understand warning signs, things to look out for, such things as like, there's visual cues to certain storms that will tell you what's going on. So even if you don't have visibility, for instance, it's very common at least in the South and in the Midwest, for people to associate the color green with tornadoes. And it's not so much that a tornado forms in green clouds. Green clouds, at least associated with a supercell, are indicative of a high hail content, because the sheer amount of ice in those clouds is reflecting and refracting the light in a way that it tints green.
Wow, I didn't even know that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can get tornadoes with those storms, but it doesn't mean that every time you see green clouds, you're going to have a tornado. So you learn some of those things in the advanced courses and things like that. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
So there is a certification process you have to go through. So they're not just letting anybody
it's all volunteer work, so it's not so much that you have to go through the certification process, but they prefer that you do, because it tells you, it teaches you how to be safe when you're out in the field. It tells you exactly how to make a report, because there's a lot of people who might just call 911 and be like, there's a tornado, and you need to give them information. Yeah. Especially if you're reporting to the National Weather Service, they want to know, what time was your observation. They want a very not so specific that you're like, it was on at the address 1879, blah, blah, blah. They want a general idea of is it in a town? If it's not in a town, how far away is it from the closest town? What is your vantage point from the storm? So are you looking southwest? If you are, mention that you are northeast of the storm, looking southwest. It appears to be in this area at this time. All those kinds of things. They also teach you how to report for extreme hail, wind damage, all other things. Sometimes even dense fog you have to report. Yeah. So it just depends on what the situation is, and going through those workshops that teaches you things that you need to know to make those reports.
Yeah, dense fog in a tornado sounds like an absolute nightmare.
You almost will never see dense fog with a tornado. The way that the air currents are moving, fog wouldn't last very long.
Gotcha. I mean, I would kind of figure that, but that sounds like a nightmare scenario.
You can have dense fog after very powerful storms.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Like dew point would drop or something like that.
Yes.
Right?
Well, so your dew point, typically your dew point is higher in front of a supercell than it is behind it, because they occur in areas of extreme pressure change, and that usually affects the dew point as well. But what tends to happen is if there's a high ice content in the storm, then the ice falls to the ground, and once the storm moves out of the way, the ice starts to evaporate. Yeah. And so it instantly goes from frozen water to floating water, and at the ground level, that's fog. Yeah. So
very cool, very cool. I kind of want to talk about this real quick, because Inadvisable Science has a question, which is, are there horizontal tornadoes? But I also kind of want to piggyback on that too, just sort of as what are the general types of tornadoes? If there's a way to summarize them as carefully or as succinctly as you can.
Well, to answer,
I know it's probably a little difficult.
Yeah. No, it's not difficult.
It's like me asking. It's probably like me asking.
Classify the rockets.
Yeah, please classify all the configurations a shuttle can have during its mission. But do it as fast as you can. Right. So
to answer the horizontal question, there are horizontal vortexes. We don't call them tornadoes because a tornado is only a tornado if there's ground circulation. So you can have horizontal funnel clouds, you can have horizontal vortices. Those are very rare, but you can see them. I've not seen any personally, but I know some people who have footage of high base, meaning they're well above 10,000 feet off the ground, high base horizontal rotations. I'm going this way off camera. Horizontal rotations that kind of make the clouds do condense enough that you can see them.
That's so wild.
It's very weird. The thing about tornadoes is that they are violent changes in updraft and pressure and all the forces that are involved, that very few tornadoes are exactly the same. So we don't have necessarily an accurate or scientific classification. Most people in the community classify tornadoes based on their looks. So you'll have cone tornadoes, which are a very classic, just sort of like an upside down cone.
Exactly what I would expect a tornado to look like, yeah.
Right, and those typically tend to be the more powerful tornadoes, but not always. There are stovepipe tornadoes, which are basically just like a straight line.
Nice.
And those are kind of wild. Usually those tend to be thinner, but the rotational force tends to be stronger, because the amount of air that is being moved in a tighter space means the air is moving faster. And then there are the tornadoes that no one ever wants to see. Those are called wedge tornadoes, and that basically just looks like a wall of cloud on the horizon that's just moving across the ground. We've had not a lot this year. There were a few wedge tornadoes reported this year. This year was actually relatively quiet as far as extreme severe tornado events go. But in 2019, there were quite a few, and probably the most famous year for wedge tornadoes was 2011. There was a tornado outbreak over the course of about a week and a half, where 2 record-setting tornadoes went through areas of suburban Oklahoma City. It's the cities of Moore, Oklahoma, and El Reno. Mm-hmm. El Reno is actually on record as being the widest measured tornado at over 2.5 miles wide.
Oh my gosh.
And that's a wedge tornado. It's literally just this massive rotating wall of cloud. Those are terrifying because, especially as a spotter, you can't see anything going on in there, and so damage is going on, but you can't report on anything because you can't see anything.
And do wedge tornadoes tend to be also some of the strongest tornadoes as well?
Usually, typically, in order to achieve that level of rotation on an area that broad, the conditions have to be basically perfect, and we kind of know what to look for, scientifically speaking, ahead of time for that kind of thing. So you'll have days where you might see, especially if you live in the Midwest or in the South, you might see on road signs. It comes out on your phone. It's emailed to you sometimes. It's up on your front page of Google and things like that, where it'll say severe to extreme tornadoes are expected in your area today. If you look at the National Weather Service forecast page for that day, any day that's over 30%. Or what's considered a moderate risk is usually a day where you might see a tornado of that size. And I always say might, because there's never a guarantee.
Yeah.
But we're being assaulted.
We are, folks.
We're gonna have to get another chair.
We have a quorum
You're gonna
going
have to get
on
another
here.
chair.
I am gonna have to get another chair because the what's up?
I see a stool.
Okay, because the amazing and the hilarious.
How are we going to do this?
I don't know how we're going to do this because I've never had 3 people show up. But folks, Blake Calvert has now showed up, who you may have seen before on STS. So now we've got a whole group of folks here. Holy smokes.
I should have worn a different shirt because we've got purple and blue. I should have worn a red shirt.
That's all right. We
could've
forgive
made
you.
yeah, but we have to kill you.
No, you don't have to kill me. I just die first.
Oh, wait.
It's not a requirement.
Are we doing TNG rules?
No, never.
No.
What's wrong with
Yeah.
TNG?
Never mind. Nothing's wrong with TNG.
So this has just occurred, everybody. I told Blake, I was like, hey, get here if you want to. And you just literally walked all the way over here. Do you need a Gatorade or anything? Or?
Yeah, just like water or something.
Yeah, go ahead. You can raid the fridge. Go for it. So
Don't raid it. I mean, then he has to
So,
sack and pillage.
we're just talking about tornadoes and other things here.
There was a good question that I just saw.
Yeah, which one? Which one? Go ahead and push it. So talking about Puget Sound, that they have volcano and volcano mud sirens for things like lahars and other stuff.
Yes, that is true.
Like that. So and yeah, up in the Cascades, you get to deal with that. So
I think it was this one. Yes. Nope. It moved.
What condition? Yeah. See, that's
There we go.
the tough bit, ain't it?
That's why you should have touch tapping.
There you go.
Jules asks, what conditions make horizontal rotations? So when basically any tornado or really any supercell is caused by changes in pressure that cause the ground pressure and the air pressure to essentially want to switch. If you know the basics of I almost said liquid dynamics, aerodynamics, high pressure goes to areas of low pressure. And so when you have extreme changes in pressure, that oftentimes we associate those with fronts, cold fronts and warm fronts and things like that. But it also creates situations where, on a much smaller scale, you have areas at the ground that are higher in pressure than they should be. And so they start to move upwards towards the atmosphere. When that happens, along with heating and evaporation and all that stuff, you start getting what is called updraft. And updraft takes warm, wet air from the ground level.
Moist.
Sure. and
Moist air.
ejects it into the mid-level where it tends to be cooler. And so once that warm water gets up there, it starts to cool, it starts to condense, and it starts to create clouds. That's how clouds are formed. What makes a supercell, or any thunderstorm for that matter, but supercells are the most powerful, is when that updraft is accompanied by more macro-based weather patterns. So if you have a front that is moving eastward and the updraft ahead of it brings enough moisture into it, you now have this situation where air is rising and cool air on the backside of the front is falling because colder air is going to drop to the ground. Mm-hmm. So you have this constant up and down shifting where the air is essentially doing this. It's rising and then falling on the backside.
So it almost feeds itself.
Essentially, yeah.
Wow.
So you have this kind of vertical rotation
wild.
Going over and over and over again. And when that happens, along with horizontal movement along the surface of the land, you also get forward movement, which means you also get backward movement. So you get ground rotation like this, you get vertical rotation like this, and it's all housed within a storm which at the mid-level is also rotating like this. And that's what creates supercells.
Wow.
That's
And
a lot of
so
spinning.
when you have the perfect situation where it's all happening in enough of a contained area, that causes tornadoes, or at least funnel clouds. As to the question of what makes horizontal rotations can happen when the level at which the updraft is occurring is above ground level. So you can have updraft start in what's called the mid-level, where typically if you're looking at a tornado or a tornado situation, most of that updraft is occurring at least at or very near ground level. And the mid-level tends to be where the base of a supercell is. So you need both for a tornado to exist. If you have mid-level rotation and updraft ahead of that rotation is at the mid-level, then your rotation is only here instead of all the way here. So if your rotation is only here, when your supercell starts to move into that area, it basically churns the energy of that storm, and that can cause horizontal rotations.
Gotcha. That's
Mark, just let you know, the hand gesture you were using was strikingly similar to how my parents explained the birds and the bees to me.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry.
So a question from Rory, which is, can a hurricane or a typhoon become a tornado when it comes inland, or does it stay a hurricane?
It is still a hurricane or a typhoon. However, tornadoes can be embedded in them. And they are very hard to track even after the fact. The reason why is that a hurricane is basically a tornado just on a really big scale. So instead of being, the size of a football field, it's the size of a state. And so the eye of a hurricane is similar to the eye of a tornado, we think, because no one's really... It's very hard to study from the inside of a tornado. But theoretically, they're about the same.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's strange. So hurricanes hurricanes are categorized by how much wind damage they do, or how strong their winds are, I should say. And so if you have a hurricane that has 135 mile per hour wind, you're looking at least a Category 3, probably a Category 4 hurricane. The thing about that is, a hurricane is rotation on a massive level, usually carrying a lot of water, and so it's not the same as a tornado. Things don't happen as quickly as tornadoes do. But within a hurricane, you can have microvortices, which are areas on the outer bands of the hurricane, because the hurricane is also rotating, and you have these bands of moisture that are coming off of it. The moisture is also being pulled into this rotation, and so it can cause smaller vortices within the hurricane or typhoon that then would categorize as a tornado.
Yeah.
But because the broad area of the storm is doing 100 miles per hour of wind damage, it's hard to then go, this area here is doing 150 miles per hour. It's a tornado.
Gotcha.
You
so
know.
it's almost difficult to,
It's very
determine.
difficult to track and to separate it out.
Gotcha.
There are some great videos because as technology has advanced, we've got cameras that can actually survive these kinds of events, and so there's some great videos of like surveillance footage or CCTV stuff where while a hurricane is ongoing, you kind of just see this quick like run through a parking lot or something like that, where like a car might be like bumped and turned a little bit, and it moves so quickly because it is beholden to the movement of the hurricane at its top. So you have these microvortices that come through that are essentially tornado force winds, but their horizontal movement is so fast, it's not necessarily enough time to do massive damage.
Wow.
But it's enough for you to be like, what the
Whoa, what the hell was that? Yeah. So, wow, that's
So it's
wild.
kind of like when there's an earthquake here, you just go like, huh? And then just go right back to bed.
A little different because you're in the middle of a hurricane, so there's. It'd be sort of like if there was an earthquake that was a 3.5 magnitude earthquake that had been going on for 30 or 40 minutes, and then there was like a little 4.0 jolt, and you're like, is that a new earthquake or is that the same earthquake?
So it's like at the moon, like a moonquake.
A moonquake?
Yeah, the moon has moonquakes, and they last actually for very long periods of time.
I recognize that because the quake is on the moon, calling it a moonquake makes sense rather than an earthquake, but that just sounds silly.
It does sound silly. So
we got
hello.
the moon quaking over here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. We're all still going. So
I'm gonna give you a hug.
I know. I'm waiting for my hug.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Hanging in there.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, I just got here.
yeah, there she is. She said, "I'm not going to get on air," but guess what?
It's okay. I block her with my
Yeah,
head.
but my back is my head.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
This is sporty before I got dressed and everything.
Yeah. I just want to. So I want to ask you because people ask me all the time about, you know the movie Armageddon. Like, how's that work all that well?
You're gonna ask me about Twister. Aren't
Yeah, I want to ask you about Twister.
Is Phil Paxton
So-
right?
There is a lot wrong with the movie Twister.
You don't say.
There's a lot. In fact, one of the and this is true. One of the worst things that Twister did was perpetuate the myth that getting under an overpass when a tornado is coming through is safe.
Yeah.
That is probably the most dangerous thing you can do, because what happens is when you get under an overpass, all the wind that is all the air that's being moved around by a tornado, if it passes over the overpass, the ground circulation doesn't stop. So all the stuff at the ground level is just being whipped right through that overpass, almost like a wind tunnel. And so you can get shredded by debris. Anything as small as a blade of grass can cause significant damage to the human body if whipped through an overpass at 145 plus miles per hour.
Yeah.
I mean, tornadoes can measure upwards of 250 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Not to mention, there's a chance an overpass could collapse.
Not usually.
Oh, really?
Tornadoes don't usually exceed the force required to rip concrete out of the ground.
Yeah.
But
That's
keep in
very
mind,
difficult. But
keep in mind status of American bridges.
no, I
Something
am.
like
but
that.
but like legitimately,
Yeah, fair.
so that's the worst thing that Twister did. What I will say is that Twister is the reason why there are so many storm spotters and storm chasers and new meteorologists being born, including myself. I watched that movie when it came out. And growing up in California, I was like, I'm going to be a storm chaser. And my dad was like, good luck.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, I live in California. There's no storms to chase. So I'm going to be a meteorologist. And that lasted for about a year and a half, where I was legitimately interested in it. But ultimately, my mindset moved because being in California, there's just not a whole lot, especially at that time when we were in the middle of the 12-year drought. Like, there was just nothing to study.
Yeah.
So I sort of just kind of moved on from that. But when I moved to Texas, shortly after, there was actually a tornado that went through the Dallas area.
Yeah, you showed. We were going somewhere when I was visiting, and we just so happened to drive past the spot where it went right across the interstate.
You came pretty close after it went through too.
Yeah, it was just. I think it was like a
couple of months after.
Yeah, it was pretty soon. So
went through an area of
amazing.
Called Richardson, and thankfully no one was hurt, no one died. A lot of people lost their houses though. Including some people that I knew, and it was very personal to me at that point. And I was like, I am here in Tornado Alley. I should be doing this. And so that was what caused me to start learning and get certified and everything. So there's this thing in Twister where, for one, the tornadoes seem to know where the main characters are.
Yeah,
And
isn't that what they always do?
Specifically go there.
Aren't they like human-seeking tornadoes?
Like Twister takes place
do they
over
have
the course
grudges over people who lost their parents to a tornado?
Right? Oh man. But so the movie takes place over the course of like 36 hours or something like that. And these guys, they will drive out, see a tornado, know the tornado is going to form before it forms. Then it forms, they're there, they try and get the probes in, it doesn't work, and they go, all right, we'll get the next one, and they leave. And then they go to the next one, and they go, we got another tornado, but like they've been driving for 100 miles. And like typically outbreaks aren't that widespread. They can be, but not typically. And then they go, the tornado's going to touch down there. And then it does. And it's perfect. And they mess up again. And then they have time to drive home and eat at Aunt May's house. And then another tornado comes. And it's like the way that their day is structured. They see 5 tornadoes that all have their own individual formation, life, and death in one day.
Yeah.
I have seen, over the course of 2 years, 3 tornadoes. One of them I wasn't sure was a tornado until 8 months later.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen that way.
Yeah. It's just ultra rare.
Yeah,
Very
tornadoes
rare.
are rare things. And the idea that you can know exactly where a tornado is going to touch down. There's a guy named Reed Timmer who's probably one of the most famous storm chasers. He is very good at forecasts, but even he gets it wrong.
Yeah.
Like
That's why it's called a
Can't
forecast.
be that perfect.
That's why it's called a forecast.
We've had days. There are days when the storm spotting community gets like egg on its face because the National Weather Service will project, if they project 5 days in advance a 15% chance of severe weather, typically people go, okay, we're going to look for an outbreak on that day. Most likely your final forecast doesn't happen until the morning of an event like that.
Yeah.
And so in advance of those, sometimes 2 or 3 days out, you'll start seeing warning information like, hey, other spotters will be like, hey, start letting people know if they're in this area or this area, they probably should pay attention to the weather. I do this a lot on Twitter. I tweet out warnings and stuff.
I was just about to say, let the folks know what your Twitter handle is.
Sure, yeah, it's just at Mark Allen Jr., MarkAllenJr. I also tweet about my voiceover stuff, but I pretty regularly retweet warnings, and I also do live streams when I'm out there sometimes. So it's a good way to stay in touch and find out stuff about tornadoes and things like that. But my point was, there's this idea that storm spotters know where storms are going to be, and there's some truth to that. We do know where the storms are going to be, but we don't know which storms are going to produce tornadoes. And sometimes on severe event days, you might have, anything from a 15% to a 30% to a 45% zone where tornadoes are expected, and that can stretch from the middle of Texas up into Nebraska. Like, there's just no way that one person or one group of people can cover that whole area.
Yeah, and just to kind of give a perspective for our viewers who may not be from the United States, that would basically be like from the southern tip of England up to the northern tip of Scotland, essentially, right?
I think it's longer than that.
A little bit longer than that.
Yeah, it's that
yeah.
from the middle of Texas to Nebraska is about it's It's about 800 miles, so roughly 1,300 kilometers, give or take.
Yeah, something like that. Close enough. So
yeah, it's a big area, and so you just physically cannot cover all that area.
But that's why there's a lot.
That's
spotters.
why, yeah,
So.
and that's the thing that Twister did good on. It inspired a lot of people to get involved and get interested in that kind of thing. So there's something called Spotters Network where you can see other spotters and see where they are and see what they're seeing in their location. So even if you called your forecast wrong or nothing's happening in your area, you can see that 40 miles away a town was just hit by a tornado. And so if you're me, you then will try and find all the channels to see if they're asking for aid. Because if they are, that means it was hit hard. They need people to help do search and rescue or clean up or something. There was a day that I spent 8 hours chasing with another group, and then we stopped because we'd heard that an area had been hit. And it turns out it wasn't hit by a tornado. It was just straight line wind damage. But we spent 6 hours cutting through trees and helping pull them off the road because the only highway in and out of that town was completely blocked by trees.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty impressive with that there. So really cool stuff. But that's sort of not what you're primarily.
Yeah, that was so cool.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but I do want to move on because
Jared Head, master of segues.
Because no, I'm not. My segues are about as good as a brick wall, which is they work well for tornadoes, but not so much. Actually, bricks don't even work well for tornadoes, right?
They don't.
So, okay, so I'll just shut up about tornadoes. I'll deal with space. You deal with wind.
Sure.
You deal with comic books.
Fair enough.
That sound good? Okay. So something I do want to talk to you about, obviously, is something that you do, which is besides my dog sniffing you.
yes.
Getting the approval sniffs.
I do getting sniffed very well.
She just backed up. You didn't even move, and she backed up and she gave you the stink eye. She's like, "Why'd you do that?"
Yeah.
How
And it's
dare
like she didn't even do anything.
Nothing.
So you also do voice. You're primarily a voice actor.
Yeah.
So tell me about your work that you do being a voice actor.
With my voice.
Yes, you do. There's got to be more to it than that.
I mean, that's basically it.
Don't leave me hanging here.
Makes talking talks out of his food hole.
Start naming off, come on.
Oh, gosh.
Start naming off things that you've done.
Okay, well, I've been in voiceover for 15 years because I'm an old man. And you mentioned Gundam. I am in Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. I play a character by the name of Derma, who is in both seasons. No spoilers, though. I play Ukyo Sayonji in Dr. Stone. I played Yota Narukami in The Day I Became a God. I play Jojo Jima in Remain, which is currently showing dubbed on Funimation.
Sorry, just Jared's talking just.
I know, she's just.
What?
She can't decide if she's happy or not.
What?
And I am also playing character by the name of Kazuma in My Senpai is Annoying. I do a lot of anime, actually, but I specialize in video games and animation. There's a game coming out sometime next year that I am not allowed to talk about yet, or the
Like
snipers
some
will
buttered
take me out.
I'm good.
Okay.
But looking forward to announcing that when that comes
Darn
out.
you, Niddas. That's how it's pronounced, right?
No, it's Ndas.
Indas.
There's no I. Why
Thank
would
you.
it be
So-
Ndas?
My mistake.
Oh,
mistake.
and of course, as this always happens, Julie Song wants a sample of your voices.
Here is my voice. This is a sample of my voice. This is what I sound like. There you go.
Come on, you've got to have some
No, so here's
So
the thing.
I do have to say,
I-
having watched stuff that you're in, I don't want to necessarily say you don't change it much.
not
but-
a lot.
but
I'm
you
not
do
known
act.
for my range. Yeah.
You
no.
have emotion.
So,
So.
when I started, I had a very limited vocal range, and so I made it a point to get good at acting, because that's the important part of voice acting, is the acting. We always say small V, big A, and that's so that people know that the acting is the important part.
Yeah.
But my range has broadened a lot in the last 4 years or so. My voice actually got deeper, which was weird because I turned 29 and my voice was like, now you can sound like a man.
I'm still waiting.
So
You'll get there.
one day.
You'll get there.
One day I will be with you.
Sam? Microsoft Sam? Is that
You sound like Soundwave from Transformers had a stroke.
you? Jeez. But yeah, so my voice has changed a little bit in recent years, and so my vocal range has broadened a bit, which is helpful because I already knew how to act, so that's made it easier for me to be cast. But for the most part, I don't change my voice too much. The thing is, legally, because I sign paperwork and stuff, I can't do most of the voices of the characters that I do outside of the work that I do. Some people don't care about that. I'm usually pretty careful about it just because
you like having a career.
I like working, so.
Yeah, well, that's actually something I never even thought
but
about.
But if you want a sample, you can go to markallenjr.com. That is actually me. No, seriously.
Yeah.
On my front page, I have a video demo of some of the work that I've done. It doesn't have stuff from the recent year. I'm working on an updated one, but it's got some stuff that I've done over the years, and that's a good sample of my voice.
So a really cool thing that I got to do on my trip post Formula One, post US Grand Prix. Is that when I went from Austin up to you, one of the days I actually got to sit in on a recording session at Funimation in Dallas.
What were we doing?
You
Was that Walla?
You were a stone statue, and you were having thoughts about. I'm trapped or something like that. So I can't move.
Well,
I don't know.
That would have been Dr. Stone.
Yeah,
but that was early on. That was when I was doing like bits and stuff.
Yeah, but I remember seeing the process of what goes into voice acting and not realizing just how actually complex it is, because first of all, you weren't recording by yourself. There were two other people in the booth with you.
So we were doing Walla and bits that
There were
day.
3 people recording at the same time, and there was a director, and then I guess what would I call it, a mixer?
Engineer.
An engineer.
ADR engineer.
ADR engineer recording at the same time. And I just was absolutely amazed that all 5 of you were all locked in on what you needed to be doing.
When on a good day.
And no, the director said it was a good day.
Right.
So, so all 5 of you were locked in on what you were doing, and it was just amazing watching that happen in front of me, because I've watched stuff before. It seems easy. I know it's not.
Right.
It's not at all, because we've done acting before.
Yeah.
So we know that acting's not easy.
Well, and this is a true story. We were all in an improv group together.
Yep.
He's the reason I got into acting in the first place.
Yep. We actually kind of flipped.
We did.
You were going into science, and then I was going into acting, and then I guess a decade or 15 years ago, it kind of just flipped.
It just was ha!
It's
switch.
Yeah,
All
woo!
Right.
Lamest Freaky Friday remake.
I know. I kept my same body. It was awful.
Take
I'm
acting.
Good. I'm good.
So,
all that changed was your
it's drippy.
all that changed was your career goals.
this science is great.
Nice and stale.
Legalized recreational plutonium. So,
Maybe not.
I love my
not.
demon core.
Maybe not. Yeah, no, but so the hardest thing about voiceover, especially dubbing, is it's so much more technical than stage acting. So stage acting, you have the benefit of your entire body, your facial features, and your voice and diction and everything that's involved there to portray your character. From the technical standpoint, the things that you need to know are your blocking, where you're supposed to be at a given time in a scene. You have to know who else is on stage with you. You have to have good rapport and chemistry with the people that you're acting with, or the audience notices.
And I would say even the technical people involved too.
Yeah.
As well.
But so a stage performance, there's a lot more people involved.
Good night, OT44 Edo.
Good night. Thank you for your question.
Thanks for stopping by. So you can watch the rest tomorrow when you wake up. So,
so you end up with, let's say it's a small stage production.
Yeah.
There's only 6 characters in the play. You probably have 50 people overall working to make sure that production goes smoothly, from the set designers to the tech guys to people who are crewing the show, making sure that sound cues go off when they need to, or light cues change when they need to. Any kind of props get placed where they need to be. So you have an entire team, or basically a village of people helping you get everything prepared. When you take all of the stage away, first of all, as an actor, you lose the body posturing that helps sell your character. You lose the facial expressions that help sell your character. So everything that sells what you're doing has to come from your voice. So you suddenly have to kind of lose your complete picture, so to speak, of acting, which involves your entire being and all that performance that comes from that, and just condense it to just here. Because there's no camera on you when you're recording voiceover. They're not going to see your facial features. So if you're supposed to be mad and you're like, I'm so mad right now, like your face looks mad, but your voice doesn't sound mad, and it's not going to sell. But on top of that, the number of people actually involved in the production itself also shrinks. So you have the actors, of course, you have the director, the writers, or script adapters, or both if you're doing dubbing. You have your mix engineers, your ADR engineers. You might have someone who specializes in coding the project and getting it up for streaming, or someone who helps get it ready for home video release, or something like that. But in general, your production staff on a voiceover production, in most cases, is going to be smaller than what you might get on a stage play. Yeah. So you have less people, but you have to do the same amount of work.
Yeah.
And so it's very important in those instances, especially as an actor, to make sure that you are easily directable.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of stage and film actors who have the freedom to make their own decisions in a scene, right? The camera is on you, and the director goes, okay, here's what's going on, here's where we need you to get. Everything you do between point A and point B is up to you. Just make it fit in the scene.
That's one of the things I loved about acting was the interpretation.
Right.
So you had a lot of times you had the freedom to do it. Not all the time, but most
frequently.
of the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also I found too, working with people that didn't allow me the freedom to do that. It was a challenge because then you would have to adapt to what that person wants.
Right.
So,
and
but in this
the
case,
thing about voiceover and in particular about dubbing. Dubbing in anime in particular is extremely difficult because not only do you not have the freedom to make that many acting choices of your own without the director, but what your character is doing is already predetermined. The animation already exists. The story already exists. So you aren't creating the character. You're adapting the character. You're bringing the character from one performance to another performance that's going to fit for your localized language, whether it's Spanish or English or Russian or whatever. And so your process as an actor changes. It's less about who is this character, how am I going to perform this character, and more about who is this character, how is this character performed. So your part of your job is studying what the previous actor who originated the character did and determining what things that they do that you can still bring to the character so that the character doesn't change too much from side to side because it's the same character. And on top of that, your director is going to have an idea of the overall picture of the process, but when you're recording, especially in anime, you're almost always by yourself. So you have these big dramatic scenes where you're supposed to be screaming at this dude who, killed your family, and you've struggled through 22 episodes of trying to find him to get revenge, and you're finally here and you're letting him know it. And you have to do all of that and build all of that emotion and internalize it all, and only use your voice to demonstrate that.
Yeah.
And the guy isn't there in the booth with you.
Yeah.
So the one saving grace of actors on stage in particular is that if you mess up or if something's not feeling right, you have scene partners that you can bounce off of that can help get you back in the zone or can help, turn something around from a mistake or, whatever. And you get to play off of those people. You get to take their energy and you work things out, and you can't do that in voiceover.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did one of the plays I did during high school is called Moon Over Buffalo.
I remember this story.
And my character was coming in to surprise another character wearing an old military uniform with a gun with it, and the thing was, like, he had an affair with somebody, and he had just found out that person's husband was in the military and was basically saying that he was going to find him and kill him, and like here I come, and all of a sudden he mistakes me for him and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a point where they start like getting at me because I don't realize that they're trying to defend themselves, from me potentially, attacking them.
Right.
And my character eventually just reaches a point where I pull the gun out and I just start shooting up into the air. And we had one night where none of the blanks in my gun went off.
Just like click, click,
click, click, click, click. So it was just one of those things where, my partners on stage, the two other actors that were on stage with me, had to improvise very quickly, and they They tackled me. I wish they hadn't tackled me. But you know,
How's your back, by the way?
It's so that's what caused the disc bulges.
Years ago.
Many moons ago is when I died.
Damn buffalo.
Yeah, but yeah, that's just so fascinating because you don't like, especially like thinking about like a super emotionally charged scene. Usually, you could have somebody there, and then like you and that person on stage are typically actually sharing those emotions. And kind of going
you
through
build
it with each other.
the scene together.
Yeah. But in voice acting, no, you're on your own.
That's why improv was so helpful for me. We, like I said, we were all in an improv troupe together, and improv was my first intro into acting. And on top of having to get to that emotional place like that, with no one else to really build off of it with other than your director and the scene itself.
I noticed you guys didn't really have much of a warm-up.
We don't have any warm-up.
You're in the booth.
We have no warm-up. There's no rehearsal time. You don't know what you're playing necessarily until the day you get there, unless you know you booked a major character. But a lot of times I do Walla and bits. And so you get there and they tell you what you're doing and you do it. And so you have to be able to just turn it on a dime.
And I imagine that being able to do Walla and bits on a dime is a super important skill.
It's why I still work.
Yes.
The majority of my work has been doing bits and Walla.
Yeah.
There are a lot of actors who kind of, lament doing bits and Walla as like, oh, it's just the small parts. But I've always been really proud of what I do with bits and Walla, and I've always worked really hard at making sure that even in those moments I'm doing the best I can, because that's the one opportunity that you get to really play, right?
Yeah.
There's a show, very famous show called One Piece, and One Piece is an anime that feels lot. No, well, it might.
It just crossed 1,000 episodes.
It might end actually. But no,
soon to be adapted by Netflix.
It is probably the most cartoon-like anime I've ever worked on, because there's a lot of weird things that happen, and so you have more freedom in terms of what you can do vocally and performance-wise than you normally get in anime. Anime tends to have more grounded and realistic performances, even though the animation itself is very stylized. Yeah. But One Piece gives you the freedom to, you might have a character that comes on screen and it's a talking broccoli, and you have to, in the moment be like, I'm playing the talking broccoli? Okay, this is what the talking broccoli sounds like. And you just have to go.
So basically if Tex Avery worked in Japan.
It takes what?
It's basically if Tex Avery worked in Japan.
Kind of. Kind of.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Ryan has a really good one in our chat room, which is talking about commenting on races as help presentation skills. So F1 races that you talk about, especially with the live shows, being able to come up with an idea instantly.
Yeah.
That's the thing, because with tomorrow, our live shows will often have the topics out, maybe an hour, maybe a half hour, maybe even 5 minutes before the show starts, because space is constantly changing, so you never know.
What?
So,
space changes?
Right, ain't that wild? So kind of want to ask, for anybody who's watching that may be interested in voiceover and voice acting work, what should they do?
Take acting classes first.
Yes, that's kind of what I figured.
It's not a requirement. There are definitely people who've gotten involved without having any acting experience, but it does not hurt. And all of those people will tell you that their work improved and they got better at doing what they did when they took acting classes. So even if it's something, if you're in high school, join the acting club or take acting. If you take an acting class at a community theater or at a community college or whatever, take an acting class. There are also, especially now, there's a lot of online beginners workshops that kind of teach you the basics of, mic technique and learning to record your own voice and listening back to it so you know what you sound like, and go from there, because a lot of those classes will have resources that they can offer you. There is one website. It's called iwantobeavoiceactor.com. That's what it is.
Self-explanatory.
It is arranged and managed by a man by the name of D. Bradley Baker, who is probably one of the most celebrated voice actors of all time. He does a lot of creature voices. He does pretty much all of the stormtroopers in Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
Sorry?
The new show Bad Batch, he plays all of the clone troopers in that show. And that's the D. Bradley Baker show. It's kind of fun. But he manages that site. It's got a lot of resources on where you can get started, some good introductory stuff. There's also a book called Voiceover Voice Actor by Yuri Lowenthal and Tara Platt. That's another one that I recommend to people. It's got a lot of breakdowns on things that you can do to warm up your voice, things that you can do to stretch and improve your range, because your vocal cords are a muscle. So the more that you use it, the more practice you get with it, the better you will get at both utilizing it and broadening your range and going to what you can do. I mean, thankfully now my range is to a place where, I can go way down here and really open up and get very deep and boomy. Or I can go way up here and stay up in the top land like I'm on helium all the time. And that kind of thing, being able to do that is only because I've practiced my voice till everybody hated me.
That's the shirt for the show, by the way.
Is it?
I'm going to figure out how to get the octave changes in the text. But that's the shirt for the show right there. So yeah, Inadvisable Science is saying here that you can also improve your voice skills by taking singing lessons.
You can,
even if you never want to sing. So that would be like someone like me. I don't ever want to sing, but
the thing about singing lessons is you have to know what you want out of it. Mm-hmm. Because if you find a singing coach who's going to want you to be an operatic singer by the end of it, that may not be helpful for what it is that you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I have been working a lot on my singing over the last couple of years, partially because my vocal range changed. I used to be a tenor, and now I'm a high baritone. And so rediscovering what that means for me vocally has been a challenge. And I've been looking for a singing coach who's going to help me not necessarily become a classically trained singer, but to expand on what I can do and to master what I have available to me already. So you can take singing lessons, just know what you want out of it and make sure that you find someone who's going to give you that, because there are singing coaches out there who specialize in, Broadway sound. There are singers who specialize in opera. There are singers who specialize in pop or rock and all the various genres and stuff, who are going to try and adjust your sound to get to a place that they know to teach from. And if that's not what you want, it's not going to be helpful for you.
Definitely. How we doing on time, by the way, for you?
I'm okay. I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
How much longer are you good for?
I don't got to return my rental till 3:30. So.
Okay. All right. And is that at the airport?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. So
we could do this for another hour and a half.
Okay. Yeah. So you.
Jared's like, oh God, another hour and a half.
In the back here.
Real quick,
So.
I just want to answer this one here.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Jules, the second thing I mentioned was not a site; it was a book. It's called Voiceover Voice Actor by Yuri Lowenthal and Tara Platt.
There you go.
It's got a nice, like a comic book looking cover.
Yeah.
It's really
or
nice.
Hit up Mark on Twitter.
Yeah, you can
Mark
always at me.
Allen Jr.
Yeah, always at me.
MarkAllenJr. So
That's my name. Don't
yeah,
wear it out.
that is. So you back here, Blake.
Well, I recently discovered I could sing like Kermit the Frog.
You can? I don't know if I actually want you to sing because of the algorithm.
But I've gotten so good at my Kermit.
Yeah, you have. Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
If anybody's going to be able to judge you, just to let you know,
It's not me. I can't do Kermit.
it will be her.
Yes.
The dog. The dog will judge you.
Hello.
So
Hello, Suki.
that would be Missy.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Dumb frog.
How fucking dare you?
Oh, there goes another one into the swear jar. We're
Yeah.
at 75 cents now. So
Beautiful.
no, it's fine. It happens. So it's good. So
75 whole cents. You could get like a grape.
Wait, do you charge by the quarter or by the penny?
what's up?
Is it by the quarter or by the penny?
Quarter.
Okay.
So yeah, I already took a 25-cent hit earlier. So yeah, and yeah, what are you up to, Kermit?
Well,
Are you afraid
what's
of
some
Kermit?
cool stuff?
well, actually, not up to a whole lot. My day job's going pretty good.
Okay.
Just finished up the Netflix Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
I'm on episode 2 of that, so I'm looking forward to that.
I
So-
very much enjoyed it.
Yeah,
But it's splitting audiences for sure. But
Yes.
I mean, I
enjoyed it.
get why it's splitting people.
I get it. People don't know what they want from an anime adaptation.
Right.
I personally really enjoyed it because it wasn't just the story that we already had from the anime. If I wanted to watch the anime story, I would
I
watch
watched the anime. Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
So,
I'm like that too. In fact, like some of my favorite parts of the adaptation was when it took diversions from the plots, and well, that and just the chemistry of the Bebop crew
the
was
main
just
three they were very good.
just
very
especially
good
the guy who
chemistry.
played Jet. He was
It's fantastic.
all right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
He's Yeah, I love them all.
I don't know if he talked to Bo Billingsley beforehand or not, but
I don't know.
but
I don't want to speak like I know. 'Cause
again,
I don't,
I don't want to speak either, but it definitely was like
Tell
spot
us.
on.
Tell us,
spot
Mike.
on to that adaptation of the character.
I think there was always a debate on whether Jet Black was actually black or not.
Yes.
This is an anime debate that extends back into the late 90s, and I think it was the right choice
Right.
to decide once and for all for at least the live action adaptation that he was,
Right.
and to play it that way and to let it go and explore what that meant, because
Yeah.
there's a lot more. And we're trying to avoid spoilers for you here. But there's a lot more warmth to that now that you can just kind of see it. And
I do have a slight spoiler that I do want to talk about, just because it's just my favorite scene of the.
But he hasn't finished the show.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like.
But it's a spoiler.
It's a very.
And
very
some of
minor-
them might not have seen the show yet.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just a very. I will say this. It involves a recital.
Yes, don't. That's a very good moment. Don't spoil them.
I know, but I would say this. It is my favorite scene, and if you've
very
seen
good.
it, you'll know why.
It's very good.
Right.
It's very good.
Okay, I look forward to finding that out. So, should be fun. It's been really fun watching the first 2 episodes.
The opening sequence on the first episode, I was all in.
Yep.
5 minutes into the show, I was like, yes, I'm
Yep.
here. Let's go.
This is it.
Yep.
This is exactly
This is what I wanted.
This is running exactly as I want it to. This has been adapted correctly.
I'll say this. I do think it's like a fair criticism because it's sort of saying that was established in the first episode that Jared has seen, and I do think it's kind of fair. I think we got a little bit too much of Vicious and Julia. That's just me. Other than that,
I mean, it's the first season.
I know, but again, I understand that.
There's a large vocal group of people online who are upset about that, but it's like the original show was, I think if you include all the OVAs, I think it's like 60 episodes or something like that, and a movie.
Right. So.
And this was 12 episodes.
Right.
And it was one storyline out of the show. So I think that what they did to contain it all to one season was the right choice.
I didn't realize it was going to be multiple seasons.
I mean, presumably. I think it's definitely done well enough that I'm sure they're already filming the second season. But
yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's definitely structured like, oh, this is going to be like 2-3 seasons
probably
minimum.
3. Probably.
Gotcha. Well, we know how it ends.
Do we?
If you've watched it, if they stick to the anime, if they do, so. But also, I'm 2 episodes in, so I might be wrong.
You'll just have to watch it and find out.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I
Well,
just have to
then
sit
watch
down.
it.
I have to sit down.
What are
with
we
Ray and
talking
watch
about?
it.
Let's go. Let's go to my house
Right
and
now-
let's
no.
watch it.
Stream
Drop it
along.
right
Let's go.
now. Drop everything right now, and we're gonna. No, not the Yoshinoya, please.
Alright.
So
just
please,
dropped it.
please don't do that.
I had to drop it like it was hot.
Drop it like it's hot.
I dropped it like it's hot.
You did.
But probably isn't.
When the Yoshi gonna know ya, drop it like it's hot.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's just throw it in there so that way people can see it on
Hey.
screen. Which is that. By the way, this is Mark's Twitter account.
Yeah.
Right here. No, just pop up and we'll take a gander.
Will
Everybody
it
can
pop up?
take a gander at that. Yeah. See,
Pop,
it
pop,
popped up.
there.
So
Hashtag will it pop?
see, hashtag. You got that there?
Or it's not,
So,
I don't think it's a hashtag. It's just like that.
that's an at. It's an at.
Right.
There's lots of things going on with that there.
Not
Are you
things.
quickly checking to see if the 8 people watching this have followed you yet?
No, I was gonna retweet my
So-
link.
Nice, finally getting some more people. So,
Hey.
However, thank you to those of you who have followed me. Appreciate it.
yeah, it's,
And
it's
also,
good. So,
I will say this: like,
what's your Twitter? By the way?
it's at Blake Calvert 1.
Spell it.
BLAKECALVERT 1.
Okay, but you didn't spell it.
IT.
Thank you. Gosh. You ask him a simple question.
Hold your tongue and say that you live on a pirate ship. So, No,
I don't want to add. I don't want to add to the swear jar.
Yeah, that's true. So,
I forgot we were in 6th grade again.
yeah. Well, I mean, with
We're
us
right down the street from our middle school.
I was gonna say,
know.
with us here, it kind
That's
of is
what
sixth grade again.
I will
so.
say this. So I've been living in Texas for the last 4 years, but for the last 2, for obvious reasons, I haven't been back home.
Suki, come here.
She's
Suki!
barking at dust.
She's blind and deaf, man.
Suki,
I think since she's blind, she's just trying to figure out
Suki.
what she is via echolocation.
Oh my gosh, here comes Suki, my blind dog.
I remember when you were a puppy too.
You piddled on the seat in my car.
I made you
Come
do
here,
that.
sweetie. Come here, honey.
But yeah, I was gonna say the fire stations. When did they upgrade all the fire stations to look like the city has money?
Oh, the
Oh,
past
that-
couple of years.
Yeah, that's a fairly recent thing.
Cause wow,
And now, Suki has
Suki!
made an appearance.
The wonder dog.
Suki.
Suki the blind puppy.
Suki, the blind Maltipoo. She's 14 and she loves you. Don't you, Suki?
my goodness, you have anime eyes, for sure. She does.
I mean, mostly
You like-
Hinata from Naruto.
you like having anime
She's got
eyes?
heterochromatic blind eye syndrome.
Do you love your anime eyes?
She's Hinata from Naruto.
Hi, sweetie. Hi. How you doing?
Oh, one thing I'm kind of excited for is that new X-Men animated series that Disney.
Yeah. I'm excited too. A couple of friends are in that one.
Ooh.
So it's gonna be
Does
exciting.
Suki still do the runs? She does them every once in a while. We'll take her out to the front lawn and she'll like tippy tap her front paws until she finds the grass, and then she'll run for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then she'll walk forward and tippy tap until she finds the concrete of our neighbor's driveway on the other side, and then she'll turn around and run for like 4 or 5 seconds, and then tippy tap, concrete.
It's like old,
Tippy tap,
old
tippy tap, concrete.
people suicide runs.
Well, I mean, she's having a good time. So,
Yeah.
aren't you? Are you having a good time or what? Are you having a good time? You want to bounce? Want to bounce? Want to bounce?
I
Bounce! Oh!
got a 14-year-old puppy and she still gets
Don't
suies.
fall, honey.
And
Don't
she's not
fall.
blind.
Yeah. Who's a cutie? You are my sweet little girl. She's like, whoa, 3 hands.
Wait a minute.
Wait a
Hold on.
second.
The math doesn't add up.
Dad never has 3 hands at home.
Yes, Suki probably has what? Probably has. I can't. What's it?
Oh, Byakugan.
Byakugan? I don't know what that means.
It's
What's
a
that?
Naruto
Naruto
thing.
thing.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't understand it,
'Cause you're
bro.
lame
It's
and you
Naruto-
don't watch anime.
Naruto thing. So I'm changing that. Slowly watching.
Remember
anime.
when we were the lame ones?
Yeah.
Wow. Speak for yourselves.
I am.
So-
It was not cool to watch anime.
No,
when
it
we were
wasn't.
watching anime.
It was not. Now it's money.
Yeah.
Now it's a ton of money.
Now it's Netflix money.
I mean, legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, you want down?
They're making their own anime.
You want
now.
down now? Okay, here you go. There you go. Now you're in the garage and you're
Where am I?
extremely confused.
What is happening? Why is this?
Who are they? What are you? How is she? What are we? Sorry.
I think she tried to eat your rocket.
No, it's good. It's good. So, I should probably help put her back
propellant.
inside. So,
I feast on science.
what am I?
Do
what
you,
am I?
Do you still drink Propel?
No, I don't.
Ah,
No,
man,
no.
missed opportunity.
What is-
So many good jokes.
She's trying to get into stuff. Suki, what are you doing?
There's a box. I've hung it up around a cat long enough that I had to get into boxes.
Uh-oh. Oops.
Boink.
You found my shoe.
Whom dis?
Oh,
Boink,
you found
boink,
the table and my
boink.
shoe and the rocket.
Okay, I'm gonna take her inside.
Oh,
so.
Suki.
Also, I kind of need to take about like a minute or two. So if you want to, y'all are
Yeah, I'm gonna be Jared now.
okay. Sure, go for it.
that
Just
makes me
remember,
Mark.
It's being recorded.
Awesome. Okay.
Hooray.
Rockets, science, space, rockets,
Tornadoes,
space.
tornadoes, anime voice acting,
Ah,
tornadoes.
yes. Tell me, rockets, space science, space rockets.
Well, you see, when you science a space rocket, you get a tornado,
Ah.
and then you do Walla with the tornado and the rockets.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, hi guys.
Hello.
I hope at least some of this has been entertaining and or educational for you.
Right.
Edutational?
Eh,
I think
that's
edutaining?
right. That's right word, but I don't think that's what we were doing.
Suki, what are you doing? You won't understand. You don't watch anime. It's true.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to do this. Sorry, this is so I stream on Twitch and I don't I usually just have my chat running on the side, so I'm used to just referring to what comes up as it comes up, and not like just not commenting on the thing without highlighting.
Right.
This is hard. This is a lot more involved than just what I'm used to. Also, the giant red live indicator up on the top left is intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, also it's kind of terrible that you've been going at this for about 3.5 hours.
Well, I've only been here for about an hour and a half, so the other 2 hours was all Jared.
Ooh, boy.
Who is gone now. So here, I can answer this question. Nope, changed. Hold on. I can answer this question from Hendon. Which is a better streaming rig, Twitch or YouTube? That's the thing about that is Twitch, you can stream directly from Twitch, but most people don't. They stream from like OBS. And OBS, I personally like because it's a lot easier to like manage everything in one window. Everything is kind of self-contained, so I can just do it all in one go, and there it is. But this is my first time seeing the actual like YouTube live studio thing, and so it's sleek for sure. But I think this is a little more nerve-wracking, personally. This is a lot more activity on my end.
I like to do my thing in my own way, and this is different.
Yeah, change. I can't handle change.
Get the change away from me!
Ah! Look out! He's got a butter knife. Take him down.
I'll spread things on you.
No. Inadvisable Science asks, is my Twitch handle the same as my Twitter name? No. My Twitch handle is very complicated because I was trying to brand as a tech YouTuber a couple of years ago, and I've just never changed it. My Twitch handle is Aeon Pro Tech Gaming. It's AEONPROTECHGAMING. That is me. He is me. We are the same person. I actually will probably be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday, so yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Probably open Pokemon cards and maybe play some more Ghost of Tsushima. Because I started playing that on stream and I haven't played it in like 3 weeks because I was prepping for this trip. So, yes. But thank you for asking. Yeah, so Aeon Protect Gaming is my Twitch handle. I usually, if you followed me on Twitter, I usually tweet out when I'm going to stream. So there will be a link available that way as well, in case you can't find it now.
Yeah, actually, I would say this.
Just a little bit. So you're like just a face.
You
were semi-troning for a moment.
Oh, okay. So this is. Oh, sorry. Just there's a delay between what we're saying and the studio thing, so it's just kind of weird to see it live.
Well, yeah, it's live, but like live.
I know.
With that like 6-second delay or something like that.
Yeah, but anyway, what I was saying is that I've actually just started recording a podcast.
Hey.
It's extremely amateur, and I'm really just learning as I go, like all the technical stuff. And if you want to see me just sort of stumbling around, figuring it out.
You're doing great selling yourself right now, buddy.
I don't want to get people's hopes up.
That's fair enough. I understand completely.
Anyway, if you want to check it out, currently on Spotify, it's called Blake's Toon Bunker.
Do you talk about cartoons?
Yes. Usually, I only have one episode so far. I try to get a guest on, and we just talk about cartoons. And my first guest was our mutual friend, Jeremiah White.
Oh, nice. How's he doing?
He's doing good.
I haven't seen him in years.
Just doing good. Doing a lot of good stand-up stuff. He has a kid.
I heard.
Yeah.
I heard.
And our first was talking about, incidentally, the first episode of Cowboy Bebop.
The live action or the anime?
The anime.
Okay.
Because, again, Toon Bunker.
No, I figured, but I'm just
clarifying. Also, part of this because, he had never seen any of Cowboy Bebop.
Wow. So he got to watch it for the first time.
Right.
Nice.
And, of course, I know it's hard to believe, he thought it was good.
No way.
Yeah.
Someone who never saw Cowboy Bebop before thought Cowboy Bebop was good?
I know.
What?
So we just basically talked about that. I only have one episode so far, and I'm trying to get, and I already got the second episode planned in mind. Spoiler, might get a little bizarre.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah. again, big thing is like I also try to like coordinate. Okay, what's a big thing happening in animation that I could exploit the algorithm for?
Yeah, I mean that's what marketing is in the modern day. Is just like, what is the algorithm and how can I make it work to my advantage?
Right.
That's why I'm bad at it, because I don't care about algorithm or any Al for that matter. It's a joke. If your name's Al, you're cool. As long as your name isn't algorithm.
What's your last name, Mark?
Not Al.
It's close.
No, it's Alan.
But what's Al short for?
I don't know. Albert? Alfred?
Alan.
Albert?
I'm just saying. Don't.
Al is short for Alfred Molina, and that's the only thing it's short for. The whole name, Alfred Molina.
And good thing too, because hey, algorithm, Spider-Man movie coming out, yay!
Ah, yes, the Alfred Molina algorithm. Very glad I got that out. I thought I was like, I'm probably gonna stumble this. Let me just try.
No, you nailed it. You nailed
I
it.
did. It was good. Print that one. Put it on a shirt.
Now there's a shirt for this episode.
Is there? Yeah, we're gonna have multiple things on it apparently. Jules, thank you so much for reinstalling Twitter on my behalf. Appreciate it.
I was good. I mean,
You could follow Blake too.
yeah.
Don't follow Jared though. He's just a forehead like nobody
I mean, it's
needs
just.
to listen to what he has.
And
to
also,
say,
as
so.
years go by, he's just getting more and more forehead. It's really, really depressing.
It's kind of surprising actually. I always thought that like the amount of forehead he had before was pretty surmountable.
Yeah.
But it's just become just increasingly more. I mean, I don't say this lightly. He may be approaching 5-head territory. Might be getting there.
And also, not just in the front, in the back too. Like, back of head is soon gonna meet this forehead, so you might just go for.
There could just be like a channel, like right down the middle.
Right.
And then it'll be all head.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jared.
Hey,
Hey,
bud.
guys.
How you doing?
Hey, are you guys talking about Mount Everest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking we should change its name to Insurmount Everest.
You sure you don't want to call my forehead Mount Everest?
No. You don't have a whole lot of powder on the top, so.
That's fair. That's true.
Do you want your chair back?
I honestly don't care.
Change places!
So, okay.
I'll get some. I'll just get back to German stool.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Wait,
yes.
what was going on? Anxiety Live? What was occurring between the both
I was
of
talking
you?
about how I don't like the big red live indicator on the YouTube studio.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's intimidating.
Yeah. Blake,
I'm
what's
used
your
to
podcast?
Twitch.
It's called Blake's Toon Bunker. Right now, just on Spotify.
Is it TOON?
TOON, yes.
Yeah.
Blake's
Toon
Bunker.
Bunker, if you're feeling fancy.
Ooh.
I do not.
All right.
No,
well then,
no,
screw
no.
me, I guess.
Blake, what's your Twitter again?
It's at Blake Calvert 1. That's BLAKE CALVERT 1 at Twitter.
And I'm going to be
Shoot, I've been following Black Calvert 1 all this time.
I mean, he's an alright dude, but
and I'm going to actually be on Blake's Toon Bunker pretty soon. We're going to be watching what was it, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So
yes,
Way to
Yeah.
spoil the tease that came earlier.
there was a tease earlier.
I
Yeah.
know. Can you believe
Oh.
him? Just
Oh.
straight up spoiled it.
Sorry.
Horrible.
and we're actually gonna start. Actually, Jared,
What's up?
you told me that you want to just start from the very beginning and just
I-
try.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let's get some noise. Give us some noise, miss. Look at us.
Disgruntled
Come on.
grunting.
You're just exploiting our upset noises for entertainment.
Shh. I absolutely am. Shh. Misty, come here. Come on, sweetie. Come here, honey. She's like, I'm not going under those legs. But I am going to pull the power cord.
Right.
Okay, come over here.
Yoink.
Tiny puppy in a land of giants.
But
But
I have the butt.
But
The butt is mine.
you touched the butt.
I am touching the butt.
How dare you?
Let me see if I can get her to make noises. She's really is looking at you like, why aren't you petting me?
She is.
Hey.
She just gave me the saddest look. Like, why do you smell like
Suki.
that?
Hi, Suki. Hey, sweetie.
Suki's like, I want to be on a lap too. Oh, Missy.
What a ham. She's a full honey baked ham, aren't you?
I remember when you were both babies.
Here, get your butt up a little higher. There you go. Now sit. Now you can sit.
Hi, Suki.
So.
Suki is trapped under the table and my legs.
Suki, what you doing, sweetie?
Squeeze her like bagpipes. Nah. Not
No.
bothered.
Yeah. We tried. That's right.
An attempt was made.
Always watch it, Jared. Ask me almost anything. You never know when he's gonna squeeze the puppy. So.
Squeeze the dog.
Dog.
Squeeze the dog. Squeeze the dog.
Squeeze the dog. Hey. Hey.
She keeps looking at me like, rescue me.
I'm in a weirdo's arms.
Rescue me. What are you doing?
He don't have lucky
What are you looking at me like that for, huh?
I
Hey,
know,
hey.
I panicked.
Hey,
It's-
hey,
it's fine.
Missy, what are you doing? Huh?
I've forgotten who I am. I've spent 20 years on the spaceship Nostromo, and life has never been the same. Or has it? I can't remember. Anyway, if you get this message, my pizza is late, so I'd appreciate a refund. Goodbye.
There she goes again.
Hi.
And Ridley Scott's mad that we'd rather be on our phones and watch that in the theater.
All right.
Let's not talk about Ridley Scott right now.
Ridley Scott is on the list.
Ridley Scott releases a bad movie, it blames the audience. It's a pretty Ridley Scott move, if I say so myself. Being the Ridley Scott expert that I am, I kicked the table.
Yeah, careful with that.
I've got big feet. I can't help it.
Earlier, I was like, earthquake, and I was like, oh, better not make that joke.
Think about where you live.
Yeah, that's.
You could legit. Didn't you have one during
Thank
one
you.
of your streams?
Thank you, Blake. So no, I have not had an earthquake yet during
okay.
one of. Well, not this kind of a stream.
Oh, there's still time.
I've had earthquakes when I've been on the toilet several times.
I remember
So-
when we were in middle school, you had a waterbed, and there was an earthquake, and you described it as surfing in your house.
Yes, it was like surfing in my house. So for those who don't know, I did have a waterbed as a child, and I kind of miss it.
Do you?
I really would like to have a waterbed.
I'm sure
again.
it would be hell on your back.
No, I would expect it to actually be the opposite, right?
Really?
Wouldn't it be better?
I don't think so.
So,
There's no solid support. You just
well, the
Warbling.
water like curves to your back.
but if
right?
you roll over, then the bed does this for 5 minutes.
New waterbeds do not do that. They have chambers.
Ah,
built
they've
into
got
them.
improved
that-
water.
So
Wait,
yeah,
people
It's
still make
new,
waterbeds?
Improved water. Yes, they do. So
H2. Wow.
H2O2.
H new.
No, that's
No,
not
wait.
water.
Wait, no, wait. No, new waterbed. H nuo.
Ooh,
That's a
dang!
good one.
Look at
We
this.
should copyright that
We
one.
got a regular old madman.
We have too many
right here,
things going to be
so-
on the shirt.
Yeah,
for
that's
this
that's
episode.
Yeah.
I got 3 shirts because earlier missed that Alfred Molina with them.
Oh, you did miss that one.
What happened?
We were talking about algorithms, and I said I hate the algorithm. I hate all Al's really. And then I apologized. I said if your name's Al, I don't hate you. And he said, but what's Al short for? And I was like, I don't know. Alfred, Albert, Alfred Molina. Al is short for Alfred Molina all the time. And then we kind of let some space happen, and I said, yeah, we got to satisfy the Alfred Molina algorithm.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I
I don't know if that's shirt worthy, but
I mean,
that's pretty
explaining it makes it worse. So watch the VOD. It'll be better.
They'll just get a stick figure of Doc Ock
good. I'm
dancing.
not gonna rewatch this. Oh yeah. If I were a rich.
What am I gonna do with all these shirts?
God, I love that. That screen test of him dancing and singing. It's pretty great. So, maybe,
From the second best Spider-Man movie,
yeah,
First of all,
yeah.
Into the
dare you.
Spider-Verse.
Into the Spider-Verse. It's
What are you saying is the second best Spider-Man movie?
Spider-Man 2.
I disagree.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, Spider-Man 2 is like pretty high.
Spider-Man 2 is the best Spider-Man of the Raimi trilogy, for sure.
That is definitely fair.
Yes.
But I believe Spider-Man Homecoming is a better movie.
Oh,
See, I would put Spider-Man Homecoming at number 3.
Dun, dun, dun.
But look, Into the Spider-Verse is my
Yeah,
favorite.
it's number one, obviously. That's not a question.
Yes.
But we're gonna throw hands over where Spider-Man 2 and why are you doing the Macarena?
I'm
But
not
only
doing the
first
Macarena.
only the first two moves of the Macarena. Now the second, the third, and fourth.
Oh my
moves of
God,
the
you're
Macarena.
right. Oh my Jesus. So talk about throwbacks.
Were you trying to thwip webbing? Because you need to do this.
Oh,
Doesn't
yeah.
work unless
No,
do
you have
this.
to up and away, Webb.
Go
Webb!
Whoa! We are dorks.
We remember that.
Hashtag Pepperidge Farms, remember?
Oh boy, are we winding down?
I don't know, are we?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm winding up.
Sports.
Hey, I like sports.
We could talk about some sports.
Yeah, what kind of sports do we want to talk about?
Curling.
Okay, what about curling?
Let's talk about the physics of curling.
Okay.
I know.
I have to defer to you.
Where
You're
shall
the-
we
you're the
begin?
physics expert.
I know brooms are involved.
So
Brooms
explain to me
are involved.
why slowing down the puck involves sweeping behind it.
What's
How
that?
does that? How does sweeping behind the puck slow it down?
That doesn't slow it down.
Then why do they sweep behind the puck?
I thought they're sweeping in front of it.
They do, but occasionally they sweep behind it.
That might be to resurface the ice after the
Yeah.
stone or whatever goes.
Yeah, it's
No,
that-
but it's while it's going. It's the
Yes.
team doing.
Well, I figure they're not allowed to like go back and sweep when their stone or puck or whatever it is coming
the
down.
stoner puck.
The stoner puck, the bud is going
The
down.
bud.
I have no idea what the thing
we're
is
gonna
called.
modernize curling.
I mean,
Yes.
I mean, they're Canadians. They're just being polite.
So they're sweeping in front of it to smooth out the ice. Right?
Yeah, no, I know the sweeping.
That's
in
to
front.
help it
travel
further,
Yeah.
less
Yeah.
friction. So maybe they're doing it to smooth out the ice behind it, so that way the next team doesn't take the exact same path.
That actually could be.
I mean,
You don't give them an easy path to follow.
I mean,
that
it makes-
actually could be.
That's my thoughts. I don't play curling,
I don't think any of us has
So-
even ever seen curling,
so
like a whole curling match played.
yeah, Rory. So after is to sabotage. Oh my God, it's a mirage.
Oh,
I'm telling y'all, it's sabotage.
it's
so-
Samaflange.
So
Sabotage.
I was just about to say, I'm looking at sabotage, just trying to figure out ways to mispronounce it. So
Sab to gay.
nice. Loopy has a good one here, which is the launch team for the upcoming telescope is dressed as Spider-Man. Why would they? Well, why would they?
Why
You ask?
not?
It's because they're web slingers. So 'cause it's the James Webb Space Telescope.
Yeah.
Loopy, you're wise in the ways of puns.
There's a good one. Talk about. I always forget the name of it. The area of space that is between the is it the Vanderbilt belt? No, that's not it.
Van Allen belts.
Van Allen belts. Talk about the Van Allen belts.
What about them?
Just talk about them.
Okay, it's radiation.
Uh-huh.
Can I get superpowers from it?
No. You will die. You will die.
You won't die.
So you're saying-
I mean, you're in space, so you probably will die.
So you're saying Stan Lee lied to me?
No, you had to go through the Van Allen belts to get to the moon. So
Yeah, but it's in space.
it is in space.
So you would die if you're just floating out.
Oh well,
in the
yeah.
Van
If you're
Allen
not in a spaceship, yeah, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you. So, but yeah, you'll die. But yeah, the Van Allen belts are radiation belts. I actually don't specifically remember why they're generated.
What good are you?
but I know that we have to contend with them because one of them dips down very low over the South Atlantic because of the magnetic field or something like that, and it's called the South Atlantic Anomaly, SAA.
Are they globe locked?
What, the Van Allen belts?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but don't hold me on that. Also, you've got to remember that like the Earth is just doing,
Off axis.
It's just doing this.
Yeah.
It's not. The Earth itself isn't. It's not processing. It's just staying.
It's not processing.
It is technically processing, but not
And
at a
lo,
rate.
the moon heralded the procession of the Earth.
Actually, true, but it's not doing so at a rate that you and I would notice. So,
I mean, I don't know about you, but I can constantly feel the Earth spinning.
well, I feel like if you put enough edibles in me, I can feel the Earth spin too. But let's not get all brag here, okay?
Okay, let's test that.
So let's spin me in the only chair I have that like my back can actually be in. So
I can constantly feel the Earth spinning, but I spend the rest of my days spinning in the opposite direction to counter it.
Well, I'm always swirling towards freedom.
sorry.
I saw a sign for a rest stop. It said rest stop 1 mile, and I thought, wow, that's pretty big.
Are you being possessed by Mitch Hedberg right now?
Not possessed by, but paying homage to, certainly.
I was gonna say that's a bit more Stephen Wright, isn't it, than that? So
I mean, both of them. Both
Yeah.
of them are the kings of the low energy, not joke.
So Rory's asking, what is the South Atlantic Anomaly? It's an area where there is higher radiation in low Earth orbit.
The correct answer is it is an anomaly that is in the south of the Atlantic.
Yes, so it's above the South Atlantic between South America and Africa. Shut up. And it is an area of heightened radiation. So when computers are most likely to shut down and stuff like that, it often occurs in the South Atlantic Anomaly. Hubble, in its orbit, does not do observations when it's orbiting through the South Atlantic Anomaly.
Is that why launches from Florida head north?
No, that
Why do
actually
they head north?
so that has to do with islands typically.
Okay.
So although you can do polar launches out of Florida and go south, you just have to fly over Cuba, which tends to make Cuba not
A little on
Yeah.
edge. Yeah,
So
Can't imagine why.
so
Fair enough.
Yeah. So here's another one. Julie Song is asking, is the DART impact actually observable? And that's you're probably asking that because Hendon asked, well, Griffith observed the DART impact, and who else are observing? So DART is not going to, so the impact itself will likely not be visible even in our biggest telescopes here on Earth. I would be very surprised if anybody, I mean, you might be able to catch the impact flash, possibly, and that's assuming that,
It's hitting the moon, right?
what?
It's hitting the moon.
Well, it's hitting a moon around an asteroid, so which will be millions of miles away, tens of millions of miles away from us when that happens. So,
So
it'll be
my question is,
really tough to see.
would you miss it?
Which is it? They're hoping not to.
Here's
and-
my question: does it still make a sound?
No.
It's in space.
Well, actually, yes,
Oh.
it would, because the moon is material, and
Right.
sound needs a medium to travel through. So actually, technically,
Probably should make like a click, right?
I don't know what sound it would make going through rock, because I don't know what the sound of a spacecraft hitting a rock sounds like.
Okay.
I would assume a click, because there's not enough air for it to vibrate very much.
Well, it doesn't.
So it's not going to rumble.
It doesn't. So the air doesn't need to vibrate, but the object it hits can vibrate.
Right,
So,
but you have two metallic objects connecting.
yeah.
But you don't have air molecules to transfer that sound and make the ringing noise that we associate with metallic objects clinking together. So
I would
assume it would be like a click.
I would assume. So first of all, we don't know if the asteroid is metallic or not.
It's an asteroid.
So-
there's a metal on it.
There's metal in it, but that doesn't mean it's metallic. You can
I'm
have
gonna
stony
punch
iron.
you in the face.
You can have stony iron asteroids and stony asteroids.
But what about
So-
iron
and
stony asteroids?
carbonaceous chondrites and other things like this.
First of all, you leave your ites out of this.
Don't screw with me, because I'll
I'm not
start.
screwing
I'll
with
start
you.
dropping.
If there is metal in the object is metallic. By definition.
If it is fully metal, yes.
I'm not talking about full metal, alchemist or otherwise.
So we don't know what Didymos is made out of. So, which the name of the asteroid is Dimorphos, and then the moon going around it, which is what we're going to impact, is called Didymos. And as I said earlier, and just to kind of review for folks who may not know, DART will be colliding head-on with Didymos, which if it works, it will slow down Didymos, which means that it will move in a little bit closer in its orbit.
Has Didymos ever worked with Biggymos?
No.
What about Donkey Kongamos?
So,
Diddy Kong, Donkey Kong?
no, Seth Rogen's not involved in this.
Oh, Jesus. How dare you? How dare you?
So, before they called it Didymos, its real name was actually Diddy Moon. I'm not kidding. It was called Diddy Moon, and I really wish.
Did they ask Puff Daddy how he felt about that?
No, why?
Because he used to go by Diddy.
He used to go by Diddy.
Yeah, so I was asking, did they?
Does he still go by Diddy?
No,
He's just Diddy now.
he's P Diddy.
Or P Diddy?
Yeah,
Or D? Or P? Or PD?
PD Pablo. That's actually Puff Daddy. PD Pablo was Puff Daddy all along.
Dun, dun,
You heard it here
Dun,
first.
dun, dun. Oh my God! So, so DART will be doing that. But what were we talking about?
Is there any
Because
way to
no.
divert? Is there any way to divert DART so that it doesn't impact?
Yes, but that's not the point of this mission. The whole point is to collide it with Didymos.
I thought so. It's not to land it on it.
No, it's
to
just going to straight. It's
smash
just
right
going
through
to
it.
just line itself up as best as it can and then hit it.
Why?
Because we want to see if a kinetic impact, so basically sending a spacecraft at a asteroid and hitting it, will actually change its orbit. We don't know if it will.
So how much of science is just, let's take these two things, crash them into each other and see what happens?
A lot.
A lot. Honestly,
The majority of science is let's crash.
So
these two
Adam
things
Savage
together.
has the best way of describing science, which he said the difference between screwing around and science is writing it down.
Yeah.
So, and that's really about it.
It's true.
So we're doing this because we don't know. We just straight up don't know.
Now, Newtonian physics says it should, but
Yes.
we've never done it, so we can't.
Yeah, we've never hit an asteroid before. We have impacted a comet before, but that was big. And that's also very difficult to track to try to do that. So also we did that like 16 years ago. So, but we did that as a mission to excavate the material below it and then analyze the plume and figure out what it was made out of that way, which it did. It worked perfect. So for DART, what they'll do is it'll impact, and there's actually going to be a small satellite, a CubeSat, about twice the size of my laptop here, that'll deploy before. So it will actually image DART as it impacts. So we'll get to see the hit.
Is it video or is it stills?
It'll be stills, but you could probably string it together into a video. I don't know how fast the stills it'll be taking is.
1 frame per minute?
God, I hope not. But DART will also be taking images and relaying them in real time all the way until impact as well.
Should have put a GoPro on it.
So, Jamie will love to hear about you wanting to put GoPros on things. I'll let Jamie know about that. The observations from here on Earth are not going to be of the impact itself, but they're going to be of
The aftermath.
the aftermath. How did Didymos move? And did it move how we expected it to?
They've been tracking its path for long enough that they'll be able to measure any change as well, right?
Yes, and I imagine that they will probably be observing it during, leading up to the impact, and then immediately after the impact to see if there actually are any changes immediately as well.
So do they anticipate if it does change its course? Do they anticipate it having an effect on the parent object?
Likely not. So
Okay, I couldn't remember its name.
Dimorphos.
Dimorphos.
So yeah, likely not. It's one of those things where Didymos is so small compared to Dimorphos that it just probably isn't going to have much of an impact on it.
Only reason why I ask is because there's a lot of theories about if something happened to the moon, would it affect the Earth, and in what ways, and things like that. I mean, outside of just tidal changes. But,
Yeah.
Gravitational pulls and things like that.
Yeah.
Because there's some people who believe that part of the reason why the Earth maintains its orbit around the sun is because of a slight pull from the moon, which keeps it in its orbit, which is
No, we're just moving fast
you
enough.
can't prove anything at that scale.
No,
anyway,
we're just moving fast enough that way that we don't fall in the sun.
Also,
This is-
pretty sure it would have an impact on the Earth's werewolf
This
population.
is
That is true.
yeah, that's a very good point.
That is true.
Oops, we weren't supposed to say that on air.
Scrub.
Yeah, scrub real quick.
I'm tired of hiding who I really am.
Literally, well, you only have to do it 27 days in a row. Then you get to do it for one day. Then you get to wait 27 more days, right? That's how this works?
Something
So,
like that.
yeah, something like
I
that.
gave you the brochure, man. You should have read it.
Sorry, there was it was like the 3 pages of Xenu that I had to get through first that just really turned me on.
Yeah, that was tough. And the 14 werewolf boyfriends. Y'all can Google that one. Have fun. It's a good reference, ain't it? I had to get one furry reference in for the show.
Oh my god!
Since they're sending a furry to space.
God!
So
Don't.
it's not
don't
actually an
start
astronaut.
That again.
Not actually an astronaut. So, yeah. So, anyways, where were we? Because I just thought.
Didymus and Dimorphos.
Yeah. So somebody actually in here. Where's it at? Inadvisable Science, which I would say testing your 14 werewolf boyfriends is definitely inadvisable science. Is asking, how does a moon get classified as a moon? Basically, you have to be an object going around another object. But that parent body has to be the dominant basically the gravitationally dominant object.
So if we took Samoa Joe and Kevin Hart
Yes.
and made Kevin Hart spin in a circle around Samoa Joe, does Kevin Hart become a moon?
How so Samoa Joe is a larger mass than Kevin Hart.
Significantly.
Correct? Yes, actually.
Okay.
You probably thought that was a joke.
No, I was legitimately asking.
But if you have mass, you exert a gravitational pull.
Right.
So the three of us have mass. So we're actually pulling on each other gravitationally.
So if I were to take your dog and just spin her around me.
Yes. It would work a lot better if we were in
A vacuum.
in a frictionless environment like a hard vacuum or something
Right.
like that. So,
But that would
Also,
also
Mark, I'm pretty sure you just
imply-
described. Also, Mark, pretty sure you described like half of Dwayne Johnson's movies.
Pretty much, yeah. That would imply, though, that we are all moons as well
why?
of the Earth.
No, we're not,
Why aren't we?
because we're on the surface.
So if I jump, I'm a moon.
No, you have to be in orbit.
So if I'm flying on a plane, I'm a moon.
No, because you're not moving at orbital velocity.
Aren't I?
No, you're not.
What's orbital velocity?
17,500
No.
miles
What
per
is
hour.
orbital velocity?
Oh, it's whatever speed you have to move in order to not fall back and hit the Earth.
Okay, but if you maintain an equidistance away from the surface of the Earth as you circumnavigate, are you a moon?
No.
Because you're orbiting.
No, you're not orbiting.
How are you not orbiting?
Because
Can't-
you're not moving at a speed that if I turn the engines off, you're gonna be
So
able.
you have to escape
You absolute
the forces
pedant.
of gravity. I'm clarifying. You have to escape the forces of gravity to be considered an orbiting object.
Oh, I was gonna say if you want to take care of that, I think it's a skeeter. Sorry, I was just like, hey, look at that. You're like,
That's a crotch.
I'm ambiguously pointing over here.
Can't Superman be classified
No,
as
stop.
a
He needs to answer this question.
Okay, so
This is legitimately important.
so an orbit is considered when you are moving, when your forward momentum is fast enough that it balances with the downward pull of gravity.
So, how about tidally locked objects?
Yes.
How are they
The
orbiting?
moon is a tidally locked object.
Correct.
So that means one side of the moon faces the Earth constantly.
Correct. But what about objects that are geolocked? We have a lot of satellites that move at a rate that keeps them
Yes.
over the same location on the Earth as they orbit.
So geosynchronous orbit.
Are they still orbiting objects?
Yes.
So, at that point, how do you calculate that they are moving fast enough that if they were to stop moving, which they can't because they're in space, but if they were to stop moving, they wouldn't just fall back to the surface?
What I need you to clarify that a little bit for me.
So you
'Cause
said
I don't understand it fully.
you
so.
said for an object to be considered in orbit, it has to be moving at a forward momentum fast enough that if it were to stop, it would not be subjected to the gravity of the other object. Correct.
Well, if it was to stop,
That's what you said.
How drunk was I when I just said this right now?
Because I asked you if a plane was an orbiting object, and you said no, because if I
Okay.
turned off the engines, you would plummet to the Earth.
Yes.
So why is speed what determines whether an object is in orbit or not?
Well, velocity determines orbit because your speed determines how much forward momentum you have, right? Your velocity. Speed is a bad way to describe it because speed.
So is forward, because that is single point located.
So your velocity in a specific vector, as long as you are moving fast enough that your velocity in a vector balances the downward pull, the downward gravitational pull of the object that you're going around, then you're technically in orbit. And I was
I'm laughing because Blake is pretending to take notes.
I'm actually trying to find a scientific definition. So a moon is defined to be a celestial body that makes an orbit around a parent body, basically. So thank you. So Loopy has a great way of describing what an orbit is. Orbit is falling but missing. That's literally what it is. You are in free fall around the Earth.
So
That's why you're floating.
So what you're saying is, when we send a craft to do a slingshot maneuver,
Yes.
it's always in orbit, or it's only in orbit as it whips around the object?
It is in orbit around the sun. Once it gets into the gravitational influence of whatever object it's coming to, it is within that gravitational sphere. So its momentum is being influenced by that object.
But that object is also in orbit.
Yes.
So both orbits are affecting the same object. Which would you say the object is in orbit around?
Okay, that was multiple words said in different ways, so I'm trying to figure this out here real quick. So
Jupiter.
now we're warming up. Woo-hoo! Yeah, that's some good. That's some. Yeah, you're right, and then we're really getting into it now. Here we go.
So
I'm
Jupiter.
gonna go get some popcorn.
Yeah.
Jupiter orbits the sun.
Yes.
There are moons that orbit Jupiter.
Yes.
If we send a satellite that is in orbit around one of the moons of Jupiter,
Yes.
which object is it in the orbit of?
That it would be orbiting the moon.
So it wouldn't be considered in orbit around Jupiter.
No, because even though Jupiter is there, even though Jupiter's gravity is technically acting upon the spacecraft, the moon that it is orbiting around has significantly more gravitational influence.
So it always applies to the most dominant force.
Bingo.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I still think if I jump and circumnavigate the world without landing, I should be considered in orbit. But
Well, no. No. You have to. So this is actually there's actually a huge debate, a very dumb debate happening right now about this for the upcoming test flight of SpaceX's Starship, because it's going to launch from Texas, but it's going to re-enter and then intentionally splash itself off the coast of Hawaii. And people are saying, is it really an orbital flight? Because it's not technically going around the Earth once.
But that's not what defines
Yes.
orbit.
No, orbit is defined by speed. So, because I actually could orbit at 10 feet off of the ground if I wanted to.
You just have to be moving fast.
I'd have to be moving damn fast, and I'd have to have the ability to maintain that velocity as well.
So that's part of what determines, for example, the event horizon around a black hole then, right? Is that it's arguably light orbiting the mass of the black hole.
Yeah, that would be a...
We're getting real weird and theoretical up in
You
here.
could say it that way, but we would more define the event horizon as the point of no return, if you will.
Sure.
That's basically like...
Once you pass it, you're going in.
Because an event horizon has to deal with escape velocity, which is different than orbit.
Right.
So an orbit is just, I'm staying around this object. Escape velocity is I'm overcoming the gravitational pull and leaving this object, or leaving the gravitational influence of this object.
Right.
So the event horizon is the point where the escape velocity exceeds the speed of light. Physics says no, you're not allowed to do that. Therefore, if you fall in further, you will, whatever happens to you happens.
You're either destroyed or teleported.
You'll find TARS in a Tesseract, and you're behind your daughter's bookcase trying to talk to her. So
About love, man. It's all about love.
you're gonna have
In my Lincoln.
a terrible third act in your Lincoln. Yeah, yeah,
And then
So-
you got to run for governor of Texas.
yeah.
Is orbital speed a constant, or is it dependent on
At
the
alt-
force of gravity?
So it is dependent upon your altitude.
Okay.
So
So
obviously,
orbital speed at lower level would be higher than it
Yes.
would be. Okay.
yeah. So obviously, the International Space Station is moving at 17,500 miles per hour.
Those poor souls.
What's up?
I said those poor souls.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I know, right? So, I don't know what geosynchronous orbit is. That's why I'm going to Google it immediately. So, geosynchronous.
What kind of scientist are you?
Shut up. Orbit speed. So, at geosynchronous orbit, you're moving at about 7,000 miles per hour. So, you don't have to move
Significantly
as fast.
slower.
But if you want to send something there, you have to expend the energy to get it up to that altitude.
Right. Well,
So-
but that would be escape velocity at that point, though.
It's not escape velocity because you're not completely overcoming the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Don't you need to achieve escape velocity to get up there, but then you can lower your velocity once you're up there?
No, if you were to hit escape velocity, you would actually have to expend energy to slow yourself down once you get up there. So that would be a tremendously inefficient way to do it. So that's why we don't do it that way. Typically what we do is we do something called geosynchronous transfer orbit, or what you'll often hear called GTO. So that means we'll launch you into an orbit that will get you up to geosynchronous orbit. Your high point will be up there, but then your low point will be, a couple hundred miles above. And then you'll have fuel on board of your satellite that will slowly over time increase the low point of your orbit until eventually you're at a circular orbit, a geosynchronous orbit. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's much more efficient than just say,
I just want to interrupt for a second. Come in and see my kitty real quick.
oh yeah, go
Okay.
see the cat.
I'm gonna go see
Everybody
cat.
go see the cat.
Sorry.
So
Be right
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go see Kitty too.
Okay, go see the kitty. I'm gonna stay here. So hopefully I'm doing a good job of this, because this is some cool stuff. Hi, how's your day going? Mine's going good too. Gosh, where are we at? 4 hours, 10 minutes now? Wow. Time flies when you're having fun with friends. So I'm trying my best to explain this. So Mark has a little bit of a science background. Blake does not have a science background, which is totally fine. So that's really cool. So you asked a morbid question, Julie. What was your morbid question? Oh, okay, I see it. We'll ask that in just a second. So. Oh, Hendon, I'm so sorry that you're in quarantine, but also I hope you're doing okay in quarantine as well. So, that is just tough. It's tough, but you're saving lives by being in quarantine. So don't ever forget that. So, so you're doing a good thing. So keep it up, Hendon. So, I wish I could bring the cat out here, but the cat is not. So not with it. So, all right, get your butts back over here. What else do we need clarified?
Just the butt?
Sure.
What?
What in the butt? I said,
What does the
what-
butt say?
Yeah, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I was
that
actually going to say.
Yeah. mhm.
Yeah. There we go. 12. There's humor for 12-year-olds. So what else? Was there anything else we needed clarification on?
What did we leave off on?
We left off
Escape
on
velocity.
escape velocity, geosynchronous
Okay.
transfer orbit. Basically, what makes a moon, that kind of stuff.
So, orbit, you said, is based on velocity.
Yes.
So the vector doesn't matter, correct? Meaning whether you go this way or that way. It's
Yeah,
still
as long as you've expended the energy to reach the proper velocity. Yes.
So do we classify objects that are orbiting in opposite directions
Yes.
any differently?
Actually, we do.
Okay.
There's actually different kinds of orbits too. There are equatorial orbits, which are typically
follow the path of the equator.
follow the path of the equator. Typically, they will launch to the east. So we don't launch those from California. because if we were to launch a rocket to the east from Vandenberg,
Everyone will know.
everyone would know. Also, it would fly over Los Angeles. People might not appreciate that. The rocket parts would fall. The first stage would fall into Arizona, which honestly, I don't see what the problem is. But yeah, so
There might be a few miles of national protected land there that might have a problem.
that's a really good point. That's why we launched from Florida, because there's an ocean to the east.
Sorry, Barbados.
Yeah, sorry. And Bahamas and
Bahamut.
Yeah.
And Baba O'Reilly.
Yes. And then
And
from
Bob Ross.
a place, shut up, everybody. I'm trying to be serious. And then from a place here, so Vandenberg can do equatorial orbits, but
they don't.
But they're what we call highly inclined. So that means we're talking like 52 degrees or higher.
Oh, wow.
Relative to the equator.
Okay.
And then really,
Do they then correct over the ocean, or
No, you may want to actually put your spacecraft in that kind of an orbit for a specific reason. So from Vandenberg, they'll often put.
what's burning?
Oh, probably it might be Chris and Pitts. So, could be.
Okay.
That's a
It's a
restaurant.
barbecue restaurant that's fairly
Yeah.
close.
So from Vandenberg, if they launch due south, that's 90 degrees. So we call that a polar orbit. So, and a couple degrees around that, you could call that like a near polar orbit, something like that.
What's an ampolar orbit?
A what?
An ampolar orbit.
Oh, I can't help you with that one. So, yeah, unfortunately. So
That was bad.
yeah,
I
that was
Even
bad.
for you.
I know.
I feel like
I am
they should
well aware.
definitely. Yeah. Anyways,
I had no idea you guys hated Amy Poehler so much.
remember.
I don't,
we
but it
don't.
was just,
But
no,
no,
it was-
it's just.
I mean, there's low-hanging fruit, and then there's fruit that you find fallen on the side of the road.
And then
that's
there's
what that
fruit in the
was.
gutter, and then there's fruit in the storm drain, and you actually went down into the river channel and got the fruit after it went through the storm drain. Anyways,
I will not apologize.
okay, that's fair. That's fair. And then you can launch to a polar orbit, which is really good because that means you're going over a lot of the Earth every day. So you'll find a lot of spysats and things get put into polar orbits, right?
Because they're harder to track.
Not because they're harder to track. It's very easy to track a spy satellite, actually, because it's very hard to hide a rocket launch.
I mean, that's
So-
okay. Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
That makes sense.
You can say, oh, we're gonna be launching NROL 42 into space, but then you have to put out what are called notice to airmen and mariners, which basically says the rocket stages will be dropping in these areas.
So don't go there.
So don't go there. So that could tell us which orbit it's going to.
And then the pirates go anyway and
Exactly.
steal all the rockets.
And then you can also look at the type of rocket that's lifting it. How many boosters does it have? What upper stage is it using? You can even do things like which specific payload fairing is it using? Is it a long one? Is it a short one? How much does that weigh? And then you can make rough guesses as to what the payload weight should be, and then you can figure out what it actually is. So yeah, it's actually not difficult to figure these things out, which I think is actually really cool that we.
Well,
can do
because
that.
it's standardized, right?
What's up?
It's standardized.
To
Relatively speaking.
a degree.
Yeah.
So,
Mostly because everybody's looking at the same numbers required to
yes.
make the
We're looking-
trip.
We
essentially.
look at the physics of it, I guess
Yeah.
is a way to say it. You can also do this cool thing called sun synchronous orbits, which is a little more than 90 degrees. So you actually kind of go over the same spot of the Earth at the same time every day. So say like I want to go over a spot of the Earth at 2 p.m. every day. Yeah, it's a good time to do
That's
that.
my house.
Exactly. Actually, if you have an electro-optical spy satellite, you want a little bit of that offset of the sun, so that way you can get shadows, so you can get details as to
It's
what
not
you're looking
it's
at.
not stalking my ex. It's science.
Is that what like Google Earth uses for their array, or
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I actually don't know what Google Earth uses. I wouldn't be. I mean, I would expect them to use stuff that's in a sun synchronous orbit, but yeah.
that would make the most sense because you don't get blur lines when you're
Yeah.
looking at the
Yeah,
map.
yeah.
Yeah, I actually looked up on Google what they use, and they just told me stop asking questions.
Oh, yeah, there's that too.
They sent a man to your house in a blue suit.
You can go
That's why
to
I moved.
companies and buy commercial imagery from satellites.
Sure. Yeah.
So So
Because they're looking to make money however they can.
first one's free. But then there's also these orbits that are called retrograde orbits, where you can I've actually been to a launch for a retrograde orbit from Vandenberg, where instead of going south, it went west. So it's going opposite the direction that the Earth travels.
Right.
You lose a lot of energy going that way, simply because if you launch to the east, you get that extra oomph from the Earth's rotation added on.
So there's
So you're going against the grain.
There's a I guess a momentum transfer.
A penalty in terms of the amount of energy that you are able to have off of the pad, I guess is how I would describe it.
So is it that the gravitational forces are strong enough that even while moving away from the surface, you're still subject to the rotational momentum?
No, it's just the momentum, straight up the whatever you want to. I don't know if it's centrifugal or centripetal force. I can never get those two correct. But if you if we launch to the east, you're going to get an 840 mile an hour boost out of that, because that's the speed that the Earth is rotating here. So you get that little extra oomph of it. That's why you always try to build your launch center as close to the equator as you can. So Sea Launch, they would take their rockets and put them at the equator, and then blow them up at the launch them at the equator, launch them at the equator.
Sir, are you suggesting we blow up the equator?
And because would you miss it? And they do that because they gain like a 15%. They gain 15% to their payload mass because of that little extra, 200 miles an hour that they get there. Up to 1,000.
So it does increase
1,040 miles an hour. There,
it increases
like
the yield then?
Yeah, it increases your payload capacity because of that extra. I don't know what you call it, momentum or centrifugal. I don't know. Someone in the chat room will figure this out.
We'll call it oomph.
We'll call it oomph. I like it. Oomph. One oomph.
A very scientific.
Is how much you get at the equator.
One whole oomph.
How many? What's the conversion between oomphs and wows?
I don't know. We haven't done. We'll have to call Owen
It's a
Wilson.
separate scale, I think.
Yeah, that's a Wilson scale. And we'll have to figure that one out. So.
The oomph scale is the. Never mind.
Okay, that's fair.
I was gonna make a Vince Vaughn joke, but it was dumb.
It's all right. So. Okay. So yeah, there you go. Okay. That's how that works.
So a retrograde orbiting object would then be moving opposite the rotation of the Earth.
Yep, it'd be going east to west.
Okay.
And you can do that. And there are actually spy satellites that, bless you.
Salud.
That was a big sneeze from a small dog. There actually are spy satellites that do that because they cover more ground per day.
Right.
So those are likely what we think radar satellites. So.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So they use radar. So they can look through the weather.
Are there any satellites using LiDAR?
Yes, absolutely.
Do they tend to be in higher orbit or lower orbit?
Well, it's whatever orbit they're in, I guess is how I would say it. I don't know which specific ones are using LiDAR. I would imagine that they're using it for like ranging. So they're looking at things like sea surface heights and topography and stuff like that, which typically those are going to be in a sun-synchronous orbit.
Right.
And they'll be at anywhere from 700 to 1,000 kilometers up. So
I was just curious,
like
if
600 miles above the surface of the Earth.
I genuinely don't know what the operating limitations are on LiDAR, so I wasn't sure if there was...
as long as you can make it bright enough, I guess. So
without blinding everybody.
Well, if it's at a wavelength that's not going to blind people, that's fine. So we're not shooting laser beams down to... Well,
Are
technically
you sure?
we are. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I messed up. I admit I messed up on that. You're not shooting
So messed up. Shut up!
You're not shooting visible light wavelength laser beams down.
It's ultraviolet, right?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea.
What good are you then?
Why do you even do this?
I keep asking you these questions and you don't have the answers, and I feel like I've just wasted hours of my life.
I'll fart on you.
Do it.
Should I leave the room?
I don't think anybody saw that.
I don't think anybody did.
Because I just basically, I did this. I looked at Mark angrily, and then I just slowly caused one of my eyes to go with that. So it's my go-to.
It's been a while since you pulled that one.
Yeah, it has. Even for me. Good.
Yeah, it's like trying to exercise some muscle you haven't in years.
Yeah. So sometimes,
my brain.
So I used to do this back at one of my jobs where we'd be having meetings, and if I was talking and I just thought that we really didn't need to be talking about this, I would just ever so slightly just let one of my eyes kind of drift a little bit as it was going through with it, and then eventually just go all the way with it. So, yeah.
It's the point that always gets me is when both of your pupils start to phase behind your nose, and I'm just like, how?
Yeah, it's pretty great. It's a great talent to have. So thankfully, thankfully, when I was a kid, I had surgery to actually correct this, which works out really well. So, but it's a talent. I gotta say, it gets me. It gets like just I just get so excited with everything.
It's cooler than whistling. I'll give you that.
Cooler than whistling. So thanks. I didn't realize whistling. I guess if it's.
I mean, you can learn how to whistle. That's just
natural talent.
That's just something wrong with your face.
Finally,
I don't think you can learn to separate your cornea.
I can whistle like.
Oh, that was adorable.
Thanks. Mm-hmm. So, you guys want to start an indie band? And we're just
the Whistlers.
We're so indie that all we do is whistle.
There's no percussion.
No percussion, no guitars, no vocals. All we do is just whistles.
We also don't follow, modern or classical chordic algorithms. We just arbitrarily bleat out whistle notes.
Okay, so Julie, I'm trying to find your morbid one. Okay, yeah, here it is, I guess. Morbid question. Are there deceased human bodies in space, and do we track them? Have any remains been launched toward the sun? So there are no deceased human bodies in space.
Bodies.
Yeah.
There might still be a goldfish up there somewhere.
I don't know, honestly, with that. Obviously, we've sent animals that unfortunately have passed away in space. Thank you, Andy, for the Sukhoi shirt that I have here. I think I pronounced that correctly. It's a Russian aerospace company. So maybe I shouldn't wear this at work.
Why are you trying to hide something?
Shh. Quiet.
That's why her name is Suki.
The animals that have been sent to space, the like Laika, which passed away.
Yeah.
The satellite that Laika was in re-entered and burned up in the atmosphere. So Laika's not in orbit. I think Laika was only in orbit for 3 weeks.
I was going to say
the satellite was only 3 weeks. Laika was only alive for basically about 2 hours, unfortunately.
Thanks, Russia.
No
one knew.
The scientists who worked on it expressed extreme regret when they realized
really
about
upset.
it. So yeah, they legitimately were. And there are tons of statues to Laika all over Russia.
Laika did a lot to ensure the safety of future cosmonauts and astronauts.
Yeah, there were animals that have been sent to space and brought back though. A couple dogs, I think Strelka and Belka are ones that come to mind in mine. I know the French launched a cat.
Yes, I was going to say there was a cat.
With that, and then the Russians flew turtles. The Soviets flew turtles around the moon on a Zond mission, which is when we were like, oh my God, and decided to bump up Apollo 8 to have it fly to the moon.
Right, because they could get around the moon, we've got to get on the moon.
Yeah, well, they sent turtles, so we have to send people.
Right, because
they could have been turtles.
They're equated.
Actually, I think they were turtles. So there's a B in
here. But they were turtles with
So,
attitude?
What's up?
They were turtles with attitude?
No.
Were they mutant turtles?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Actually,
So-
I saw
whether they
Let's
were
go.
ninjas
Let's
or not
let's
was
jump
arbitrary.
inside real quick.
Why?
Here, so
there's a bee.
He's fine.
I don't-
He's just trying to get some Gatorade.
go
He'll leave.
away.
He'll leave. He's fine.
So
The bottle's got what bees crave. It's got electrolytes.
yeah.
You know, them bees and their electrolytes.
I'm getting up. Bye.
The bee is on the camera! Oh no!
Is it? That's why
It
I
was.
said let's go.
It was for a minute.
And now we got B-roll.
Alright, we're good.
Oh, shut up, Blake. Jesus Christ.
Come on, that's
So,
better than
okay.
Amy Poehler.
So sorry, everybody. I'm just not a big fan of flying bugs, which is why I'm really into camping. It's back. This motherfucker's back.
Okay, on that note, I think
We can go inside. I just have to wait for the bee so I can actually like grab my
There's a
equipment.
bee?
And you probably want to throw food away, Mark. So why don't we just grab this while we're at it? We can get inside there real quick. Sorry, bee friend. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break here. Thanks for that. I have no idea how to even like stop the recording here. So we're just gonna come along. Let's take a little journey. Take a little journey. So we're just moving. We're moving. We're coming. I'd say in here will work perfectly fine. So we're just gonna come in here and get some stuff set up. So stand by, everybody. We're gonna get ourselves ready to go. Yo, check this out. Check this out. That man had a perm. So, all right, are we good?
I mean, we're alive.
I was gonna say, if we want to go, we gotta go back and grab things to sit on.
We brought your phone.
So, oh, thanks.
We got a couch.
We could stand and do
We
it.
do have a couch.
Do
That
it
is true.
barbershop quartet style.
We could
There's only three of us.
do it that way. So,
Barbershop.
I could also steal this chair right here. Hi, puppy. Hello, sweetie. Hello, little puppy.
How you doing, Suki? Suki's confused.
I'm behind.
Hi, Missy.
I'm not.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
Blake, you want to grab the other knee?
Yeah, come on over. Come on over.
Shatter
Okay.
knees. Shatter knees.
Break my neasels. Break my neasels.
All right. Hey.
I want.
What do you kids want for
I
Christmas?
I want a PlayStation.
Get out of here, you little shit.
Suki.
So,
Suki.
Suki, where you at?
She's right behind you. Don't roll. All right. There she is.
At the chime, it'll be.
At the sound of the chime will be.
Ah!
Hi.
Okay, I have no idea what we were talking
I'm
about.
gonna
so,
grab the chair.
so yeah. Also, it's pretty hot outside. I was about to say the garage was getting a little warm. Are you grabbing a chair?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm just. Hi there.
Oh.
How you do? How you doing? Oh, you too little and blind.
Hold on, get her barking again.
You are a ridiculous human being. I often question why we're friends.
Here, I'm coming. All right, give me this.
I'm in the center chair now.
You are the captain now.
Wait, I was in the center chair before.
I'll take the uncomfy chair.
Why?
It's your house. Take whatever chair you
Yeah,
want.
that's why I'll take it. Because I want y'all to be comfortable.
You got a
too.
bad back.
What's up?
You got a bad back.
I do. Give me
Take
the
this
comfy
one.
chair,
Yeah.
bastard. So,
Well,
Rude.
okay, which one of us in this room is the bastard, really? That's
I think
right.
it'd be me.
That's right.
It's a little
So-
rude.
I think it'd be me.
You're both very rude.
All right, let's
No, I mean,
get back
literally,
on
he's a
this.
literal bastard.
So as you can see,
Do you have you need to wipe your lens. It's kind of
Is this?
just like a
the look on
like
your
a, gla-
face.
like a
You
glasses
looked,
cloth.
you looked at me like Christ Almighty. Mostly because I think you were like, is he really actually
I
about
thought
to?
you were going to.
So-
I'm not
We
gonna
don't know
lie.
your audience.
I don't know what they're into.
Vor in this show? So anyways,
Oh.
I went there. we have to get at least one of those jokes
It's
in.
more likely than you
So
think.
okay, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hi, Missy.
Now see, we have a receptacle for where the dogs can sit now. So this is pretty good.
She's not growling at me anymore.
I don't-
Yeah,
I know
sorry
you do
sorry about that, everybody. So, I was gonna say we are now officially inside of my house, which is definitely like a white people kind of place, because you can see.
Should I leave?
No, please
Just,
don't.
just part of you.
Just pardon me.
But as you can see, those are clowns. Those are plates that are clowns. There's also some plates that are clowns over here, but there's also Gone with the Wind commemorative plates here, which
That is something.
I would just like to say those do not belong to me. So, and that is some honky ass shit. So,
Quarter.
I didn't say it.
so yeah. Andy, you have no idea what stream you've joined? Well, welcome to my
It was-
Ask Me Almost Anything. We were talking about something, then the bees descended
It was
upon us.
the flea
no,
from the stinging creatures.
The B singular.
Yeah.
There were two actually.
No, there were multiples. Oh, I see.
Because they're going
yeah.
at the bird feeders.
Oh, they
and
are.
stuff.
Yeah, they're going for the hummingbird feeder.
You guys should stop feeding the bees. and then they won't bug you anymore.
Well, it's very dry out right now.
It
That's
is,
probably why
yeah.
they're doing that. So I'm not going to try to stop them.
Dry in California? No.
Yeah, somebody was saying it's 27 degrees Celsius, which is about 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
I buy that.
Right now. So it's a toasty. Winter has not started.
It was 3 degrees when I left Dallas on Friday.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be a winter where we actually won't have one because it's starting to look like that. So hi there. We've moved inside just to let
Lucky
you
you.
know. So all right. What are we talking about now? So, the
Because
bees.
we were being beed to death.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, they're hanging out. So
Is it just that one feeder?
I think so.
Okay, I can take care of that.
Okay.
Let me get my bee suit on.
Okay.
Now this I gotta see.
Yeah, is that your poo costume?
Oh, that was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, bother.
Oh, bother.
It's a good one.
It's not my greatest impression, that's for sure.
It's not bad.
What do you think, Suki? Yeah, I agree. So, anyway,
Yes. So what's up? What are we talking about now?
animals in space is where we left off.
Yeah, we did. Human bodies. There are no human bodies in space.
So-
no dead humans in space.
So
People have.
decomposing corpses in space.
So the only people who have actually died in space is the crew of Soyuz 10.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
That was in 1971, I believe. A valve on their spacecraft, the pressure valve to equalize pressure once they got back into the atmosphere, broke on separation before atmospheric reentry. So basically, all the air pressure left, and they died.
So what you're saying
rapidly.
is we're due.
No,
I
why would
really
you say that?
This
hope
is a
not.
morbid subject already.
So
okay?
yeah, we're not. No. That's scrape the burnt toast for that one. For serious, yeah. Here, give me your hand.
That's not really a scrape, but
Yeah. Anyways.
That wasn't even a slap on the wrist. That was
Yeah, I was gonna say, and for Challenger and Columbia, the bodies were recovered. Albeit for Columbia, it was pieces.
yeah.
So, because there's really no way a human body survives Mach 20 airflow intact. So, yeah, it's just it is pretty morbid, unfortunately. And actually, having worked at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, we do read the Columbia Accident Investigation Board report as a part of working there, and it is. Yeah, it's not great, and it's also maddening too at reading about management and just how bad management screwed up on that mission and just the neglect that was really done for that mission. So yeah, it's infuriating to read that report. So, yeah, we try to do everything with that there. So are you heading outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Your bee suit is less bee suit than I thought it would be.
Well, I trust the bees, they'll be nice.
What are you doing?
I'm going to bring the hummingbird feeder inside.
Okay.
Tell the bees to go bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye, bees.
Be gone.
Haha.
Aha.
Well done.
Oh, careful! There's multiples.
They're multiplying.
They're everywhere. Must be 10, 50, 100 of them.
Come on, guys, come on in.
Can't stop here. This is bee
Oh my
country.
gosh, Niels. They were in pursuit of you. Not
Okay.
even kidding.
We can't stop here. This is bee country.
But yeah.
Winnie the Pooh would be happy. He's going to have lots of honey for dinner.
So there are no bodies in space. If you were to die in space, we probably wouldn't recover your body because it actually, literally,
It's very hard.
It is very hard. As we were talking about energy to get to orbits and things like that, it would take a lot of energy to actually bring your body back. So we would probably, no joke, they might try to get your personal effects home, but I would imagine a body would probably be put in a cargo vehicle and allowed to burn up on reentry,
Probably.
as we would trash.
I
So
mean,
it's what you have to do. There are contingencies for like somebody dying on the International Space Station, but obviously these are contingencies that
thankfully that has not happened.
that have not happened, and luckily there hasn't even been a major medical emergency on the International Space Station. But if they needed to, they could get you back within about 3 hours if you have a major medical emergency. So
The thing that I am honestly still impressed by is the fact that there has never really been like a cold or flu outbreak on the ISS.
Oh well, I mean, you get quarantined before you fly,
Right.
So.
But what I mean is that, like, as prevalent as those illnesses are on the surface,
Yeah.
that it has not made it up there is impressive.
Yeah.
That's something that they managed very well.
I'm confident that somebody's probably brought a cold with them to the ISS.
Maybe, but you
So-
don't see it really spread.
Yeah, I feel like most astronauts are not going to be. Well, I don't want to necessarily say not willing to admit to that, but I would also imagine that it would be very difficult for them to do that. So, Inadvisable Science is asking, what about Apollo 1? Yeah, that was not good either with the fire they had. There were bodies for that. So
True story. My grandfather worked on building flight computers for McDonnell Douglas and who was before McDonnell Douglas?
McDonnell Douglas, they're the ones who they did Mercury and Gemini. So
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who else.
it'd be North
but
American Aviation after for
Which one?
Apollo. North American Aviation.
Maybe.
That would be for Apollo.
Essentially,
yeah.
he worked on the computers that were used in the Apollo programs and knew the astronauts that died in that accident. And he didn't even know about it until years later when he was going through an aerospace museum with his wife, and he just lost it right there, like during the middle of the tour, because he didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, he met them while he was working on the computers, and then his job was done, so he moved on to work on other things. So he never even knew.
Yeah, and just to kind of talk about like human remains that are in space, there are actually some people who have had their ashes launched to space. I know James Doohan, Scotty, had his ashes launched to space. Gene Shoemaker, who was a very important astrogeologist, kind of what I call him. He's the guy that basically figured out, craters aren't volcanoes; they're impact events. Some of his ashes were added to a spacecraft back in 1998 called Lunar Prospector, which studied the lunar surface and basically confirmed that there's a water ice there. And they actually crashed Lunar Prospector intentionally into the moon to try to kick up some dust and see if it was there. So technically, some of Gene Shoemaker's ashes are on the moon. Also, I know Gene Roddenberry, some of his ashes are on board of the International Space Station.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know where they are on board, but I know that they are
It's
on
a
board.
secret.
It's a secret.
Right next to Disney's head.
Yeah,
I think we just figured out the third National Treasure movie.
yeah, there we go.
We're going to steal Gene Roddenberry's ashes.
We're gonna have to go to space. We're gonna have to steal the International Space Station.
The whole station.
The whole station. Yeah, the whole dang thing.
Gone in 60 hours.
You laugh, but gone in 60 orbits, maybe? Might look a bit
God.
better.
I was like, can we get back a second?
Who else?
Jiminy? Is it actually pronounced Jiminy?
Gemini.
Gemini, yeah.
Not Gemini.
No,
Gemini.
Gemini. Well, I take the way to pronounce it from the people who worked on it.
Yeah.
And they called it Gemini. So, I know that you're typically supposed to say Gemini, but the proper way.
The word that was used for the name of the missions is pronounced, I believe, originally Gemini, but it has never been used that way to refer to the missions. I get it. So quick.
You going for it?
I'm going to get your ass cap.
Okay, yeah, go for it. We're
She
just
didn't sign a release.
We're making sure that you're, yeah.
Here, you can look at my phone case that has a number of characters that I've played on it. There you go. Isn't that exciting and interesting?
Okay, we're good.
Super cool. Okay, there we go.
But yeah, also I know the discoverer of Pluto, Clyde Tombaugh, some of his ashes are on New Horizons, which
Are
is
they?
a spacecraft that flew
That's
by
what, because
Pluto.
I was gonna say, wasn't there somebody was on one of the
Yeah,
exploratory?
yeah, his ashes are on actually a part of New Horizons, which I think is cool. So like he went to the planet he discovered.
I would like
So-
my bones to be melted down and utilized in some of the skeletal framework of a
Flame
ship.
work?
That would be pretty cool.
Flame work? What's flame work?
It's like framework, but
Hot.
hotter.
I want my bones to be crafted into crude spears and arrows, and whenever somebody goes to explore an alien planet, they're just left there.
You want to be John
beforehand.
Carter of Mars's weapons.
No, I just want to be left there before I want one astronaut to go ahead of everybody else and be like, guys, check this shit out.
And then it gets
That's a good
brought
point.
back and they carbon date it and they go, wait a minute.
Hold on a second. Is that kind of like how I want to put a astrolabe in a computer tower? So that when the cephalopod archaeologists are looking at our society
God.
millions of years from now, they could be very confused. They could say, "Oh, but they had a mechanical age, and then they had look at this, they had a silicon age. So they actually were using silicon in order to do these things, and then they wait a second, they had an age after silicon, but after mechanical, where silicon and mechanical were together."
I want you to know that I don't normally laugh at people's dreams.
I know I've said this several times on your channel. Why are we friends?
I don't know. It's one of those things that just you gotta ask. We gotta ask about all of that. So I don't know. Okay, we've got one from Holden, which is a question to get asked. So just to kind of let everybody know, not everybody who's actually here amongst us three are space people.
I've always been a space person.
A space fan, and
I crash landed on this planet in June of 1988.
yeah.
I actually came up through the surface of the Earth in
You're
March of
mole
89.
people, right?
That's kind of a derogatory term.
I'm sorry. That's my mistake.
What's the
What would you
correct
prefer?
litho?
Subterranean liver?
Litho?
We prefer subterranean.
Subterranean.
Subterraneans.
Okay. All right.
So the question is from Hendon, which is, will all three of you take a free one-way trip to Mars? So you're going to Mars, it's free, but you're not coming back.
That would greatly depend on where I am in my life when that becomes an option. Like, if I have I don't know, man, I got a lot of family here, I got a lot of stuff going on here on Earth, I can't really believe that. But if I have nothing going on and there's nothing on the horizon to be going on, yeah, I'll probably take it.
My answer is no, not if it's one way. The main reason is that I am a product of wanderlust. And so being in a position where I wouldn't be able to go anywhere else when space travel is clearly available, I would not be happy having to be stuck on Mars and not being able to go anywhere else.
Yeah, and Ryan is saying you do have internet there, by the way. So just a little thing for you to help yourself out.
I still want to be able to go.
And Julie Song says that we can go after we've taken our curling adventure, which I don't know if you saw.
Why don't we be the first to curl on Mars?
Sure. I can curl up in a ball and cry myself to sleep every night.
Not the curling I meant, but I'll allow it.
I'm just doing it on a different planet now.
I'm going to have to go against our former governor and not get my ass to Mars.
Yes.
Just the ass, though.
Yeah. Julie suggested that we go curling together.
I saw.
I don't know where to go curling, though.
I don't know that there is a place in the States that just does public curling.
Yeah. We call that shuffleboard.
But that's not on ice, and you don't have brooms.
Yeah, that's what I'm...
And you don't have brooms.
Okay, all right.
And you're putting things in holes rather than aiming for a target.
I would not go to Mars to stay. I would go to Mars, but I want to come back. So, also, I'm much more interested in the moon. I would much rather want to go to the moon.
So how much of our Mars diet will consist of poop potatoes?
You will pretty much be initially, probably I would imagine the first 50 years of exploration of Mars would probably be, I don't want to say exclusively vegetarian, but pretty dang close to it.
Here's the thing about the poop potatoes, though. Eventually you can science the shit out of it.
Yeah, that's right. So, another good one. So, Jules Song, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
You've been ruining this poor person's name the whole time for 4 hours. How does that make you feel?
Terrible.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So I would definitely go to the moon with that. Actually, one thing that you're going to eat if you go on a long duration space flight is bugs. You probably powder them up though. Ground them into a powder because bugs are an excellent source of protein per pound.
It is true.
Yeah.
However, I would request the vegetarian diet.
Yeah, somebody's saying pescatarian. I think that's when you've got fish involved with it.
Fish is the only meat.
Remember, you've got to have an area for those fish to be, which means that you've got to have space to allow the fish to exist. You've got to have something that allows the fish to feed. You've got to have water to keep the fish alive. Water's heavy. Water's rare, relatively rare on Mars. Difficult to find.
You also have to have a filtration system, whether it's salt water or fresh water. You can't just have them swimming in their own scum.
Yeah, so. So it's you probably and that probably not even shrimp. I see somebody said isopods. Yeah.
What about oh my gosh, the little microscopic guys.
Sea monkeys?
No. The
Mosquitoes?
they're
not mosquitoes.
Something bears.
Water bears?
Water bears.
Why would you can't eat water bears.
Why not?
They're itty bitty.
Hey, you get a lot of them.
They're tiny.
You just stack them up in like a little pile.
Just
Put a little gelatin around them. It's like a cube. You just
Yeah,
the
'cause
Jello cube.
I want to eat gelatinous cubes full of water bears for years.
Why not?
I mean,
You're the one talking about grinding up bugs
just-
into a powder.
I just imagine the logistics behind making that work.
It might be difficult, but they would survive and they would take care of your colon for you.
I mean, yeesh.
Listen. I never pretended to make sense with my answers.
Jewel Song. Saying, furry reference, the most popular sci-fi com panel I hosted was on alternate food sources with samples of crickets, grasshoppers, mealworms, etc. Filled the room to capacity on Sunday afternoon. Which, by the way, getting anybody to show up to your con panel on Sunday afternoon
for any convention
is
on
a
a Sunday.
miracle.
Yeah.
So, just want to throw that out there. So,
Yeah, I've done quite a few convention panels, and the ones on Sunday morning are always lonely. You're always the only one there.
yeah,
so.
it's great to be
It's like-
speaking to myself.
It's like
today
people
here.
have things to do the next day.
No, it's more like Sunday's the last day, so most of what people have wanted to do they've done already. So people are just leaving their hotels and packing up.
Yeah, it's also like if you're someone like me, it's also like I'm recovering from Saturday night. So,
Well, yeah, but we don't all spend our Saturday nights in banana costumes at raves.
well,
so.
all I'm gonna say is that y'all aren't spending your Saturday nights really that well. So, what are you looking at? What? Use your words.
I am unfortunately going to have to go.
Yeah, I kind of figured that you're gonna have to go at some point today.
Yeah.
But
Much as I don't want to.
it has been. I feel like we're kind of wrapped
Yeah.
up right now because we're unless we want to just go for the 5-hour mark. You
I
and I,
mean,
Blake. So because we've got 11 minutes or 10 and a half minutes to 5 hours. If you want to stick around, Blake. Mark, you can go. Obviously. So see you later. I'll see you in a couple of years.
Yeah, next time down here, I'm gonna show you my new place. It's really nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he'll show you.
And real talk, thanks for letting me come on and
Well, thank you for showing up. So
aggravate people on the internet.
Yeah,
with you.
absolutely. I'm so excited that that we were able to have you come on and have you talk a bit about being a voice actor and a storm spotter and just some amazing stuff. And
Yeah, you let me talk about tornadoes longer than most people. So
well, I wanted to know more about tornadoes. Are you kidding me? So it was fascinating stuff.
And next time, let's build them sabers.
Yeah. Next
build
time you're here,
build
we'll
them
have to
sabers.
we'll have to build some sabers, and we'll see what we can do about getting you into some cool places.
We'll binks our Jar Jars.
So we'll Qui-Gon our gins.
I like it.
Yeah.
We'll go with it.
We'll
Stop.
We'll
Leave it.
crumb
Leave
the
it where it
salacious.
is. Leave it where it is.
We'll Padme our
We'll Grievous our generals.
I like that one. I like that one.
another fine pun to add to my collection.
But to all of you guys out there, thank you for your warm welcome. I saw a lot of you. I recognized your names following me on Twitter, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And if you guys aren't doing anything tomorrow, I'll be tweeting out a link to my stream tomorrow. We'll probably open Pokemon cards, play some games, have some fun. So come on through.
Yeah, it's some
love
cool.
to have
You
you.
do some cool streams. I gotta say.
No, they're very lame.
No,
They're
not.
extremely
No, they're
lame.
not.
They're all
They're cool.
very, very lame.
And
very
you're
much
talking
like
about me not being able to sell myself.
I don't have to sell myself. I have people for that.
Fair enough.
I
All
don't
right.
have people for that. I don't have anybody for that.
I'm gonna at least see you out. Blake,
okay.
you have the con. So,
Shut up, Wesley.
Shut up, Wesley.
Goodbye.
I miss you.
Okay, bye, everybody.
have all your stuff.
Killing time because I'm all alone. Alright. Oh, hey, Hayden. Hey, Hayden. Hey, Raul. Not much. I literally just saw Mark tweet out the link to this, and I just thought, oh, hey, I'm in fairly close walking distance of this place, so I'm gonna head on over. Yeah, it was. You know, I do enjoy comic books. Not so much. I do enjoy comics, mostly big two, DC, Marvel, heavily towards Marvel, especially X-Men. Love me some X-Men. I have not seen Blake 7. You know, not all Blakes are to each other, you know? Like, I'm neutral to most other Blakes, and how dare you assume otherwise? How dare you? I'm kidding, guy. I haven't seen the show, but I have. There were really strong feelings either way about Blakes. So, okay, so here's something I can mention. All right, I'll take your word for it. Maybe I'll check it out. Ooh, yeah, I do think the X-Men will be interested in the MCU, and I kind of noticed that a lot of Marvel comic stuff is just, at least recently, it's kind of shown as like basically storyboards for upcoming movies. So I'm guessing if you've been reading the more recent X-Men comics, that might be more or less how they're introducing the MCU, maybe? Who's to say? I mean, have I ever came over to somebody's house as a guest and they leave me alone for several minutes just to be alone? I don't know. I'm not used to that happening. Oh, hey, I'm not alone anymore.
Oh, hey, what's up, Blake? How's it going?
Not much. I've been doing my best to entertain this, especially that last little question.
They have a guest and they leave. That's great.
Yeah.
I love that. So, what's on your shirt?
Oh, that's just so
Hawaii.
my dad recently went to compete in the Honolulu Marathon, and he always brings me a T-shirt when he gets back.
Nice. Look, everybody was saying hi to you. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and you like comics.
Yes, I do.
So, what's your favorite?
X-Men, my favorite.
I know. What's your favorite X-Men character?
Wolverine.
That's right. So,
Super excited about that Insomniac game coming up.
yeah, it's gonna be really, really cool. So, once I think you can scoot over a little bit just to let you know. Yeah, scoot over.
That's close enough.
Oh. I will win gay chicken, trust me.
I believe you.
Go ahead, just move to your left a little bit. There we go, perfect. So now we're both here, so I can work it in there. So, gotta get the, loosen up, you know. Hey, what you doing over there? You wanna come on and be on air again? Come here, come on, come here, come here, come here, come on, come here, come here.
And also, I was just telling them that how I basically saw Mark send out the link, and you guys send out the invitation for me to come over, and I walked it.
Yeah, you literally did. You just came right over. You won't have to walk back. I'll drive you.
Yay.
I'll drive you home. Hey, give me a kiss. May I have a kiss, please? May I please have a kiss?
Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Hello, puppy. Give me a kiss. Need to give
You want to?
Oops.
Wait,
Hold on.
Want to trade laps? No. You just want dish?
Just wants pets. What's up, Christopher? We are, my guest at the moment is Blake Calvert. We also had Mark Allen Jr., a voice actor, on as well earlier, who just left, unfortunately, but you can catch it when we go on demand. We're basically staying on just so that we can cross over 5 hours with it. Jared, does your phone case match your Jeep? It sure does. It's orange, baby. So I also love that my phone case, look at how well my...
That's a bill collector.
I don't know if I should answer that one.
Might be important.
Hello? For fuck's sake. Yeah, it was from a city that's important at the moment, so
Right.
for some stuff. So I hold my puppy. I hold my dog. My dog doesn't worry. So, what's up with you? Why are you staring so intensely at Blake? Now you're staring very intensely at me.
I'm very intense.
She is an intense dog at times. So, oh, you've won the staring contest. She's giving in to you. Hey, sweetie, honey, you gonna lay down or what are you gonna do? Do you want to go somewhere or? I should get some matching orange eyeglasses, Jared. Oh my gosh. Maybe that might be overdoing it because I also have like orange shoes, so and things like that. Maddie, you think you need an extended warranty? The fun bit is I actually do have a real, legit lifetime warranty on my Jeep. So a lot of people don't know that you can actually get a lifetime warranty through Jeep on your Jeep. So
Also, not really sure how they could extend a lifetime, other than like diet and exercise.
yeah, that's how that works. So I got a lot of orange as it is. So right, sweetie. Okay, I'm gonna put you down because you're looking bored now. Okay, go do something.
How
Okay,
dare you?
and now you're looking up at me like I'm supposed to keep you there. What are you doing? What you want up or down? Huh?
She's learning from the cat.
And the cat doesn't even leave the room. So, there you go. Oh, there we go. Okay, there you go. She wants to sit on her own. Hi, sweetie.
On my ottoman.
Hi. Yeah, she's got her little ottoman over there. So you
Her
kind
little tiny ottoman empire.
So what'd you think of, is Missy a cat? No, Missy's a dog. At the moment, she's a dog. But she sure is acting like a cat today. So, being a narc. She's wearing a wire. Shh. So, Jewel Song. Jared, you told us earlier what your shirt depicted, but I missed it. What is it from? This is the logo for a Russian aerospace company called Sukhoi. So.
Oh wait, this does have a wire.
So yeah, some cool stuff. So, oh, here's one for you, Blake. Hendon is asking question for Blake. Since you've watched all of it, is the live action Bebop better than the anime series?
Yep.
Use your words wisely, young man.
I do not want to be objective about this, especially since this live action series isn't actually over or caught up all the way to the anime.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had to compare the two, just based solely on my own biases, anime is better.
Mm-hmm.
Although the more Yoko Kanno music, always a good thing.
Yeah, it's never a bad thing.
Right.
So, yeah. And, yeah, it's definitely, I've enjoyed it quite a lot. I'm only 2 episodes in, but my partner and I did a rewatch of the anime Cowboy Bebop before, so we could just refresh our memories. And man, is it even, now that I'm older, it's even better with that there.
It is probably as close to perfect as anime can get.
Are you ready for it? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5 hours!
5 hours! Yay, 5 hours! 5.
This is way more than 5.
5. Yeah. Okay, so woohoo! All right, we're never doing this again. Okay, now there goes the chat room. So Maddie's asking, do you watch subs or dubs? I've only watched Cowboy Bebop dubbed, not subbed.
Yeah, in general, I generally prefer dubs in anime, and I know there's a lot of people said the subtitle version is better or better than the original Japanese. I have yet to find a person who said that the Japanese dub is better than the English dub, or at least for Bebop.
Yeah. I have to find it. So I'm also doing. I was about to say I'm doing a rewatch of Digimon right now, and I've been told by a lot of people to watch the sub, not the dub. So.
Yeah, but again, I would imagine you miss some of just the general corniness, at least of that era of anime dubbing.
Yes. I gotta say it has been unbelievably corny.
Right.
Some of the jokes, I'm just literally like, wow, dads wrote this. So
Yeah.
here's the part where they did that out. So.
At least for that era, because I know Mark could probably speak better on this than I can, but in like more recent years, they actually, you know, tried and better match the tone of whatever anime they're adapting. But back in the day, corn was the meal of the day.
Yep, it was Korn. Just like the band. The band Korn, right?
Yeah.
So, it's pretty cool. So.
Anyway, and I think on that note...
Yeah, I think on that note, we are wrapping up here. Unfortunately, I don't know when the next stream is going to be. Simply because I work, right? I'm back in full swing.
And also, we got the holidays.
Yeah, and with the holidays coming up as well, with that coming on, if I were to do streams, they would probably be like ultra late at night, which probably isn't going to work for my international viewers, which basically makes up a majority of my audience. So, yeah, don't know what I'm really going to be doing on that front. In terms of that, so
You know, just follow him on Twitter. I'll keep it all posted.
yeah, something like that. I may end up doing like some, it might be fun to maybe do some holiday streams, like some actual holiday day streams. Most of the reason, can I slip into your DM? Sure, go for it. Ooh, hey. I was gonna say something. So tomorrow does our live shows on Friday, which, by the way, we will be back this Friday. So we'll be back in studio this Friday working with that. In addition to that, I know NASA Spaceflight does their live shows on Saturdays. I don't want to interfere with that because they have a fantastic live show. You should watch it. They do amazing. They bring in amazing people. They talk about amazing things, and they just do a fantastic bang-up job on the whole for everything that they do with that. And the last thing I want to do is interfere with that. So Sundays are kind of like my wheelhouse days. Sundays are usually my days off as well, or at least like the start of my weekend for me. Mondays usually work pretty well too, but I don't think midweek streams really work all that well. So it might be a case of like I'll come on a holiday, maybe like Christmas Day and maybe New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Yeah, maybe we'll do like a super New Year's stream or something like that. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Get a whole bunch of cool people together, and just.
I know when I'm not wanted.
So, no, you will be there. Absolutely. So, oh my gosh, what if we did like a 24-hour stream going into the new year? And I just got a very big stink eye from over...
The dog's giving you the stink.
Oh yeah, the dog gave me the stink eye, yeah.
Do you want people to watch you sleep?
Sure, why not? I think with the way I wake up sometimes, with the sheets wrapped around me and my piping around my face, I've definitely got to be a very interesting person to watch sleep. So, I mean, when I used to have the audio recorder for my self, it would regularly pick up my farts when I was sleeping, and I'm actually 8 years old on the inside, so farts are funny as hell to me still. But that's how it goes. I like how everybody is doing this. Inadvisable, thank you so much for watching us here. I'm going to try to hit everybody up who's saying this. Have a happy holiday season, everybody. Yeah, same to you, everybody. Also, just want to remind everybody that my YouTube channel is going to be actually starting up this week. So just really cool things coming up, and I'm very excited to be doing them all in front of you. I've got 2 super secret projects. You and I are going to shoot an STS this week, so we're going to be meeting up to actually do that on Friday, I believe. And it's going to be really exciting. It's all up there. It's coming back. I'm very excited about that. My two secret projects. The only one I'm really going to hint at is. Have you wanted to know everything that's happening at Mars? So that's kind of what I'm going to be doing with that one. You'll see. You'll see when we do that. You're welcome for going to IKEA, keeping you entertained for IKEA. Thanks for stopping by, Jewel Song. Very, very... my YouTube channel is just youtube.com/JaredHead, JaredHead, which is also my Twitter account @JaredHead, JaredHead. Pretty simple with that there. And glad that we could keep you entertained with especially with your airport quarantine. So sorry you're in quarantine, but remember you're doing a very good thing by being in quarantine with that. Yes. Some people are like, are you insane for wanting to do a 24-hour stream?
Yep.
You should do a 12-hour stream.
Much more manageable.
I just would like to point out that from 2018 to 2019, I was a part of a 24-hour stream that covered New Horizons flying by Arikoth, which it was called Ultima Thule at that time. So just a reminder, I have done a 24-hour stream before. So I've done it, and it was New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. So we did it when we were getting the first signals back and got the first data back with that and everything. But I suppose if we did a 12-hour stream that started at like 1 p.m. and then ended at 1 a.m. Pacific, we could definitely work with that. And you could basically watch us get progressively more tired. Like energy level will drop while actually energy level and sobriety will drop at about the same rate, roughly. So with that, so yeah, so that's essentially what I think.
That's why I'll bring the Coke, a cola.
Yeah, it would be really fun to kind of do that. Yeah, so we don't necessarily have to do it here either. So I'm looking at you because you're the one who I said 24-hour stream and then you did it. Yeah, we could have a Missy cam, which would literally look something like this. Just precious, right? Ain't that just precious? So.
If you did it here, she would not be howling all night.
Who, her? Okay. You just have to be willing to deal with people who come here. So we'll get some pizzas and wings and beer and I'll get you a casket. I'll get you a cask of white wine.
I'll get a pastrami pizza.
And you could pass out. So.
I can do that without wine.
Me too. All right, and on that bombshell, I think that pretty much wraps up our stream for today. So thank you all so much. I can't believe that we had so many of you actually show up and stick around for this 5-hour stream. This is definitely the longest stream I've ever done with this here. And now I've got to stop and go do things. Because I have a lot to do, and I was not expecting to go for 5 hours today. I thought, I'm going to do 2 hours, but no, here we are, 5 hours. Anyways, if you have watched this on demand and you would like to catch us live at the next time, our next one will be, as we have just discovered, New Year's Eve, and we're going to be doing a 12-hour New Year's Eve stream. So, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I have no idea what's going to happen. It probably will be a train wreck, but much like a train wreck, you will not be able to look away from it. So, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in to us here on YouTube. I just want to remind everybody, don't forget, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep exploring. See you guys later. Bye-bye. Like, you got to push the big red button.
Push the button, Jerry.
Come on, push it. Just go with it. Just go with it.
Just push the damn button.
I'm trying. It's not ending. Hold on. I'm trying. Look, I'm not trying to make this awkward, but it is awkward with everything that we have here.